Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. All right, we're pausing Elvin's gorgeous music. All right, good morning, good afternoon. Let's see, probably 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. EST, 4 p.m. for Europeans. Hello to everybody who is watching. Okay, so we're going to watch Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Now, the trial itself, guys, it's like 8 hours a day for like 20 days. It's a lot of footage. So what I did is today we're going in for a refresher. And this will put us, it will sort of prepare us for longer interviews, cross-examination. This week is going to be dedicated to revisiting and discussing the case, maybe watching other YouTubers cover it. But today we're doing a refresher. I have 3 videos for us to watch. I think this will set the tone for how to re-examine the case. Now, when Amber Heard initially came out against Johnny Depp, I was like pro Amber Heard in a sense that I was once again wanting to be supportive of victims. I called my bestie. I was like, oh my gosh, Johnny Depp's an abuser. We had been such big Johnny Depp fans all of our life because he was like a celebrity crush that we have seen like every film he ever did. We saw Pirates of the Caribbean 11 times in theaters. Like, we were Johnny people. Then after Amber Heard came out, initially, I just kind of fell off Johnny and I didn't watch him anymore. And then Johnny eventually came back and I was like, oh my gosh, I fell for it. Amber Heard's actually the predator and Johnny Depp's the victim. And then it became this whole narrative during the trial, which I was live streaming. So I was one of the people who was like pro Johnny when he came out because I was like, oh, I fell for it. Amber's the predator, da 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 da. More than anything, I think when we're revisiting this, what we're looking for is ways we were wrong, ways we were right, and how does this play into how we, how does this play into how we think of ourselves as thinkers? Because this is really a testament to us, because maybe it's not Johnny versus Amber. Maybe it's us versus our observations. I think it's going to be really easy to feel like Amber's the good guy, Johnny's the bad guy, Johnny's the good guy, Amber's the bad guy. What if we are the ones under scrutiny today? Right? Belle, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. So let's go ahead and get this going. And before I start, you probably noticed that there was no podcast yesterday. Had one of those beautiful kind of brain days. So I will have the pod out hopefully for you guys in the next couple of days. It'll be a little late, but I think I should just do it instead of skipping altogether. So that's my ultimate goal. But for now, for today, let's do Amber Heard. And I think I think it'll be interesting either way. What I want to do is I found this content creator named Matt Orchard. Does anybody know him? He is Crime and Society. He has a video about the whole case, including footage, phone calls, all of these things that I think we should revisit initially before jumping into the cross-examination between Amber and then the cross-examination of Johnny Depp. That's what I want to focus on today. And don't worry, there's so much footage to go over. It would take us months to truly revisit everything about this case. So what I want to do instead is just focus today on a refresher, go over the details we might have forgotten about, and remind ourselves of what brought us here in the first place. Because just a reminder, we didn't get here on accident thinking that, one way or another. There was audio recordings, there was video recordings, there were pictures, there were reasons people fell into one of two camps. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this out. Also, I just realized my drink is not here, and I'm probably going to have to get that eventually. Ugh. When you start a live stream without your drink, what a pain, what a pain. Okay, let's start with this video here because I think it might be the most, one of the better refreshers to get on the case. Okay.
We were settling in to watch the...
I'm actually going to speed him up, actually, and the first few seconds is actually not relevant, so I'm going to forward it. Here we go.
Celebrity is a curious phenomenon. For as long as societies have existed, there have been individuals within them who hold high status, whether that be because an official role they serve comes with power and influence, or they just possess certain talents and attributes that have come to put them in the public eye. It's the sort of people in the latter category that are most likely to come to your mind when you hear the word celebrity. A glamorous individual or couple walking a red carpet as cameras flash, and the masses scream out in the hope they might be acknowledged by these revered figures, if only for a second. While some might argue the amount of attention we give to those who are good-looking and charismatic enough to wind up on a large or small screen is completely disproportionate to the amount of value they really bring to the world, we would argue there's no point in bemoaning that which is never going to change. Maybe in an ideal world, it would be the faces of soup kitchen volunteers we'd see plastered on.
Okay, first of all, Mars, welcome to memberships. Love to see you here. And also, I just had that shot of Miley Cyrus and the Thor brother, I forget what his name is. Just a reminder of how many eras of celebrity we've seen happen in a lifetime, and then just a reflection of our own lives. But wow, what an era of Miley. Miley has really been through quite an amount of eras. Liam, I think that's his name. Yes, Samantha, I think you're right. Liam. What an era of Miley. Wow.
On the covers of all our magazines. But this just isn't in keeping with human nature. It is, of course, the people we see frequently, albeit not in person in this case, that we develop an interest in. The fact that interest for many of us goes beyond what project they're making next and into areas like how large their homes are, what parties they're going to, and who they're dating, may not be strictly logical.
Yo, Nicki Minaj in the corner there. You hear Nicki's under investigation for physically abusing, allegedly, I believe, someone in her employment. Ooh.
But it is in keeping with human nature, so there's not much to be gained from trying to fight it. Having said that, over the last 20 years or so, the culture of celebrity watching has maybe started to get a bit out of hand. As mobile technology has improved exponentially, so too has the ability of notable people to put more of themselves out to the world, as well as the ability of paparazzi to hound those with less exhibitionistic tendencies. And it's in this area of entertainment where we begin to get a glimpse of a darker side of celebrity obsession. Any paparazzo knows snapping a photo of a star during a moment of weakness, or better yet, profound existential pain, can be worth just as much as snagging an exclusive shot of an A-list wedding. Because at the same time as we find an escape in fantasizing about people with lives so much better than our own, there's an even deeper satisfaction that comes from the realization that below the surface, the lived experience of some of these same people may be just as crappy as ours. In some ways, maybe even worse.
Oh Lord.
And when it comes to train wrecks and the personal lives of celebrities spiraling out of control, to an extent they become a seemingly endless soap opera for the masses to consume as each episode plays out in the media, there has been no better example in...
I don't know if he's going to bring it up, but just a reminder that Johnny Depp cheated in order to be with Amber Heard after they were on that film. Oh, I forget the name of it, but I remember watching the movie and thinking Amber Heard must be the prettiest person I've ever seen. And then in hindsight being like, ew, not only do they have an age gap relationship, which is not the greatest, but I believe they were both in relationships at the time, or at least Johnny Depp was, because he had this beautiful like French woman he was in a relationship for many, many years. They had kids together. right? That's like who Johnny was with. That's why we all loved him growing up, because he had this great committed relationship. It seemed good. And then boom, out of nowhere, he had a good reputation amongst people. And then boom, out of nowhere, Amber Heard. It's like, what are you doing? But then, there we go. There you go.
In recent years than the short-lived marriage and ever-enduring separation and feud between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Though just because the saga has and is now continuing to play out in the media as the warped form of entertainment that has just been described, don't mistake this video's preamble as
I'm sorry, both of them trying to go for that picture moment.
insinuating the accusations made by Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, or the issues surrounding said accusations, are any laughing matter. And also don't be lulled into some sort of illusion that just because the subject of today's video is a messy celebrity divorce, it will somehow be shallower than some of the more customary criminological subjects explored in other installments from this channel. If only. Truth be told, today's case is one with so many events, claims, witness statements, recordings, and other miscellaneous pieces of evidence, that one of the most challenging parts about making the video has been figuring out where to begin, where to end, and what to include in between. As you likely know, it is a domestic violence case, and in terms of what has played out in court, it is one comprised of 14 incidents. Covering all 14 in enough detail to be fair to both sides would be unrealistic for the format, and covering them all in a manner that is relatively expedient and digestible would result in analysis so superficial it would render itself pointless. So what we have done instead is narrowed it down from 14 to 5 incidents, choosing the ones to keep based on how significant to the case they are overall, the amount of raw evidence and witness accounts there are pertaining to them to limit the amount of he said, she said, and that provide a decent enough spread of information that might cast either side in a negative or positive light, in the hope that doing so will leave you with more or less the same stance you'd have if you went through every piece of information involved with the case cover to cover, though there are plenty of resources in the description for if you're not so sure of that once all is said and done. Even just the 5 key incidents contain enough details to get very convoluted very quickly, so to try to make things as easy to follow as possible, we're going to run through them twice. The first time we'll tell the story of Depp and Heard's relationship and the 5 chosen incidents leading to its dissolution briefly, and entirely from the perspective of Amber Heard's lengthy witness statement, taking all of her accusations completely at face value. After that, we'll take a look at each incident from more of an investigative perspective, presenting Depp's version of events as well as evidence that both sides have put forward to support their case. And then there will be a final section where we put forward some choice odds and ends in the case. Details that did not fit naturally into our 5 chosen incidents, but that we felt could be seen as egregious to leave on the cutting room floor. As you can probably tell by this point, we have quite a lot to get through, so let's get started.
Okay, actually, just for my own sake, I think I'm going to keep a paper tally of times that I think one or the other was like toxic or abusive, just so I can keep a memory of number-wise what we end up towards. Not that it matters, because remember, in this live stream, we're not focused on, maybe the legal aspect of it. We're, from a moral perspective, or maybe our own observation, why did we come to certain conclusions? And I think that's really what I'm focused on. It's just so easy to fall for media. I'm seeing it now with the Blake Lively situation. I just don't know what is true. And it's so confusing and difficult to come to good conclusions, I think. But so your bias and prejudice is playing a huge, huge role in what direction you swing to. And I just want to make sure that I'm coming to sort of like data-based conclusions, but also taking into consideration what I also know about people. So get my notebook here.
In 2009, filming began for the 2011 feature, The Rum Diary. The film, based on Hunter S. Thompson's novel of the same name, would go on to perform poorly at the box office, receive mixed reviews at best from critics, and ultimately prove to be totally forgettable in every way but one. It facilitated the introduction of one of the century's biggest movie stars, Johnny Depp, to the up-and-coming movie starlet, Amber Heard.
This was the only movie I saw with Amber Heard where I was like, ooh, I love her. I didn't love the movie, but I loved her in it. And then that was it. That was the only thing I ever paid attention to that Amber Heard was specifically an actress in, though I do believe she's the girlfriend in Pineapple Express with Seth Rogen. I believe that is also her.
Oh, God. Why did she have to happen? Just when I was doing so good without her.
By 2012, Depp and Heard were an item, The 23-year age gap raised some eyebrows, but love knows no boundaries. And even if it did, most 50-year-old men are not quite as appealing to 27-year-old women as Johnny Depp. In 2015, Depp and Heard married, tying the knot with a small ceremony on Depp's private island in the Bahamas. To the outside world, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's union was as picturesque as one would expect a Hollywood couples to be. But as we now know, below the surface, the relationship was no fairy tale. By Heard's account, as early as 2013, a pattern had begun, which should sound very familiar to anyone who has been unfortunate enough to fall victim to domestic violence. One of abuse, followed by remorse, then reconciliation and a period of calm, before the cycle repeats itself. While most of the time Depp exhibited the gentle, quirky demeanour that the public knew him for and she had fallen in love with, he had also begun losing his lifelong battle with substance abuse, regularly drinking to excess as well as using a wide range of illicit drugs. And often when he was under the influence, a much darker side of him emerged, one that he and Heard would come to call the monster. When the monster took over, Depp would become wickedly mean-spirited, directing verbal and often physical abuse at Heard. In the days that followed, he would apologise and ultimately convince Heard that he was determined to get back on the wagon. But as time went on, the monster only seemed to grow stronger, and the damage it inflicted only more severe.
Okay. Private Plane, May 24th, 2014.
One toxic element that had begun to emerge in the relationship quite early on was an intense jealousy within Johnny Depp. He would develop suspicions that Heard was having an affair with just about any male co-star she was working with.
Ooh, is that because he was a cheater himself? Is it because, as far as I know, they're both known for infidelity? Let me double check that. Is Amber Heard also a cheater or just Johnny?
And was remarkably sensitive about the prospect of her being involved in physically intimate scenes for a man who had been a screen actor for 30 years. This jealousy was the primary driver behind the first incident we're covering in detail. On May 24th, Heard told Depp over the phone that she would be filming such a scene with James Franco for a film they were working on called The Adderall Diaries.
So it says Heard was still dating Van Rhee and Depp was in a relationship with Vanessa Paradis. So both of them cheated to be with one another, which of course led to, I guess, paranoia in some aspects. So both were shitty people who got together. We're starting off the story with both being shitty people, which does not justify any form of abuse. For the record, cheating on someone, which I think is a form of abuse, does not also warrant them being abused because they were abusive. So just FYI, but both just started off in relationships, cheated to be with each other.
Depp responded angrily. Later that day, Heard waited for Depp in his private jet that was set to fly from Boston to LA. When he arrived, he was clearly high. During the flight, Depp began to taunt Heard with lewd and humiliating comments, many of them insinuating she was having sex with James Franco. Heard was particularly mortified by Depp's behaviour, as he had multiple of his friends and personnel on the plane, and she was dismayed that he would degrade her so viciously in their company. Depp began challenging Heard to state how much she enjoyed getting off with James Franco on set, and after she refused to answer several times, he slapped her in the face. At a later point on the flight, as Heard got up to walk to another part of the plane while Depp was taunting her, he kicked her in the back, hard enough to make her fall to her hands and knees. Later, he took off one of his boots and threw it at her. At one point, he also threw a fork at her. Eventually, he went to the bathroom and passed out, having been drinking heavily throughout the flight, in addition to being under the influence of whatever drugs he had taken before boarding. This was the
Oh my God. Okay, that is not good. Now, like he said, we're going through Amber's perspective first, face value, her memory, her recollection. So this is based off Amber Heard's testimony. If you guys have never seen that tape, I'm sure he'll show clips of it. He already showed a little bit of it in B-roll. And yes, chat says, doesn't Franco have SA allegations? I think Franco, because I cover James Franco, you know, I'm always very, I'm not a therapist, right? But like a therapist or a person who's interested in humanity, a philosopher, whatever, are always interested in getting people who have done wrong to do well. And that's something that's of interest to me, though I have, moving into 2025, decided that I chose not to go into a medical field, therefore should probably let go of sort of the desire to get people who have done wrong to do well, when I should just get people who have attempted to do well on a better track if possible, right? So Franco, I had covered his case a couple years ago. His issue with allegations has to do with like a power dynamic with students, also has to do with flirting with underage people, though legal in the States. He flirted with them and allegedly. Very stunted Hollywood, very toxic. All of his friends dropped him, including Seth Rogen. And that's the correlation. So Amber Heard doesn't have the greatest reputation in who she associates with in Hollywood. It's not like Amber has a great reputation. One of the reasons I wanted to revisit this case, though, is I noticed everyone who took Johnny's side and everybody who took Amber's, generally speaking, I don't respect the people that took Johnny Depp's side. They usually have very bad intuition and tastes in who is innocent and who is not. And I realized, wait a second. And then I noticed the progressives made really compelling video essays or conversation starters about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, not taking Amber Heard's side, by the way, but just examining how, once again, misogyny led us into believing that regardless of what Johnny Depp did to Amber, he was still the victim. And I think there's something to be said about that. It's not like Johnny was a good guy who got abused by Amber. You know, it's not like Johnny, but he did have a reputation that allowed him, I think, to be generally better liked. But I noticed that the people who were supporting him were not people that I considered good people. And then that made me question how Amber Heard's story got told to the media. Because even though initially I had thought of Johnny Depp as an abuser, I thought maybe I was wrong during the trial because the trial was so compelling that Johnny was innocent. But he was not innocent of abuse. He was simply innocent of what the defamation that she had claimed in the way that she had claimed it, and from the legal perspective was allowed to walk free. And then that begs a question about the moral perspective, which I think I'm more interested in personally. Let's see.
Most extreme incident up until this point, and Heard had initially been resolute in ending the relationship because of it. But after repeated expressions of remorse, as well as promises that he would undergo detox, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard ultimately wound up back together.
Okay. Will they, won't they? Back together, break up, never good.
The second chosen incident is not really a single incident, as it spans the course of several days. Depp and Heard were staying in a private resort on the Gold Coast of Australia. Having gotten married a month earlier, they were having arguments about pre- and post-nuptial agreements. Depp had again fallen off the wagon, if it can be said he had ever truly been on it. At one point, Heard claims he downed 10 MDMA capsules. Depp berated and assaulted Heard multiple times over a 3-day stretch, but the epicenter of this incident is in the second day. Heard went downstairs to find Depp in the games room, having been up all night on ecstasy. Lines of cocaine were on a nearby countertop, and he was drinking from a bottle of Jack Daniels. Heard said something to the effect that his substance abuse was getting seriously out of hand, and soon Depp was flying into another rage. He grabbed her neck and shoved her against a fridge, telling her he could easily crush her neck. She managed to get away from him and out of the room, but he continued to assault her throughout the day, and eventually pushed Heard to her limit. Sometime after the assault in the games room, Depp was still drinking booze from the bottle and began taunting Heard, asking if she wanted to take the bottle from him, which prompted her to snatch it from his hand and smash it on the ground. Depp then flew completely off the handle.
I wonder if that's that. You remember that infamous picture of the alcohol bottle slammed to the ground? I wonder if it's that incident he's talking about.
He began picking up full liquor bottles and hurling them at her as she ran from him. He grabbed her by the hair and threw her across a room where she smashed into a ping pong table which collapsed under her. Shortly thereafter, Depp was gripping Heard's neck and repeatedly bashing her head into the fridge, screaming she made him do this. At this point, Heard's bare feet were beginning to get cut up by broken glass on the ground. He stripped her naked, ripping off the nightgown she was wearing, and started grabbing her breasts. At one point, he ripped a mounted phone off the wall and began repeatedly smashing it right next to Heard's face. Though in the midst of the chaos, Heard did not notice at the time, Depp had slammed the phone with such velocity that in the process, he had severed the tip of one of his fingers. A lot more on that in part 2.
Ooh, yeah, there's so much to say about that severed finger. So we've already got multiple physical altercations. This is from Amber's perspective once again. And if everything she says is true, this is horrific, 100% horrific. And that's really what this case was about. Was everything from Amber's perspective true, or was she just making it seem that way? And this is what's so frustrating, being a person on a planet, sharing perspectives, but also having a world that debates whether or not these things are even abusive to begin with. That's the problem. Like, I covered this last episode of Ultimatum, and the guy yells at the end, like screams at her. And I'm sitting here like, you're on camera and you're willing to scream this way, and no one's going to say anything. And these shows like Love is Blind and Ultimatum have been called into question about the safety of the participants, because abuse was prevalent in the Queer Ultimatum. There was a domestic abuse case in Queer Ultimatum, and the show just kind of pretended it was drama. And that's the dilemma of living in the world we live in. Domestic abuse can be seen as like drama, which is why physicality is such a problem for me. Every time I see people get physical, I'm like, why are you getting physical? Why is there anything physical happening? And it's because people just, they're fist fighting. They're fighting each other. It's just, nobody should be fighting each other. Nothing should be physical. And that's, I think, one of the dilemmas we're running into. How do you have a Jerry Springer show without a chair being thrown?
Depp continued assaulting Heard for some time, and over the course of everything, her hands and arms wound up badly scratched by broken glass. The episode was so severe, Heard genuinely feared that she might die, but finally Depp relented and she was able to retreat to the bedroom. She locked herself in and took sleeping pills to make it through the night. The next day, when she went downstairs, she found that Depp had painted various messages on a lampshade, a sofa, and various mirrors, some of them scrawled in his own blood.
Ew.
Among the messages were the words "Easy Amber" and "Starring Billy Bob," alluding to an affair Depp suspected Heard was having with Billy Bob Thornton. Heard found Depp in an office, still drinking from a nearly empty bottle of Jack Daniels. More verbal abuse followed, but upon learning how badly injured Depp's finger was, Heard was ultimately able to convince Depp to contact a security team, who arrived sometime thereafter and took him to a hospital, but not before Depp began urinating in the house,
Interesting, because Johnny's perspective is that Amber was Amber's the reason his fingers cut off. Like she slammed a door or something. I don't remember now. It's been a long time since I've thought about the case, but this perspective feels so different. And that's kind of interesting too. Like there were doctors, the doctors would know how the finger came off. I'm curious if he has evidence from the doctor's perspective about the finger.
attempting to write Amber Heard's name on the walls and carpet. Again, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard ultimately reconciled after this incident.
Jesus Christ.
On the night of December 15th, Heard was assaulted by Depp in one of their LA penthouses. During the assault, he dragged her around various rooms by her hair and tore several clumps of it out as she struggled to get free. At one point in this incident, Heard decided to make a gesture of defiance. When Depp knocked her to the floor, she stood back up and looked him straight in the eye. This angered him, and he knocked her down again. This pattern repeated itself several times until Depp took a step back and headbutted Heard in the face, causing her nose to bleed. At this point, Heard resolved to leave Depp for good, and warned him that if he touched her again, she would call the police. But this did not deter him from continuing to assault her. More slapping, hair pulling, choking, etc. Eventually, Depp was on top of Heard on a bed, pushing her face down into the mattress and pulling out more of her hair. He had his knee on her back, his other foot on the bed frame, and he began punching her in the head. The last thing Heard remembered was the bed frame splintering before she blacked out. When she came to, she heard her friend Raquel Pennington, who lived in another penthouse on the same floor, crying out in shock. Pennington and another friend, Melanie Iglesias, who was also Heard's makeup artist, had let themselves in after not getting an answer at the door. They took pictures of the bed, Heard's facial injuries, and clumps of her hair that were lying on the carpet. Similar to the Australia incident, Depp left behind a note, scrawled on the kitchen counter with a gold Sharpie. It read, "Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit."
He's so paranoid, right? Like it screams so paranoid.
Again, ultimately, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard remained together.
Damn.
On April 21st, Depp showed up to Heard's birthday party at their LA penthouse, 2 hours late and clearly drunk and high. After the attendees left, Heard expressed to Depp that she was disappointed and hurt by the slight, and soon he was in another rage. He threw a magnum bottle of champagne and other bottles and/or glassware at her, which resulted in her being hit by pieces of shattered glass. Eventually, Depp left the penthouse, smashing various pictures and photographs on his way out. The next day, Heard travelled with friends to the Coachella Music Festival. That same morning, one of Depp's housekeepers discovered what they deemed to be human feces in Depp and Heard's marital bed. Depp became convinced that either Heard or one of her friends was responsible, while Heard maintained the excrement would have come from one of her 2 Yorkshire Terriers. More on
Now, this was used to discredit Amber Heard. Amber Turd is what she was known as. And I thought it was literal that they knew for a fact it was hers. But then I came to find out that nobody confirmed who the feces belonged to, as far as I know. Hopefully he has it in this video. But that became interesting to me, that nobody actually knew who shit the bed, and if it was the dogs, or if it was Johnny, or if it was her. And that's interesting to me too. Like, why did I think that it had been proven? Why did I think like, oh my God, she literally shit the bed? And then later on, I was like, oh, I don't know if that's true. Okay, so now I have to recontextualize all of that because all of those things were a combination of the reason people started to side with Johnny Depp, because there was like one thing after another. But how many of those things were even true? I don't know. Right? I'm not sure. What? Chat says you can tell it's human. I have no way to tell if shit is human or dog. I've had so many big dogs in my life. Like, I don't know. Are you guys like professional shit lookers? I guess I never paid attention to shit before. I don't know if it's a human shit or a dog shit. I don't know.
This in part 2, unfortunately.
Oh no, chat says you can tell when it's human. Are you saying you, like, I don't know if you can tell. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know if I could tell if it's a human. Okay, hold on. Incident 5. Okay. By the way, I started to keep a tally of all the abusive times he had been abusive, but now I'm at like 17. I'm exaggerating. I'm at 9. If you count every day that something happened, and then if you count every day that little things happened, I'm actually like, there's no reason to keep a tally because at this point, Johnny Depp's physically abused her once, and that was too many, right? And that's kind of what's interesting. Now, from my recollection of the trial, it made it sound like they were both physically abusive, both like there was so much that was happening, right, between the two of them that I'm not sure that how to keep track of who was physically abusive to who, right? Chat says, watch the court case. You're sharing misinformation. Tell your mom I said hi. You want to talk about misinformation? Your mom talks about you. She says she said some things about you. No, in all seriousness, we are going to watch the court case as well. But the reason we're watching a YouTuber cover it is for a refresher and because of how we tell stories. The court is just as malicious sometimes as a YouTube video. And the way you understand a story will change how you perceive a story. Courts are not about facts. They're about telling stories in a way that moves a jury to a conclusion. So don't get it twisted that as much as we like to think of the courts as fair, we know it's not. So we'll get to the court case in a bit. But for now, we're starting on this refresher.
On the evening of May 21st, Depp and Heard met in their LA penthouse to discuss their relationship and what promise, if any, it had. Depp was drunk and high again. He was still enraged over the feces incident. Fearing things would soon escalate to violence, Heard texted Raquel Pennington to come over. Depp made an accusation that another of Heard's friends, Io Tillett Wright, was responsible for the feces. Heard then called Wright, put him on speakerphone, and asked him to address the accusation, knowing it to be untrue. Given the inherent absurdity of the situation, Wright began laughing, and this pushed Depp over the edge. He snatched the phone from Heard and began screaming down the line at Wright, before throwing the phone and storming upstairs. Heard retrieved the phone and spoke to Wright, who urged her to leave the building. Before long, Depp had returned. He again snatched the phone from Heard, screamed at Wright one more time, then wound his arm up like a baseball pitcher and threw the phone with full force straight at Heard's face. It hit her right in the cheek and eye.
I said, you hit me. I was crying. I said, Johnny, you hit me, because then I start hearing things being smashed. And I said to him, honey, you hit me in the eye, my eye. And I start crying. And he grabs my head, takes a fistful of my hair and says, I hit your eye, huh? Let me see your eye. Let me see your eye. What if I pull your hair back? And he yanks my head back, and he's, I don't know, smacking my face or moving my face or yanking me from side to side with my hair. I don't know if he's trying to grab my face or if he's hitting my face or I don't know what's happening, but he's yelling at me, he's screaming about
Amber is fast. You know what's interesting? Do you guys ever watch, you probably do, interrogation tapes? I don't watch a lot of them, but sometimes I see them on my feeds. And you always think you know how people are going to react, but they don't. They react so differently than you think. And Amber, so my initial reaction to this is like, she tells stories weird. I don't get why she's like, she feels fake to me. But now that I've been watching like a few of these tapes, people don't act the way you think they're going to act. And that's what's so fascinating about people is we all think like, oh, I know how a person acts. I'm a body language expert. I do all of this. But I just don't think we know all the time, which is why we're wrong so often. But I don't know, like watching this, is this authentic? Is it not authentic? I don't know what authentic would look like because I'm one of those people that I shut down. Like, unless I feel very safe and vulnerable, I won't cry. I will look very stoic when telling a horrific story about my life because I don't feel safe. And so like, I won't cry. I'll be very monotone and people are like, oh my gosh, like this doesn't feel real. But if I'm with somebody I feel very safe with, then I'm like I can cry. I'm like very open. I'm very messy. It feels like Amber isn't in that place. She doesn't feel very safe. She's not crying. She's almost like faking the emotion in her voice, which I'm not sure is necessarily true, but it may appear that way because she might be actually not feeling safe enough to be actually vulnerable. So I'm going to hold judgment because the whole point of this is to hold judgment to make sure that our bias isn't playing a role, because our bias already played a role when the court case happened, right? So I just want to make sure that even though to me this reads like inauthentic, I don't know if that's actually true or if that's my own prejudice playing a role in how I think victims should act, right? Chet says body language analysis is pseudoscience nonsense. That is true. It is. Body language stuff is like not accurate, though you can generalize people's body language. It's also culturally based. So that's, I know people who say like, oh my God, that person's so angry. I'm like, they're not angry at all. I've been called angry on my live streams where people are like, Brittany's so angry. I'm not even angry at all. You're misreading my body language or my tonality. And that's the dilemma, is being misunderstood, being misperceived is so dangerous because you'll perceive danger where there is no danger. You will accuse people of doing stuff like who they didn't do. And so that's what I don't want to do here.
Let's see how hard I hit you, and I'm screaming at the top of my lungs.
Okay.
Help, please help. I guess I say call 911. I'm screaming for help, not just in case Io is on the phone, which I don't know because the phone is somewhere after hitting my face. I don't know where it ricocheted and bounced off to.
It was around this time that Raquel Pennington arrived on scene. There was a scuffle as Pennington attempted to defend Heard, and then Depp began drinking from a Magnum wine bottle and smashing various objects with it. Depp's security team arrived at this point and were able to convince Depp to leave the premises, though he
Hold on. Chad says a lot of people consider chiropractic pseudoscience. First of all, chiropractors are... What does the military use? Why does the military use body language? Well, the military shit. It also tortures people in Guantanamo Bay. I don't know if... Just FYI, just because the military does it or a government doesn't mean it's good, right? So like, again, like the police, the way they do their interrogations are often incredibly immoral and unethical. They convinced a man he killed his father when he was sure he was innocent, drove him insane. And until his father appeared to prove he hadn't died, the cops convinced a man he killed his father when he didn't. So, Chad says, I did not say it was good. I said they used it. Yeah, I know. I don't know what you mean by your sentence. Again, I don't know who you are. I'm just reading a comment and I'm going off the comment, right, guys? Remember, you are commenters. I don't know who you are. So I read it in the tonality that I see it. The insinuation of your comment could have gone in favor or not. I read it in favor. Okay.
continued to smash and throw various objects as he left, and spilled wine in the penthouse and outside hallway. Pennington and her husband, Josh Drew, took pictures of the damage that Deb left in his wake, including the injury to Heard's face. It was this incident that proved to be the final straw.
Okay, Amber. An ugly red mark is visible on the face of Johnny Depp's movie star wife, Amber.
And remember, the way the court case had handled this was that she looked fine the day before, was out with friends or something like that, and that this is makeup. That was the accusation, is that this is makeup.
Heard as she leaves court with her lawyer Friday. 30-year-old Heard is claiming domestic abuse by Depp.
Johnny, brutalize you?
A judge granted her request for a temporary restraining order, calling on Depp to stay 100 yards away. The hearing came as this shocking photo came to light. A nasty bruise clearly visible. The photo was reportedly taken Saturday night. One report claims Depp threw an iPhone at her.
People has learned exclusively that this is not an isolated incident. So while this photo is very shocking and it's news to a lot of people, the source tells us it's just the latest incident like this.
These additional photos were attached to the court documents. They show Amber's nasty bruises, plus an injury to her chin. And these photos from inside Johnny Depp's house show a shattered picture. Shards of glass are on the floor. This photo is a bottle of wine on the floor, along with a red stain, presumably from the thrown
The music is ridiculous.
bottle. Amber Heard broke down in tears as she was driven from the courtroom in an SUV. The shocking photos couldn't come at a worse time for Depp, who was on a promotional tour for his new movie, Alice Through the Looking Glass. Now, he has serious issues to deal with.
But for a time, he was
I liked that movie, for the record. That was a good movie. Not because he was in it. Honestly, I could have done without him, but the storyline was great.
Was able to deal with those serious issues in a manner that did not entail the incineration of his career and public image. Depp and Heard reached a settlement in the process of finalising their divorce, in which Depp paid Heard $7 million, and neither party really admitted to any wrongdoing. They released a joint statement that read, "Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm."
Huh. Wow.
Translation, Depp did not admit being an abuser, Heard did not admit being a liar or a gold digger, and both of them were free to move on with their lives. As part of their arrangement, Heard dropped the restraining order, and both parties signed non-disclosure agreements to ensure there would be no further mudslinging in the press. And that's by and large what proceeded to happen over the course of the next year or so, with both Heard and Depp continuing to work as prominent movie stars. Most notably, Heard starring as Mirror in the Aquaman film franchise, and Depp as Dark Wizard Gellert Grindelwald in the Harry Potter spin-off Fantastic Beasts franchise. The latter of which was at the root of things becoming openly acrimonious again when on the 27th of April of 2018, executive editor and columnist for British tabloid The Sun, Dan Wooten, penned an article on The Sun's website strongly criticising J.K. Rowling for openly expressing delight over Depp's casting, in light of the Harry Potter author's outspoken
She's a TERF. What do we expect?
support for women's rights, contrasting with Depp's reputation as a, quote, wife-beater. That prompted Depp to sue The Sun's publishing company, News Group newspaper, and Wooten for libel, which led to a 3-week trial in London that commenced in July 2020, with Heard testifying as the defendant's key witness.
Oh.
Depp also took the stand for several days. You probably already know what the outcome was.
It was the backdrop to this summer's legal blockbuster. Today at the High Court, Amber Heard and The Sun newspaper emerged victorious. The actor claimed her bruises were inflicted by ex-husband Johnny Depp. The judge accepted this and the description of Depp as a wife-beater.
Today it's probably cost Johnny Depp hundreds of millions of dollars, and he can make all the...
And it did. It really did cost him everything, right? Interesting. See, this is what I wanted, I think, this is what we would want from a court, is them to prove without a doubt something did or did not occur, right? That's what I think we'd all want to know. Like with Diddy, no one believed anything about Diddy, but that video of him beating Cassie in the hotel, that was it. That was our proof. And even then, some people will argue that he's innocent, but that was it. That there's nothing to argue about now. There's a literal videotape of him doing it. And what's sad is that we, in some ways it's sad that we need the videotape, and in other ways it's probably good in some aspect, right? But I am curious if there's something as black and white in this case that I missed or didn't realize was true, in the same way that Diddy and Cassie happened. Like Cassie happened, where like he hit her and we saw it on tape,
protestations after the verdict and all the statements he wants, but the words are Johnny Depp, wife beater. And the consequences of that are, when big family movies are being cast, they're not going to cast Johnny Depp.
Announcing he would appeal, Depp's legal team said the decision is as perverse as it is bewildering. Most troubling is the judge's reliance on the testimony of Amber Heard and corresponding disregard of the mountain of counter-evidence. With very few witnesses to their violent arguments, the judge had to decide who was telling the truth. He came to the conclusion that on the vast majority of occasions, it was Amber Heard. The judge dismissed the idea that Miss Heard was a gold digger and accepted her career had probably been damaged by the revelations.
I travelled here to the UK to testify as a witness to assist the court. After obtaining a restraining order in 2016 and finalizing my divorce, I just wanted to move on with my life. I did not file this lawsuit, and despite its significance, I would have preferred not to be here in court. It has been incredibly painful to relive the breakup of my relationship, to have my motives, my truth questioned, and the most traumatic and intimate details of my life with Johnny shared in court and broadcast to the entire world. I stand by my testimony. And finally, my heartfelt thanks for all of the tremendous and overwhelming outpouring of support that I have received and the many messages from all over the world. You have given me so much strength, and I send it back to you. Thank you.
The judge who presided over the trial, Justice Andrew Nicole, found that on the standard of the balance of probabilities, Johnny Depp was more likely than not to have been guilty of abusing Amber Heard in 12 out of the 14 incidents she alleged, including all 5 of the ones that this video has covered. We'll make reference to his rationale, as well as criticisms of it, as we go back and unpack the actual evidence pertaining to said incidents, starting right now.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so that was Amber Heard's perspective. Now, data.
I wish you fucking understood what you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself.
The audio you're listening to right now is a recording from March 8th, 2015, following the incident in Australia wherein the tip of one of Johnny Depp's fingers was severed. It isn't officially confirmed who turned on the recording device that captured the audio, though common sense tells us it was almost certainly Mr. Depp or Miss Heard, even though both parties have denied being responsible. As you may have guessed, the voice you just heard was Depp screaming at Heard, which doesn't do a lot to begin casting him in a more positive light.
No, it does not. And one of the narratives to this was that she had, with narcissistic abuse, they get you to the point where you look crazy and then they start recording you. That was the accusation of Heard. The accusation was that she drove Johnny into craziness. Then when he was crazy, she would start recording. And that was the accusation that I started to even believe myself, where I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like, that's a really shitty position to be in. Maybe she did do that. Which the irony is that it could have been reversed. It could have been a lot of things. So that is one of the theories that was floating around. Chad, I see you talking about her seeking medical care. If I'm going to be honest with you, why would you seek medical care? Is there a reason you would seek medical care if someone threw a cell phone at you and it hit your face? Like, I'll be real with you. I couldn't imagine seeking medical care for that. Why would she go to a doctor for that? If the result of him pulling her hair and throwing her around were things she could take care at home, why would she see a doctor and run the risk of it being documented? Isn't that pretty typical of a domestic abuse victim to not go to the doctor and definitely not get it documented? Like, isn't that exactly what she would do if she was a domestic abuse victim? If she wouldn't go to the doctor, right? It seems weird that she would go to the doctor, I think. When she said he beat her in the head when an assistant found her, you mean the headbutting? Even so, why would she go to the doctor? Most domestic abuse victims do not seek out medical care. It is literally the MO of a victim not to seek out medical care, right? Like, isn't that normal? Like, I feel like that's exactly what a domestic abuse victim would do. That's why no one believes them, because you think you would definitely go to a doctor, but that's just not what happens statistically. So I don't know, kind of makes sense that she wouldn't see a doctor, in my opinion.
It's when other voices appear.
Chat says if I had a broken bottle shoved up myself, I would go to the doctor. That's nice. We haven't gotten to that part exactly, right? Like, that sounds pretty horrible, but we don't know. And also, what you would do is not what anyone else would do, right? So again, we have to be very careful about, well, that's what I would do. Okay, well, I also work 50 hours a week. What are you doing, you bum? Are you sitting at home? Like, everybody does things differently. Okay, so just keep that in mind. It's not about what you would do. It's about what these people did.
Seemingly unaware they're being recorded, that things start to get interesting, however. There are 2 people audible in the first section we'll play, Dr. David Kipper and nurse Debbie Lloyd. Kipper is Depp's doctor and has been treating him mainly for addiction issues. He and Nurse Lloyd are on scene in response to the finger situation. It should be noted that the subtitles we're going to put forward are based on the transcriptions of YouTuber Incredibly Average, who is very much in Depp's camp. Some of it we can hear clearly. Other parts are much tougher to make out, and there could certainly be room for confirmation bias, so take it with as much of a grain of salt as you see fit.
Okay, hold on. First of all, I'm going to read this. Also, I'm sorry. I'm going to block people that are coming into this just fully not willing to re-examine the case and be wrong or right. Again, I took Johnny's side during the case, but I fear I could have been wrong. That's why we're revisiting this, because there's a good chance we supported an abuser. and it looks like we did, definitely, no matter how we feel about it, I would argue that Johnny Depp is abusive and that he cheated on his wife, abusive. Like, that's what abuse looks like to me. So when we're having this conversation, we just want to make sure we're going in to question ourselves. So I'm going to block anybody in chat that feels personal about this case, because nothing to do with you, or is coming in with like very strong opinions either which way, because that's not the point of this review. Okay, you can go hang out with all your weirdos on the internet who are very strong about this case somewhere else. Okay, I'm going to read the audio out loud. It says, Dr. Kipper says he's going to need a skin graft. Because otherwise he's going to need a skin graft, probably. But I'm trying to find where the inaudible. So she did this. Look, Ben. Look, she, inaudible. I can't find the fingertip. Nurse Lloyd says, inaudible. What? Here's this blood. Nurse Lloyd says, all this blood. All this blood. All this, all blood. Okay. Dr. Kipper says, I know. It would have been. I looked. It would have been. Where the initial injury. ... Nurse Lloyd says, holy fuck. Well, actually, it could be in here too, Dr. Kipper says. Nurse says, wow, wow, wow. Dr. Kipper says, so you know. Inaudible. She shattered the bone. So this is pretty damning, right? They're going with the idea that Amber did this. They're fully saying, so Amber's perspective is that Johnny severed his own finger, right? By slamming the phone down near her head. And the doctors are examining the finger, and Johnny, I guess, told them Amber did it. And so now they're referencing she did it. She shattered the bone, right? Nurse Lloyd says, awesome.
Dr. Kipper describes he and his team struggle to find the tip of Depp's finger, and a little while later, he calls out to Jerry Judge, Depp's head of security, who is also on scene.
All right, Jerry, Dr. Kipper says, Amber Heard says, it's not in the trash in the entrance. Dr. Kipper says, my advice. Amber's got to take care of herself. We're going to take care of him. Okay, which insinuates that Amber's also in a negative place. Like Amber also needs care, maybe? They can't be together now. It's going to send her off and become really combative. Oh, her being Amber? So however, Amber, I think she should be in Los Angeles with her support system. Okay, interesting. So he's not calling the cops. So this is interesting because as a doctor, isn't he obligated to call the police in a domestic abuse situation like this? So he's not calling the cops. Is it because they're celebrities? And this is to run its course, the doctor said. And this is not going to be for days. Amber stops away in another room. Nurse says, how bad is it? I think somebody needs to fly with her. Amber starts sobbing loudly. Dr. Kipper says Jerry can fly with her. Nurse says no, she won't have, or no, just that she won't have Jerry. Amber sobbing loudly. Kipper says she doesn't have a choice. Nurse says something, but it's inaudible. He says, I don't give a shit. I mean, I know it's a bit, I don't mean to invalidate what you're saying to me, but... She said, no, but I'm just wondering if there's another person. That's what I'm saying. It always, wait, I'm sorry. I think I missed something. Well, the doctor said, I asked those same questions earlier. And it always comes back to Jerry going with her and should for that reason. That he's not going to be manipulated. He's a strong guy. So the doctor's fully seeing Amber as the perpetrator here, which she very well could be, right? She very well could be.
The first thing you likely would have noticed at this point is that Dr. Kipper seems to have insinuated that Heard is responsible for Depp's injury. Again, that's if you trust the transcription. The moments he's supposed to allude to that are admittedly difficult to make out.
So she did this. She shattered the bone.
Beyond that, though, the general tone in the room seems completely incongruous with Heard's version of events. You'll recall the Australia incident was one of the most severe. If Heard's account is correct, she should currently have fresh glass cuts all over her hands and arms, as well as presumably...
Oh, chat says, I thought mandated reporting was for children. Nope, it's for everybody. It's not an age thing. Mandated reporting is all people. That's why I'm wondering, because I know I've had adults report other adults because they're mandated reporters. They have to. If someone says like, hey, I think I'm being abused in my relationship, they had to report it to the law. So I'm curious about that as well.
Numerous bruises after assaults that included having her head repeatedly bashed into a fridge and being thrown onto a ping pong table. Nothing in the way Dr. Kipper and Nurse Lloyd are speaking to each other reflect her being in such a state.
Kipper says, I bet it's in here. Amber says it's all because I'm here. Kipper says he's got this all over him. Kipper says, I mean, he's going to get infected. So Deb, we have to inaudible. Kipper says, looks like he tried to do something. Amber says, is it hurt? Question mark. Nurse says, how big is the piece of skin we're looking for? Kipper says, you're looking at this. You're looking at like a third of the tip of the finger. He's going to get cellulitis. Amber says, Johnny thinks inaudible. He thinks it's my fault. Kipper says, I'd love somebody to go through, ... Amber says, what do I do? Sobbing, she's crying. Maybe she should have something, Dr. Kipper says. Amber says, I never meant to hurt him. The nurse says, is there something we can give her? So indicating Amber's kind of like, hysterical, right? Like this is kind of a crazy situation, right? Like there's a tip of a finger missing. Her and Johnny were in altercation. I don't think this is enough to indicate anything just yet. Like, again, we don't know, but it is something to at least give us a picture of what could have been happening. Amber says, I didn't do it on purpose. Kipper says, I told Ben we'd cover if the police investigate. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I told Ben we'd cover if the police investigate. Interesting. Can I give her 50 of Seroquel? I don't know what that is. Kipper says exactly. Hold on, I think I missed something there. Let me go back. What exactly? He needs me right now, Amber says. He needs me. I'll tell you what's suddenly happening, Dr. Kipper says, with her. This is guilt. This is guilt. Reminder that he's not a fucking psychiatric doctor, right? Like, is he a MD or is he a psychologist? Because him accusing Amber of like having guilt, maybe she's having guilt, but like, again, this incident with Amber doesn't erase any of the incidences leading up to this happening. Okay? So I think that's what is kind of I'm having difficulty with, because if everything she said was true leading up to this incident, then Johnny Depp did this to himself. But if Amber's saying on the thing, I never meant to hurt him, is she saying in terms of the finger directly or in terms of something else? I don't know. And that's what's interesting. Amber could be 100% orchestrating this whole thing. She could have been cheating on her partner to get to Depp and convinced him to cheat on his partner. And he, being the weak-minded person that he is, was like, yes, Amber's the love of my life now. I believe in marriage. And then all of a sudden they got together. But like, there's something so specific about this case that it makes me feel like this is why domestic violence is so difficult to parse out, because there's so much toxicity that goes into it. I mean, healthy people, in my opinion, a lot of healthy people aren't in these situations, but the whole getting back together again and breaking up and getting back together and breaking up, like that's not a healthy cycle. It's not a healthy cycle. So if this is the cycle you're in, you're unhealthy. But then just because you're unhealthy doesn't mean it's now you get to be abused because you're an unhealthy person, right?
She won't take 50. I gave her 25.
She won't take the 50. I gave her 25 and 300 and said we'd recess in a little bit. Sorry, my light's in the way, so I have to like move my head to read it.
300 and said we'd reassess in a little bit.
Next, we're going to jump to a point where Jerry Judge can be heard speaking on the phone to Christy Dembrowski, Johnny Depp's sister. Judge has some very notable things to say about Heard's injuries that might provide some insight as to why no one seems to be at all concerned about them. Fortunately, he's close enough to the recording device that in this instance, we don't need to trust anyone else's interpretation of what's being said.
Jerry Judge says, okay, all right, I hear what you're saying. I've seen Johnny hurt. I've never seen him this hurt, ever. Honestly, he wrecked this place. I mean, it's wrecked. Okay, so Johnny's the one who fucked everything up. The windows are broken. There's a TV. I think she did it. There was a cup thrown. It missed. Wait, so she did it? See, that's the problem with this audio. There's been bottles thrown.
She admits to me.
And she admits to me she threw the first one. I don't doubt it, right? She threw a bottle at him. She did it first. I mean, I believe it. She admits to me that, and I say to her, he wants a settlement. She says I disagreed and refused to do it in my temper. And he was. And she says I disagreed and refused, and he was shouting at her and screaming at her. She has scratches on her left arm, which Debbie told me about. I've looked at it, and I've seen those scratches before on other people. As far as I'm concerned, they're self-inflicted. Oh, shit. Okay. So then maybe this is enough proof, or maybe they're all in it on Johnny's side. Who knows? That's what's interesting. Is Amber Heard a victim, or are they both? This is what a toxic relationship gets you. It gets you so messy that you don't know how to put it together. But there is, I believe, always a more innocent person. Like I was reading about how there's no such thing as mutually equally abusive relationships, like how oh, there goes my pen. How people don't usually abuse each other is usually one way to another, but people can be in toxic cycles together. This is really hard as a layman. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a medical person. So as a layman who's been in really toxic relationships, who's trying to figure out like, how do I get out of this cycle? It's hard because you just want to look at someone and say like, you're being abusive. You're the bad guy. I'm innocent. But you're not really innocent in a sense, but you're not guilty as well. Because I think the intentionality is what's the point here. I don't know the intention of two fucking cheaters who are willing to say fuck you to their partners and willing to get together in the name of what? I don't even know. I don't know how they don't even start off in an abusive relationship when they started off in an abusive situation, or at least a toxic one, right? So I'm very confused on how to read it, because I know for me, when I look at my toxic choices as in my 20s, it was always made with optimism. This person's going to get therapy. It's okay. I'm not going to judge this person because of their differences. It's okay. I'm going to make it through. It's okay. We all need therapy. No big deal. It was always coming from a non-judgmental perspective, which is I know why so many domestic abuse victims stay in those situations. And I was never in a domestic abuse situation. When I say toxic, I do not mean physical abuse, sexual abuse. I mean more like a lot of like, we were really young. We were in our 20s. It was really like, just toxicity, you know, like a lack of compassion or thoughtfulness, or there was just like I remember when I got with my partner here, my spouse here, he was in the kitchen with me when he first came to visit me in America, and we were in the kitchen cooking together, and I would flinch away from him, and he's like, "Hey, are you okay?" And I was like, yeah. And he's like, why do you keep flinching every time you drop something? Because I drop things. I have really, I have a problem with my hands, and I'm always dropping things, and I break things, and I drop something, and then he would get near me and I would flinch, and he's like, are you okay? And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for you to yell at me. And he's like, what's going on? And I was like, I think I had an abusive relationship. And I do think that's a sign of abuse. Is the fact that I literally flinched when courting my now partner because I was afraid he would yell or throw something at me, because that was how I was treated in my 20s by my partners. Is when they were mad at me, they would yell at me or throw stuff at me or tell me I was like so stupid and I can't believe you did this. You're so fucking useless. And that was how I was treated in my 20s, which I would consider abusive. And I would never do that to my partners. But did I certainly get upset and yell? Absolutely. Did I call them names when we were fighting? Yes. Like, would I be like, you go fuck yourself? Like, you can't treat me like, I would be very aggressive, like in my standing up for myself. But was it toxic? Yes. The way I stood up for myself, I think was not the healthiest, right? But I do have a trouble understanding like what is domestic abuse and what is toxic relationship and like what is abuse. But I do think that I have had to heal a lot of my past relationships. And so when Johnny walks around the house and slams, he slams things, that shit is abusive to me. Like, if you're going around slamming cupboards and scaring your partner and throwing tantrums, that is abuse to me, because you're putting your partner in a situation now where it's like a parent when you're walking on eggshells and you're trying to like bring it down to a chill level, which is why I say like, you can't be yelling at your partner. Like, my partner and I do not passively aggressively make the environment so uncomfortable for each other that we feel scared. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think I do struggle making sure that I'm identifying like what this is. But yes, chat says psychological abuse is so real. It is so real. And I don't even know half the time if these people are meaning to do it, but they're doing it regardless. Like, I don't know if they realize that's what's happening, but they are the ones creating a scenario where now there's a toxic level. Like, I don't feel safe in this home, right? Like, I don't feel safe in this home. And that's the point. It's like, you should be able to feel safe in your home. And when people create an environment that you don't feel safe there, that's the point. So a part of me doesn't feel like Johnny created an environment to feel safe in his own home or for other people to feel safe around him. That doesn't mean that Amber didn't also cut off his finger or shit on his bed or do whatever she did. I'm saying both things can exist at once, and that's what we're trying to figure out today. Did both things exist at once? And do we really need to be defending Johnny Depp out here? Or do we just need to say, given the circumstances, it seems one person was more abused than the other, but also there was like a cycle of toxicity that this relationship started off in. You know what I mean? Okay. As far as I'm concerned, they're self-inflicted. Okay, I'm convinced of that. They're self-inflicted. Oop, hold on. Christy, I think that's Johnny Depp's sister, Christy. At the moment, I'll do a deal with the devil and calm this lady down. Chat says FD also has a video on this. I've watched FD's video on it. I do recommend it. It's really good, but it doesn't go into the case. It goes more into our psychology of allowing Johnny Depp to get away with what he did. It is a great video by FD Signifier on his second channel, but it doesn't deeply go into the case. Because FD said when he first heard the story, he just thought like, oh, crazy white women shit, you know? But then realized, oh, I have to re-examine my position on this. But it is a good video and I do recommend it. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I looked down and I missed it again. Sorry. At the moment, I'll do a deal with the devil and calm this lady down. So Jerry's fully anti-Amber Heard, as is Johnny Depp's doctors. Everyone in this moment, super anti-Amber Heard, which, to be fair, from their perspective, she just cut off his finger. So to be fair, right? Not very professional, but also very professional in its own right, because Jerry is Johnny's security, head of security. So that makes sense. And the doctor is, I guess, Johnny Depp's is his patient. So to be fair, okay. Because we'll be sending a car to Kipper. That's the doctor. Kipper to trim her down. And, you know, he'd want this to get this whole thing calmed down. And, you know, inaudible, I've been hurt this. I've been hurt that. He inaudible. Okay. And she admitted it also that she hit him first. Okay, there you go. There's that.
That she hit him first. She actually hit him in the face.
She actually hit him in the face.
So what exactly is Depp's version of what transpired in the hours preceding this recording? According to Depp, all of the tales of copious drinking and drug taking are untrue. He was sober for most of his stay in Australia, but this changed on the 8th. Heard had been relentlessly yelling at and taunting him after she became enraged from learning he wanted her to sign a post-nuptial agreement. Depp made multiple attempts to avoid the argument entirely by hiding from Heard in various bathrooms throughout the residence they were staying at. Apparently he had learned from experience at this point that engaging with Heard when she was in a certain temper would only cause things to escalate further. All of the screaming and insults caused him to break his clean streak and turn to drink, pouring himself a glass of vodka in the down.
Ooh, that could also be true. Being with somebody who drove you to drink is a real phenomenon, which is also like a sign to like get out. But humans are going to human. It's very hard for us to get out of cycles of abuse. And like, that's what's so hard with all of this. We want to believe in the good of people. Every time I allow an abusive person into my life, it's in the hope that they get better, because I believe at the core of a lot of abusive people, there's a good in them. The dilemma is that they won't do the work to get better. And so the dilemma is like, now you're just kind of, what's this word, guys? Enabling. You're just enabling the abuse because you see the good at their core, but like, that's not good for anybody, even them. But it's sad to see a person, you know, could be so good, just be so unhealthy, you know?
Downstairs bar and drinking it. When Heard discovered him drinking, she became further enraged, grabbed the bottle of vodka, and threw it at Depp. It narrowly missed his face and smashed into pieces against a wall. Defiant, Depp then retrieved a second, larger, handle bottle of vodka, poured himself another glass, and began drinking that.
Yes, when someone throws a bottle at you, get more drunk. That's sarcasm. I'm sorry, that was, okay.
Heard then grabbed that nearly full handle bottle of vodka and threw that at Depp. This time, her aim was more on point.
My hand was resting on the marble of the bar like that when she threw it from about this distance, and it smashed into the bar, which and this finger, who I now call Little Richard, was the tip.
I also hated that. I hated this. I hate this. Like, it's not funny. I don't get what the fuck is the joke. You know what I mean? But like, I get it. People make jokes. People have both him and Amber Heard in these moments came off to me very like unlikable. But maybe that's because it's like looking at the toxic couple, you know, who's always blaming the other person for how bad the relationship is, but they keep breaking up and getting back together. It's like annoying, you know? Just says I laugh when I'm nervous or uncomfortable. Oh, I mean, I laugh too. It doesn't mean it makes you likable. You know what I mean? I also laugh. It makes you incredibly unlikable. People have called me like a psychopath because I get really nervous and I laugh. My brother has the same tic, and in the military couldn't help from laughing. He had to do extra drills because of it. But it makes people want to punch you in the face. So to be fair, also an interesting part of human like psychology is like someone's tic, their involuntary tic could make you want to punch them, which is interesting.
The finger was severed, and all the bone in here was completely shattered. I mean, it looked like Vesuvius.
A big problem with this incident is there are no other witnesses to the event itself. We have some audio of third parties seeming to voice their suspicions of Heard, and the claim that Heard is screaming out things like, "I didn't do it on purpose." But even if that transcription is accurate, we can't say with certainty that she's referencing the severing of Depp's finger, though while it can't be said that Heard has ever been caught on tape unambiguously acknowledging responsibility. There is one recording, separate to the one we just sampled, where it sounds like she might be on the knife's edge of doing so. This is from a phone conversation that took place sometime after the final incident. In it, Depp and Heard are mainly negotiating how amicably they will be able to handle their divorce, and whether or not they will need to take things to court. Depp recorded the call on speakerphone, presumably without Heard's knowledge.
The last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident.
The audio is pretty good on this one. If you guys don't need me to read it out loud, I won't, but I'll read it for now. You guys let me know in the chat if you can't understand it. Amber says, the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident, which is very common with domestic abuse victims, is to think that you love someone past their, like, even though they're abusive, because even if you died, you understand them better than anyone, right?
And I told you that.
Amber says, I told you that. Oops, my bad. Sorry. She said, I told you that, and I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. Which is interesting that Johnny's like, I lost a finger. Why is he even talking to her?
finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what.
Oh, she says you can tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge thinks. You can say it was a fair fight. Interesting that they're negotiating with one another. It's interesting that they're talking to one another. Is she threatening him? Like, or is she saying, you can tell people it's a fair fight and let's see what they say, but it's obvious it wasn't? Is that what she's saying? Or is she... Interesting. Let's see.
See what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp.
Tell the world, Johnny. Tell the world, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp. Man, I'm a victim too.
I'm a victim too of domestic violence.
And
yes.
It's a fair fight. And Johnny said yes.
Fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
And see how many people believe or side with you. Okay, I'm going to put that on Amber's side. So that's a form of abuse in my mind. I don't know the context of that. I don't know what she means by that, but I would say that in the context of hearing it, that sounds like an obvious threat and a manipulation tactic, as if to scare Johnny from telling his side of the story, because she's trying to do that. Like, no one's going to believe you. No one would believe I abused you. No one's going to believe you. So that's, I've got 4 against Amber right now, and I stopped counting at 5 for Johnny Depp. But, right now they've got plenty of counts of this. Okay. Okay, let's see.
It doesn't matter if it's a fair fight.
Exactly, because you're bigger and you're stronger. So when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger.
Okay, that's interesting. Like, so she says, I thought I was gonna die, and you lost a finger. Okay, this is so autistic of me. Doesn't that sound like Israel and Palestine? Israel's like, Israel's like, you heard us on October 7th. The Palestinians like, bro, our literal whole country's been decimated. And Israel's like, yeah, but ours could be. It's like, okay, one person actually physically got hurt and one person was afraid of getting hurt. Like, it's like, that's what it sounds like. I'm sorry, that's just where my brain went. But that, like, so she's afraid she could die and he actually got hurt. But is she saying she thought she was going to die, so she threw a bottle at him? Let's see though. It's hard. These phone calls can get fucked up though, guys. It's scary, right? So like, I don't want to assume, but let's see. Johnny Depp says, do you believe you're an abuser? And this is hard for everybody. I mean, hell, I just made that whole video about that YouTuber. He doesn't believe he's an abuser. And what did other YouTubers say to me? I don't care if he abuses people because the people he abuses are abusers. Nobody cares if you're abusive as long as you're abusing an abuser. That's what I was told about that YouTuber. But that's the irony. And look, I get it. You think, they're toxic together. What are you going to do? They're messy. It doesn't make it okay. And it's hard because you want to be there for your friend. You want to see them through. You want to tell them to get therapy and they'll be better. But they're not showing that they'll be better because they continue to do it. Right? So let's see. Do you believe you're an abuser?
You believe you're an abuser?
Amber said no. And that's probably true. Abusers don't believe they're abusers. And you know what's the irony? I feel like really good people think they're abusive, while abusers never think they're abusive. That's a generalization. I can't tell you how many, especially autistic people I know, who are convinced they're bad people when, dude, you're not a bad person, but the world sure is good at convincing you are. And I'm kind of sick of it. Like, you're not the one doing these things. They are. So, like, again, Amber and Johnny did start off in my mind as toxic people. Again, Amber doesn't see herself as an abuser, but most cheaters don't. I'm sure Johnny doesn't see himself as an abuser, or maybe he does. Do you think Johnny Depp sees himself as an abuser?
Do you believe you abused me physically?
Do I physically believe? I mean, do I believe I physically abused you?
Yes.
Do you know I'm 115? Well, not anymore, but I was 115 pounds. I'm a 115-pound woman, and you're. I have the capacity to abuse.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Have I ever been able to knock you off of your feet?
You started.
Off your balance?
You started these things.
You're going to get up on the stand, Johnny, and say she started it? Really?
Are you going to really get on the stand, Johnny, and say she started it? Really? I've never been able to overpower you. That's the difference between me and you. Yeah, this sounds really manipulative, but obviously he's also being manipulative because he's recording her without her knowledge. And sometimes the conversations you have in private don't elicit the way you really, like, sometimes you're so comfortable with someone, you say something that you don't quite mean in that way. Like, but at the same time, it doesn't change. I mean, that's the problem with human behavior. We all know that if we were recorded, we'd sound way different to the world than we sound to ourselves. We know that. We know if Alexa went public with all of our chat logs, 99% of us would look fucking crazy. But that's not the point, right? That's not the point. The point is, does Amber live in a reality where because she's small, she doesn't think she can abuse him? Because being small isn't what predicates the abuse. But then I wonder if it is similar to these YouTubers that we cover, these people that are convinced they're not. Like, what was that Alex guy? Is that his name? The guy who yelled at his partner and he was like yelling at her. Like, that's abuse, even if he physically never touched her. A lot of people think physical abuse is the only kind of abuse. And that's the dilemma, right? And also, it's not fair for people who are hurt to be like, well, you abused me too. You abused me too. It's like, what does that mean, right? Like, okay, that's the problem I'm having. Like, are you really being abused, or are you saying you're abused because you've been accused of abuse? Because that's the other part of this that's really messy.
I have never been able to overpower you. That's the difference between me and you.
Why did you try?
And that's the difference that the whole world and the jury and the judge will see, is that there is a very big difference between me and you.
And while we're on the subject of non-denials, if you were wondering about all those strange messages scrawled on mirrors and furniture, Depp acknowledges he was in fact responsible for those, including the ones in his own blood. His explanation is that he was in shock. He denies the part about trying to write Heard's name with his urine on the walls and carpet. In terms of why Justice Andrew...
Interesting. What do we think about 50-year-old Depp writing those in general on the mirrors, right? Chad says she could genuinely believe she was just defending herself because he is stronger than her, so she can't abuse him. Maybe. I definitely think that's possible. You know, the writing on the mirror stuff is crazy to me. That's a huge sign of, like, a lot of toxicity, right? I think that is really important. But again, I'm not sure how things escalated or started, and it doesn't help that everybody who testified on behalf of Johnny had really great things to say about him. It begs the question if any of those people were lying. That is the thing that I think is also curious. Like, his ex-partner, his ex-girlfriends, none of them said anything bad against him as far as I recall from the testimonies. I could be wrong. I don't have that memory. Which wonders, did they lie? Were they protecting him? Because lots of people protect abusers when they don't even mean it. Like, does that make sense? Like, you know, sometimes that's why I'm so scared to allow my reputation to be reflected in people that I know. Because, like, I don't know everything about a person. And I don't know what they're capable of. But more than that, like, even though someone's toxic, it doesn't mean they're an abuser. But it means they have more of a probability for it. And that's the dilemma too. But then what does that mean? This is so difficult. But again, we're not reviewing this today to decide who was innocent or guilty. We're trying to come to our own moral understanding of the situation. How do we feel? You know, is this okay? Is this not okay? Obviously, nothing that's been talked about right now is okay. Everything is very bad. Even then getting back together and breaking up and getting back together, what is that? Them being both cheaters who both had spouses when they were working together and cheated on those people to be with each other, bad. So right now, none of them are very likable people, right?
Nicole ultimately found it was Heard's account that was more likely to be truthful. Much of it came down to text messages Depp sent to various people in the lead up to the incident. One message in particular, sent on March 6th to his assistant Stephen Duters, showed him seeming to express deep bitterness about his career and legacy. This does not in and of itself speak to his being culpable of beating Heard, of course, but it does speak to him being in a foul mood at the time, independent of any arguments he may have been having about post-nuptial agreements.
Whoa, are you going to read it, buddy?
Nicole, independent of any arguments...
Hold on. He said, honestly, I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion furthering my embarrassment of having hoard for all of these fucking wasted pieces of shit, nothing years, on characters that I so ignorantly started to think of as my legacy. Every cunting fight, every fucking time I held my ugliness and rage deeper down and get it in check when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Ugh, dramatic. But remember, I do think there's a stuntedness and toxicity in all of Hollywood. And I think all these people that started out in Hollywood young, remember Johnny Depp was a kid when he started out in Hollywood and he was, you know, in a toxic bubble with a bunch of toxic people. I think all of them have fucking problems. Brad Pitt is an abuser. Brad Pitt is an abuser. Like, let's just remember that all of these men, all of these superstars, all of these celebrities, they have fucking problems. And that's why a part of me looks at all of them like, you all got fucking problems. You know what I mean? And it's clear. So just remember, like, it's not like this is abnormal. This is basically what I assume of everybody kind of in that bubble. And to be fair, even parts of YouTube, I also assume it of them. Very specific groups of YouTubers, I'm like, oh yeah, there's some shit going down there.
He may have been having about post-nuptial agreements. Nicole also found Depp's overall credibility to be damaged by his claim to have been sober for months leading up to pouring that glass of vodka. He had in fact been messaging his assistant.
Actually, great point from chat. Says, interesting, his side is showing the toxic stuff he did as well, where her side is just his behavior, and wonder if that was the tactic of his lawyers. Very good point. I also noticed that at least Depp is willing to admit things he did that was bad. That makes it look better for him than for her, because she's never admitting anything she did is wrong, and that's what makes her look kind of crazy.
Assistant Nathan Holmes in the days leading up to the incident, trying to procure, quote, happy pills and whitey stuff, which was taken as meaning MDMA and cocaine. He had also had the Australia house stocked up with alcohol. Depp's explanations were that the happy pills referred to legitimate prescription drugs, and the alcohol he stocked the house with was for Heard and any visitors they might have. Justice Nicole simply didn't buy that.
Well, yeah, what are we supposed to assume, that Johnny Depp's not doing actual drugs? It kind of seems silly. Like, I mean, you better take some drug tests. There better be some urination tests right now.
Depp's admitted scrawling of the messages certainly didn't help him either, especially the one that read starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, as the obvious reference to Billy Bob Thornton.
Also, to call your partner Easy and to accuse her of cheating on you, like, he's paranoid. But then if he's paranoid, do you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you paranoid? But then they're probably paranoid because they're both cheaters.
Amber Heard's recent co-star in the film London Fields aligned with Heard's claims of a seething jealousy in Depp. The written word is something that didn't do Depp any favours when it came to the private plane incident either.
Oh. Okay, here we go. From Johnny's perspective.
Johnny Depp's version of what happened on the plane flight from Boston to LA is as follows. It was Amber Heard, and Amber Heard alone, who was guilty of abuse on that flight. She had been berating him continuously, and he had been doing his best to not engage in any sort of confrontation. The allegation that he kicked her in the back is a fabrication that he believes she derived from the following episode on the plane. At one point, Heard got up from her seat and Depp reached out his leg, with the intention of playfully tapping her on the behind as a sort of reconciliatory gesture. He doesn't believe he was actually able to make contact due to the positioning of the seat, but nevertheless, Heard noticed what he was doing and did not find it amusing, to put it mildly. She reacted with such intense anger that she had to be physically restrained by Jerry Judge and Depp's personal assistant Stephen Duters, which brings us to the first factor that makes this one of our chosen incidents. It has witnesses.
Oh.
Jerry Judge unfortunately passed away in 2019, but Stephen Duters was able to write up a sworn witness statement as well as take the stand for Depp. He affirmed Depp's account entirely. The second factor that makes this one of our chosen incidents, however, is that there are some very curious text messages related to it, and no matter what you ultimately believe happened on that plane, it would be very hard to argue the texts do not, at least at face value, seem to fall very much in line with Heard's account. The morning after the incident, Depp sent Heard a text in which he expressed, quote, shame and regret.
Once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me, and I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. And I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will, for us both. I love you. Again, I am so sorry. So sorry. I love you, and I feel so bad for letting you down. What the fuck is this about? See, that's incriminating as fuck. What are you talking about? But then maybe it means, what are you talking about? Is it just, oh, maybe he fell off the wagon? It might not mean anything, right? It could be, yeah, what is this? I gotta get better for the both of us. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this. This is suspicious.
He does not make any clear allusions to violence. In fact, he states he does not actually know what happened, and speaks of how he fell victim to his illness.
Okay, so he was intoxicated?
And needs to get better for both of them. In Depp's witness statement, he claimed to remember the flight vividly, but his text message paints a picture of a man who was heavily under the influence to the point of blackout, just like what Heard described. In fact, contemporaneous messages to Heard from Stephen Duters himself seem more in line with Heard's account than his testimony. The morning after the incident, he sent her a text saying that while Depp could not remember much, after he was
Duters says, hey, what's up? Or, hey, he's up. He's much better, clearer. He doesn't remember much, but we took him through all that happened. He's sorry, very sorry, and just wants to get better. He doesn't want to be a fuck up anymore. His words, he's got bad indigestion this morning, but otherwise all right. He's going back to sleep for a bit. Okay, hold up, bro. That makes Johnny look hella bad. Okay, so now we're, you know what I'm saying? That's 1 point for Amber, 1 point against Johnny. What do you mean he's very sorry? About what?
Taken through what happened, he was very sorry and didn't want to be a fuck up anymore. A direct quote from Depp according to Duters. Again, we should note, no violence is mentioned, but it certainly doesn't sound like a situation where Depp was the wronged party.
Right.
Heard responded to Duters, saying that she doubted Depp was truly being made aware of the full
Heard says obviously he had no idea what he did, or to the extent that he did it. If somebody was truly honest with him about how bad it really was, he'd be appalled. Oh, shit. Okay.
severity of what he had done. Duters' response here was particularly damning.
He was appalled. When I told him he kicked you, he cried. It was disgusting. He knows it. What the fuck? Okay, so Amber told the truth. See, this is what I'm saying. What do you mean? This same guy took the stand to defend Johnny Depp, but texted her, literally, yes, you kicked him, or he kicked you? The fuck? What are we talking about here?
Quote, when I told him he kicked you, he cried. It was disgusting, and he knows it.
See, but we feel bad. It is really hard when you watch somebody succumb to drugs, or alcohol. It's really sad because you know that's not who they are. And I believe that. I don't think you are who you are intoxicated. It doesn't excuse your behavior, but I know what it's like to love somebody, the person that you remember when they were sober, the person you remember when they're in a good mood, the person you remember when they're happy, the person you remember when they're not in a cycle of fighting their own inner demons. That's the person everybody holds on to when they stay in toxic relationships or friendships. It's the person that I want to fight for every time anyone comes to me and says, I'm struggling with my demons. I want to wait for them to be that person. The dilemma is that you might be waiting forever. And then people say, wow, so you're just going to abandon people when they need the most help? It's about balance. You don't need to abandon people, but you have to be open with boundaries, right? Okay, so right now, this is pretty fucking damning. This is pretty fucking damning that the same guy that got on the stand to defend Johnny Depp is also the same guy that texted Amber Heard, basically proof that she was telling the truth that Johnny did kick her. That's, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
The explanation that was offered for all of this by Johnny Depp and Stephen Duters was that Depp was merely trying to placate Heard and had instructed Duters to do the same. Justice Nicole did not buy this, especially in light of yet more text messages Depp sent to people he had no reason to placate. In a message to actor Paul Bettany sent on the 30th of May,
random.
Depp described himself on the flight as
So Paul Bettany, you guys know who that is. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to the flight in LA this past Sunday. I'm assuming he didn't drive. Ugly mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodka pills. 2 bottles of Champers on the plane. Champers? On the plane. And what do you get? Question mark. An angry aggro engine? I-N-G-U-N? What's that? And a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who gets near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked up in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. Oh, he's pretty bad, isn't it? He's pretty bad. Chat says, I wonder if this is a pattern of self-harm for him. Oh, sounds like it. It sounds like this is definitely his pattern of self-harm. Fishy says, Injun is a slur against Native Americans. Okay, that's what I thought I was referencing, but then I was confused. Is he calling himself an Injun? Can he say that? Is he calling himself Native? Like when he played the Native American in that movie? You remember that? That was good times. Is he calling himself what? I'm confused.
As being, quote, an angry aggro Injun in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who gets near. One text Depp offered to counterweigh all of this was a message he sent to his sister on May 27th, in which he expresses frustration toward Heard and insinuates his only wrongdoing on the plane was breaking his sobriety. Perhaps it's evidence that the other professions of
He says, I'm done. Her actions have added more drama than necessary. And when I was unhealthy, was I unhealthy exactly? Question mark. When was I not sober for a day? Question mark. I guess that's what people call falling off the wagon. It happened to a lot of my friends. Their wives don't stop calling them. Yeah. This is sad because this is a lot of substance abuse, which is really, really sad. Yeah, there's a lot of layers here. Yeah, that's interesting to my brain. Yeah, it's really hard. All of this is really hard. I will say this, though. Okay, so I was reading up on it. Mutual abuse is not like a thing. Like you don't have 2 abusive people. You have 2 toxic people where the abuse is actually like, it's rare to have 2 like maniacal, malicious, abusive people that are targeting each other and happen to be dating. It happens though, sure. I'm sure, right? 8 billion people on the planet. But what you could have here is 2 toxic people in a relationship and Amber trying to hold her own, but she's toxic as well. So then I want to know how they're playing the story, because from Trump, wow, that was a Freudian slip. From Depp's own admission, he's got huge problems, huge. And maybe he feels more comfortable admitting them in some way because he's like, everybody's fucked up. I'm fucked up. Everybody's fucked up. And maybe Amber is less likely to want to admit them because people are already against her. Wait, Chad says his ex-girlfriends did say he was abusive. Wait, on the stand? That's so interesting because my recollection of the testimonies was that they said he was a gentleman. See, is my memory that bad? We'll have to rewatch the testimonies from his ex-girlfriends because the ones who showed up to court said he was good, didn't they? But maybe not. Maybe I misremembered.
Serious wrongdoing were just humouring Heard. But unfortunately for Depp, it can just as plausibly be read as self-pity for being put in the dog box, and doesn't go a long way toward explaining the text he sent to Bettany days later. You'll recall Incident 3 was particularly severe. By Heard's account, she had clumps of her hair pulled out, sustained a headbutt to the nose strong enough to make it bleed.
Wait, you guys are remembering that they said the opposite during the court? Wait. I watched it live on stream and I swear I remember there was a story about how one of his girlfriends said she slipped down in the rain and he came and he like took care of her and he was a gentleman even all those years ago. You're saying that in the court they said the opposite, saying he was abusive or saying he was a gentleman? Which one? I can't tell because that's so funny how memory plays out. No, not you, the comment. Oh, okay. So during court, they said he was a gentleman, right? See, now this is so interesting memory. What do I remember? It's hard to say. Yeah, they said positive things. Okay, I remember they said positive things. Yeah, court, they said gentleman. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, Interesting.
was repeatedly slapped and also punched in the head with enough frequency and force to cause her to black out. This
but then she didn't go to a doctor even though there was a concussion possible. Hey, how many people don't go to the doctor now when they get hit on the head? So many. I can't tell you how many people I know who get hit in the head and don't go see a doctor. And that wasn't even an abuse situation. So those people earlier that's like, why wouldn't Amber go to the doctor? I know people every day who never go to the doctor. It's just interesting. Even myself, it's hard. I can be in the most excruciating pain and not go to the doctor. Because we convince ourselves like it's not a big deal, don't make a big deal out of it. But I'm telling you right now, as somebody who like, I am so good at convincing myself I don't need to go to the doctor.
This incident took place on the evening of December 15th. Here's something that happened on the evening of December
I can't believe this was 10 years ago, bro. I cannot believe this was 10 years ago.
16th.
You know, I'd be doing like a jump with a back bend, and you can see this like graceful falling, and my hands are like, and my face though is like I've got that.
It has been noted by Depp's legal team that during her appearance on The Late Late Show with James Corden, the evening after she claimed she suffered the severe beating, there are absolutely no injuries of any kind visible on her face. No swelling around her nose, darkness or swelling around her eyes, nothing. Her hair also looks about as full as you could ever expect it to be. Beyond her appearance, her movements are also very fluid.
Great point from chat. I do recall this. Wasn't Amber arrested for hitting her girlfriend in 2009? I actually do recall domestic violence with Amber Heard before. We should take note of that. But also, there is video evidence of Johnny also being destructive. So then again, are these two abusive people that are in a toxic relationship together? I do recall Amber Heard that. I don't know the facts of that case, but I do recall, now that you say that, I do remember her having a record of some kind.
Notably, as you watch her swing her arms around and raise her hands above her,
I don't see any bruising, but considering that makeup can literally cover tattoos, I don't think this means anything. Just a reminder for those of you who are not in the makeup bubble, makeup can literally cover tattoos now. Okay? Like 10 years ago, you could cover all of Kat Von D's tattoos and you would never know she had tattoos. Right? So that doesn't mean anything to me. It's Hollywood makeup like artists. You think they can't cover a bruise? Please.
Head, you can never detect a shadow of a wince like you would often see from someone who sustained injuries that would cause their limbs to...
Yeah, you guys have never faked it long enough. You think women who are suffering from endometriosis don't hide half their symptoms for you? Like, I'll be real with you. Do you really think most of us who are masking and keeping our like pain symptoms at bay aren't just going... Why do you think that after we come out autistic or sick, people are like, you never look sick? Yeah, bitch, it's called acting. I know. People are like, you never looked like you were injured. Yeah, it's called fucking masking. It's called literally doing everything in our power not to like come across as weak and abused. What do you mean? Like, you think people can't fake it? That's what I mean. Like, we don't know. You do not know. You would be amazed at what people are hiding from you, especially at work or in professional settings. Yeah, you never hit a hangover at work, bro? Have you ever gone to work and like faked being happy? Hello?
Feel stiff. Remember, Depp was allegedly on top of her on the bed, pushing his knee into her back hard enough that it caused the frame to splinter. We won't go as far as to say that this categorically debunks Heard's claims. There is no objective measure of precisely how stiff she should look, and Hollywood certainly has a lot of very talented makeup artists, which is in fact Heard's explanation for the discrepancy between her story and appearance on James Corden. But the claim that her injuries are obscured by makeup...
Chet says, can you cover up swelling? Well, she might not have been swollen. Right? Like, that's the thing. And like, I mean, she could have gotten so many different things. You know, she might not have had swelling. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like that's that weird that she might not, you know what I mean? She just maybe not had swelling. You know?
Has problems beyond just looking implausible on the surface. A woman named Samantha McMillan, who worked as a stylist for both Depp and Heard at the time, made a sworn statement attesting that throughout the day on the 16th, she was able to see Heard in a good light, at close range, wearing no makeup.
Yeah, that's like saying Cassie didn't look abused, which most people would argue. Cassie didn't look abused. Nobody knew Cassie was being abused. And that's the problem I'm having. Just because she doesn't look abused doesn't mean she wasn't.
And could see clearly that Heard did not have any visible marks, bruises, cuts, or injuries to her face or any other part of her body. A man named...
I get, like, I don't know. Chat says, I assume that bruises swell when you first get them. I don't know. I get bruises all the time. They don't swell, but I've never been hit in the face. So I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't think I've ever been hit in the face. I mean, I've been hit in the nose wrestling and things do swell. No, that's a lie. I hit myself in the face. I hit myself. Guys, I literally, this is so embarrassing. I hit myself in the forehead with a door the other day. I'm so dyspraxic. I opened up the door and I just went like this, boom. And I was like, oh. I was so offended. And it did bruise and it did swell slightly. And then it went away. It was gone. But I had a huge bruise right I was so embarrassing. I attacked myself with a door. I literally just like went boom. And I was like, I was so offended at myself. So I don't know. I don't know. It swelled and then it went away. It like the next day it was down. So like, I don't know. I have bruises all over my body constantly. I just like, my spatial awareness is 0. And I'm the kind of person that like touches hot food just to get it done quicker. I think it's ADHD. I was reading up how ADHD people hurt themselves a lot because they're so impatient. They're just like, fuck it, I'll check. Like my partner would be like, oh, I wonder if the soup's hot. I'm just like, and I'm like, ow. And he's like, okay, well, I don't know why you checked that way. And I'm like, it's hot. It's an impulse thing. I don't know. The point is, I don't know how bad her bruise was, that injuries, how long they would last. Everyone's body reacts different, is what I'm trying to say.
Kevin Murphy, who worked as Depp's estate manager at the time of the incident, also had occasion to see Heard up close on the 16th. In his sworn statement, Murphy wrote that when he arrived at the LA penthouse that day, Heard called him into the master bedroom, where he found her sitting at the edge of the bed crying. She told Murphy about her assault, but his first instinct was suspicion rather than concern. Standing roughly 4 feet away, he observed no marks, bruises, cuts, redness or swelling to Miss Heard's face, or areas on her scalp where hair appeared to have been torn out. Just like Samantha McMillan, Kevin Murphy did not find Heard to be wearing any makeup. Besides surface-level appearances, another reason Murphy may have been quick to develop feelings of suspicion was that according to him, in all his time around the couple, the only party he had ever witnessed being abusive was Amber Heard. In the form of shouting, though Depp had apparently told him privately about being on the receiving end of physical abuse as well.
Okay. That's important to consider, especially if you're a yeller. That's what I mean. You can't be yelling at your partners. Steven Crowder, remember the video of Steven Crowder to his wife? And people were like, well, you don't know that that's abusive. You can't say it's definitively abusive. Yes, you can. I'm going to say it. It's abusive. Don't yell at your partners. Don't be talking to your... That's what I mean to say. I understand what it is like to grow up in an environment where you feel like getting louder is the only way to defend yourself. And I want to make it clear that when I talk sternly, when I say, hey, I know you're talking, but the way you're talking, you need to clarify. I am very Taurus energy here. I will not let you slander me in the name of making a statement. Be accurate and you can speak. People have accused me of being like, oh my God, you're raising your voice. I'm not raising my voice. I'm being clear. But if this is considered raising your voice, imagine what it's like being with somebody who's literally yelling, right? So I think this is like something we have to think about is like, is this raising your voice? And if this is like, how do you stay confident without it sounding like you're raising your voice? Because to me, these things are different. But I also grew up in a home that allowed you to kind of raise your voice and get loud. Especially if I was like really angry as a kid. And now I look back and they were probably like related to either borderline or autistic burnouts or meltdowns. Like you would get really angry and like scream. Like I never was punished for expressing myself as a kid. Like I was never punished for like needing to get my feelings out, which is one of the benefits of having parents that let you like yell to get your feelings out. But also I wasn't taught to regulate my emotions either. I was like, ugh, you're being silly. And the truth is like, I can handle a lot of yelling, but I can't handle a type of yelling. There's a type of yelling I do not tolerate. There's a type of yelling I'm completely fine with. Like being loud isn't the problem. For me, it's the disgust in your voice that I'm looking for. Like, that's the disrespect. The disrespect alone isn't the yelling. So when I say don't yell at your partner, I don't mean literally don't yell. I mean, don't have disgust in your voice like Scotty did in the ultimatum episode I just did. Scotty has disgust. He's mad at her. Don't be disrespectful, sir. But it's not the yelling that's the problem. It's the disrespect. Like in all of the times I've yelled at my parents, I am rarely disrespectful. Rarely am I like, fuck you, bitch. Like I would never, you know what I mean? Oh my God. Like you can't say that to your parents, you know? So for me, I'm very cautious when I want to make sure that we understand the feelings that are being expressed in the yelling, right? Because I've had situations with people where they've tried to like, I can tell they're in a very bad place and they'll start making accusations and you stand up for yourself and they're like, you're yelling at me. I'm like, I'm not yelling. I'm making it clear you can't just bullshit your way through this conversation. And they're like, I can't believe you're yelling at me. And I'm like, what? What are you doing? And then you feel like you're gaslit because they're like, you're yelling. I'm not yelling. And like, even now, this is not yelling. This is speaking loudly at most. You guys have like yelling. Do you know what a yell is? But you know what? At the same time, different people got different tolerances for loudness. So I'm okay. You know, yes, it is cultural as well. Chat says, I feel like certain cultures, it is normalized to raise your voice at each other, even if you're not angry or arguing. Very true. And I grew up in a very, Middle Eastern home. So for sure, bro, we're very loud people. They always joke, nobody knows how to speak like they're in a library. We don't have library voices. My partner says I yell all the time, but I'm not yelling. He's like, oh my God, you're yelling again. I was like, I'm not yelling. I'm like, this is not yelling. I'm just excited. And like, this is how I sound always. I'm always at this loud pitch. I'm never like, hold on. This is I think what a normal person might be speaking at. And I'm always just yell talking. I'm a yell talker. I know what I sound like, but I'm genuinely having like the time of my life. Thank you for being here. But like, I don't have an inside voice. Okay.
Another witness to Heard's lack of injuries was a nurse by the name of Erin Borum. Borum is particularly interesting, as she wrote notes detailing her observations at the time. Borum was also not only a nurse, but a friend of Heard's by Heard's own account. She visited Heard at her home on the 17th to deliver medications. Her notes do state that she observed Heard to be actively bleeding from her lower lip.
Oh.
Depp and his team claim this would have been the result of a bad habit Heard had of actively chewing and picking at her chronically chapped lips. We can't say whether the cause of the cut the blood was emanating from was that or an act of violence, but
I don't know. That's hard to say. I don't know.
Should be noted that any cut from December 15th would not be actively bleeding 48 hours later unless the scab was reopened.
True.
How? What's much more important though is what Nurse Borum did not observe. Her notes from the visit state that after Heard told her Depp had torn out clumps of her hair.
Okay, so she did go to the doctor. Everyone in the chat who said she didn't go to the doctor after she was hurt, she did go to the doctor.
Bruised her scalp in the process. She inspected Heard's scalp, but could not see any such hematomas. The only other observation she made about Heard's appearance were that she looked disheveled with unbrushed hair, and appeared weepy with sad and slouched posture. When this was put to Heard on the stand, not only did she remain firm, the description she gave of her injuries was if anything more severe than what she described in her witness statement. She asserted that at the time of her encounter with Nurse Borum, she had, quote, 2 black eyes, a broken nose and a broken lip, bruised ribs, bruises all over her body. It's in this incident where this video contends a rather striking amount of bias begins to become apparent in Justice Nicole's ruling. He essentially just writes off Samantha McMillan as being wrong about Heard not being in makeup at the time she observed no bruises, and accepts Heard's claim that she was wearing makeup on the basis that her friend Raquel Pennington attested that she saw bruises on Heard, and that Heard's makeup artist, Melanie Iglesias, made a declaration affirming that she did in fact apply makeup to Heard to cover the injuries. He seems to ignore Kevin Murphy's witness statement entirely and without explanation, though elsewhere in his judgment, he does cite Murphy expressing strong loyalty to Depp and messages between the two. Taking loyalties into account when weighing up dueling witnesses.
Well, so are we saying that her makeup person lied? And because that's the problem. It's like, who's lying? Because it's not just Johnny or Amber. It's all the people around them too.
The statements is no doubt valid, but he never seems to apply the same scrutiny to Pennington and Iglesias, whose personal and professional interests are very much aligned with standing in good favour with Amber Heard. Which brings us to Nurse Erin Borum. Borum did not have any particular allegiance to Depp, and in fact seemed to have more of a personal friendship with Heard. In Justice Nicole's ruling, he reasons that because Borum was just dropping off medications on the way to see another patient, it would not have been remarkable for her to miss all of Heard's injuries sans the broken lip, as she did not have time to perform a, quote, clinical examination. Just to make sure there's no confusion on this matter. What Justice Nicole is saying here is that it is in his opinion, more likely than not, that a trained nurse did not notice patches of bare scalp, a busted nose, and 2 black eyes on account of being in a bit of a hurry.
Yeah, like that's kind of crazy. Like that's a crazy thing not to be obvious. Like I feel like there'd have to be something so obvious about those things, but maybe not.
There are some pieces of evidence that support Heard, however. Most notably, a covert recording she made of an argument she and Depp were having sometime after the incident, wherein Depp seems to verbally acknowledge the headbutt.
Oh. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream.
headbutted you.
Couldn't believe you did that.
I headbutted you in the fucking ... I couldn't believe you did that, Amber said. Headbutting is crazy. Have you ever even, like, I've never headbutted or been headbutted except by a baby. The only people in my life who have ever headbutted me have been children, and it fucking hurts. Okay? Babies are so violent, bro. They'll just be like, boom, and you're like, and they'll just be like, boom, and you're like, what the fuck? And like the babies, and it hurts. It's like, holy shit. Like, a head via head is difficult. And it's not like the babies know what they're doing. They're just like, oh, I'm going to hit you in the face right now because I don't know. And you're like, okay, that hurts. I could never imagine an adult person headbutting another adult person. Like, that's crazy. But humans are animals. So remember, I believe humans are animals evolved over time. So we're going to have these biological experiences because we're always having a biological experience. So we're going to have these moments. Like, I think of roid rage all the time. Roid, like drugs. Because I see these men on the internet and everyone's like, what's wrong with them? I'm like, they're on roids. I guarantee you they're fucking jacked up. They're on roids and they're going through roid rage right now, which they would not be having happen if they weren't on fucking roids. And the dilemma is, like, if you're not watching yourself, you're not watching how much you're taking, you will become increasingly violent and not even realize it, but it doesn't matter. Now the damage is done. And that's the problem, is like, in order to explain your behavior, I think we can do that without making excuses.
Forehead. That doesn't break a nose.
Oh, so he said, I hit you in the forehead. That doesn't break a nose.
The explanation Depp gave for this on the stand was essentially that he misspoke. His version of events is that as Heard was punching and hitting him from behind, he swirled around to grab her arms and restrain them. In the course of doing so, both of their foreheads clashed. It's
possible. I mean, it is possible. You can headbutt somebody without the intention to, especially if you're getting physical. I don't have any personal romantic stories with physicality like this. Like, my partners and I never got physical, but I would say, like, wrestling siblings and stuff, we've definitely hurt each other. Maybe we've even headbutted each other, now that I think about it. I'd have to ask my siblings. We've definitely, like, sucker punched each other. We've slapped each other. We've like we used to play slapping games, consensual. And then I was even, like, really physical with some of my touch-averse siblings when I was younger. And then I had to learn, like, they really don't like being touched. Hello. But, like, you know, slapping each other, like, fun sibling games, not abusive sibling games. Like, all of it was really funny. Like, we'd be laughing because it'd be so funny. But it was like, we also thought we were so tough because, like, oh, we can take pain. You know what I mean? I grew up as a boy. So you either get it or you don't get it. And I think those are some of the funniest stories I have from my childhood, right? So there's something about that that's, like, funny, and I could see accidents happening. The dilemma is that when you're in a toxic relationship, any physical thing going wrong is just threatening. So if it's laughing and you're funny and it's like, you know, you're hitting someone on the back of the head because you're like, that's so funny. But if you have any fear of that person, then everything becomes like a threat. And that's different. You know what I mean? That's, like, specific. Chat says the audio doesn't sound like it was an accident. It could, though. I will tell you this. It could be either way. And I'll say this just as somebody who, like, again, when you don't know you're being recorded, the way you have conversations is just different. It's just so different. And that's what's so scary to all of us. That's why everyone is so afraid of saying, like, what they're hearing is what they're hearing. Because you know what it would be like if somebody took you out of context in a recording. You know how bad somebody can make you sound. And that's what's so scary about these situations is, like, are we being, like, with Amber Heard? We all took Johnny Depp's side and now we're revisiting it because what if we were wrong, right? I first took Amber, then I took Johnny's, and now I'm like, okay, maybe they're both fucked up. But then that doesn't change the fact that there could be more of a victim at play than you know what I mean? So then the question what we're asking ourselves today is, how wrong could we be? And how do we know when we're right? That's what we're trying to do today, right? Okay, let's see.
His contention that that's what's being referred to in the recording. So when Heard says,
Yeah, you can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream.
He adopts her language.
Headbutted you. Forehead. That doesn't break a nose.
What he's apparently meaning to convey is that while he inadvertently clashed foreheads with her, the impact that took place was not severe enough to cause the injuries she was claiming.
Okay, sure.
For what it's worth, Depp admits scrawling the message on the counter. Whether or not you think the man is a wife beater, it seems well established at this point that writing messages on household items is an
Chat says my mom secretly records our conversation and it makes things seem like sinister or bad when they aren't. I hope you never talk to your mother again, girl. What? That's crazy, person. Crazy. I'm sorry. It's crazy to record people's conversations. Like, it's crazy. You know, it's one thing if you're getting ready to go to court, but that's crazy. Why would that girl? That's crazy. Chet says they're both incredibly toxic. The lawsuit wasn't about who was more abusive or whether or not she defamed him with lies. Okay, and if you guys are just coming into the room, we are not interested in figuring out who was innocent or guilty. We're observing what we took away from this case and if we need to check our prejudice and bias. We are not lawyers or mental professionals. We are people checking our own prejudice and bias during this case and how this applies to other parts of our life. Okay, so I don't give a fuck what the court case was about. This is about us.
An outlet for some kind of release for Johnny Depp.
Incident 4, Los Angeles, 2016.
We'll make quick work of Incident 4, as the main reason it's a chosen incident is that understanding it is key to being able to follow what's happening in Incident 5. In terms of the violence after Amber Heard's birthday party, it's largely he said, she said, with no other witnesses to the allegedly violent episode itself, and some conflicting witness accounts regarding the state of Depp when he arrived at the party. Who you believe in relation to the claims of violence in this incident will likely hedge on who you most believe overruled. And so next we have the matter of the poo in the bed. This is important to explain in a little more detail, primarily because again, it will help you follow the next incident, and secondarily, whether or not you believe Heard was responsible for the feces, either personally or by way of colluding with a third party, may well have some bearing on whether you accept she could be unhinged enough to do other things Depp and his team allege, completely fabricating an abuse story that spans the course of several years, for instance. Heard's contention is that one of her Yorkshire Terriers was responsible for the feces. As was mentioned in part 1, the discovery was made by one of Depp's housekeepers, Hilda Vargas. Vargas wrote a sworn statement attesting that she never believed the feces could have come from the dogs, due to their size compared to the size of the excrement, coupled with the fact that she had cleaned up their mess several times previously and had never observed anything like what she saw in the bed that morning. Shortly after her discovery, Vargas informed estate manager Kevin Murphy of the situation over the phone and sent him pictures of the excrement, which he then passed on to one of Johnny Depp's security guards, Sean Bett, who in turn passed them on to Johnny Depp. According to Kevin Murphy's—
You know what this reminds me of, actually? I'm gonna make this relation because I think it's what's happening in society. This is like the Gypsy Rose Luigi thing all over again. We need to stop making heroes out of abusive, toxic, murdering people. That's the problem. I think the lesson for us to learn is that we make the wrong people heroes. Johnny Depp's not a hero. Amber Heard's not a hero. Luigi's not a hero. Gypsy Rose is not a hero. But we're so desperate to see an underdog be a hero that we create a narrative around them as being like the victim no one believed or whatever. This is our opportunity, I think, as a society to stop uplifting these people as like the heroes because like they're just not. You know what I mean? Like if this is your hero, no wonder we're fucked. You know what I mean? Like, this is who we keep picking as our heroes. Like, it's a mess. It's a mess. Like, it's a mess. So at the end of this, just be clear that even right now, I don't care about Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. What I care about is my ability to, like, properly process, like, what I'm observing. Okay?
His sworn witness statement and testimony. A few weeks later, on May 12, he spoke to Heard over the phone, and she was very angry that he had sent the pictures to Depp, as the episode was further exacerbating their marital problems. According to Murphy, Heard tacitly admitted responsibility in this call, referring to it as, quote, just a harmless prank. Heard, as you would imagine, completely denies ever making such a remark. In his ruling, Justice Nicole found the poo was more likely than not the doing of one of the Yorkshire Terriers, as Heard contended. Some of his reasoning was, in this video's opinion, odd. He found the notion of Heard leaving the feces as a means of revenge inherently unlikely, as Depp had left the penthouse the night prior to—
It is pretty unlikely in general that anybody would shit the bed unless they were like super drugged out in some way, but maybe not, because I just saw a story of a woman, and there's like pictures to prove it, who was so embarrassed that her poop clogged her toilet, she tried to throw it outside of a window and didn't realize it was double paned, and so the poop just— I saw this on Ray William Johnson, but it's a Reddit story with pictures of the fire department having to save this woman from inside the window because she tried to retrieve her poop. She was so embarrassed she clogged the toilet that instead of just saying she clogged the toilet to her date, she tried to throw her poop out the window. So you know what I mean? Amber Heard could have shit the bed. Because humans are weird. Y'all are so weird when it comes to poop. Like, just everybody is so weird. You know what I mean? Like, just everybody relax.
To its discovery for another property he owned in Switzer, meaning he may not have even found an opportunity to discover it before his cleaning staff. This makes some sense. Nicole then goes further, stating, quote, as long as he was away, it was Heard who was likely to suffer from the feces on the bed, not him. This makes very little sense, as Heard and her friends were bound for the Coachella Music Festival, and we don't have any reason to believe she would be anticipating a return to the penthouse before Depp. He makes no reference whatsoever to Murphy's account of the harmless prank remark when explaining his finding, presumably again deeming Murphy to be unreliable due to his expressed loyalty to Depp. Incident 5 is a particularly tricky one to unpack. There are conflicting witnesses with respective loyalties to Depp and Heard, and an awful lot of details are in dispute. So it's probably easiest to begin with what's agreed upon. Depp and Heard were in their penthouse on the evening of May 21st, for the purpose of discussing their relationship and the prospect of its dissolution. An argument did take place concerning the feces found on the bed. Heard was adamant that she was not responsible, and at one point she called Kevin Murphy, put him on speaker, and asked him to retract his account of her referring to it as a harmless prank. Depp claims that when Murphy refused, Heard began screaming down the phone at him, calling him a liar. Regardless of how aggressively she made her feelings known, both parties certainly agree Heard expressed that she did not regard his account as truthful. The next person on the phone was Heard's friend Io Tillett Wright, who was told he was suspected by Depp as having been responsible for the actual act of defecation. Wright did laugh or otherwise treat the subject with a derisive attitude, which Heard claims caused Depp to fly into a rage. Again, regardless of how aggressively he made his feelings.
So all we know is there was a poo. And I think that's what the most important part of this is. There is a poo. Who's responsible for the poo is the question.
Feelings known, both parties agree that Depp expressed his displeasure at Wright's attitude toward the matter. It's at this point, where there is very little about what transpired and how, that is not in contention. Depp of course denies taking Heard's phone on which Wright was on speaker and hurling it at her face. He does however agree that Heard began screaming out for Wright to call 911, all as part of a hoax to stage an incident of domestic abuse. Not long after this, Wright sent a text to Raquel Pennington that read, JD attacking Amber, she told me to call 911, I am doing it. Not long after this, Pennington is in the penthouse. Depp denies there was a physical scuffle of any kind with her. He also again denies laying hands on Heard, but does not dispute that she began screaming out for him to stop hitting her. This, he submits, was for the purpose of furthering the hoax, and her cries did prompt Depp's security personnel, Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, to run inside. When they arrived, however, Depp claims Heard was still 20 feet away from him, sitting on a couch. And when she noticed them, she quickly switched to the past tense, saying Depp would never hit her again. At this point, Jerry Judge urged Depp to exit the residence, which he did. All of the accusations that he was smashing up various things and swigging from a wine bottle are categorically denied by Depp. As mentioned, a problem with this one is there are multiple witnesses, but they contradict each other. You can likely guess how—
Ooh, it's so hard to know who's telling the truth. With stories like this, I just can't know because I've seen it happen. I've seen people time and time again make excuses for people's bad behavior, myself included, mostly because you do it because of a good place you're coming from. Most of the people who make excuses for people's bad behavior, in my opinion, seem to have good intentions. And from my own lived experience, I definitely always felt like I had good intentions because I was like, you don't get it. They were abused. They have childhood trauma. They have this, they have that. Like, we can get them help. Like, I always come from a place of like, we can get them help. But the problem with that is that it's often used by people to just create continuous cycles of abuse, right? So this is where we cannot know. So we do not know. Who knows? Ooh, that's so frustrating. You almost want to be a fly in the wall.
How things break. Heard's friends affirm her account, Depp's employees affirm his. To keep things simple, we'll just call that a wash and focus on testimony that comes from seemingly disinterested parties, as well as things that are actually documented. The first thing to look at is photographic evidence. These are two images taken by Raquel Pennington on the night of the incident. They demonstrate how variance in lighting can make a rather noticeable difference with appearances, as the images are taken moments apart.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They're both obviously a bruise or a hit of some kind. It doesn't matter how severe the bruise is. Like, is the implication that the bruise isn't as bad as Amber made it seem to be? Doesn't have to be. Even if he didn't hit her and he threw a phone at her but missed, that's just as bad. Him actually landing the throw doesn't somehow make it worse. Like, hello? It just allows for evidence to exist.
The alleged injury looks somewhat larger and more defined on the left. Depp and his team don't contend the injury is photoshopped, but rather that it is faked with something like makeup. One thing we'll note is that if it is faked, whoever applied it was quite clever, because they mimicked the sort of markings you might see from a blunt object striking the area around the eye very accurately. You can see some redness, with a linear edge, around Heard's right temple and under the eye, in keeping with the side of a linear object coming into contact with this area. If Heard's temple was the point of impact, you might expect blood to accumulate
I mean, he looks fucking real to me.
under the skin around the eye, resulting in a red colour like we see here. The only part of the markings that look potentially atypical is the redness on Heard's eyelid. Most of the time it would take a few hours for this area to show bruising as a result of blunt force impact.
She could have been crying, and that could have been red from the crying, maybe because her nose looks a little red. So maybe it's from crying?
To the temple and lower eye socket area. But we can't say the eyelid categorically would not redden within an hour of such a strike, so it's not of paramount importance. Little to no swelling is visible, though it is supposed to be a fresh bruise, and these sorts of things can vary considerably. Can this sort of mark be created by household makeup products? Absolutely. There is unfortunately no way to differentiate coloration from such a product, and coloration from actual blunt force trauma with only a photograph to go on. So ultimately, you just have to decide how plausible you think it is that Heard or Pennington would have understood the general pattern of eye injuries adequately enough to pull off this convincing of a job. The next thing to do is to compare the images presented by Heard to what witnesses other than her friends, or anyone with a clear loyalty to Depp, attest to seeing that night. The most notable of such witnesses are police who showed up on the scene after Depp's departure. Officers Melissa Sains and Tyler Haddon responded to Tillit Wright's call, and were in the building at a time which would have been very close to when Heard was allegedly struck in the eye with the phone. Both officers were trained in handling and investigating domestic violence calls. They both got a close look at Heard, and both testified to detecting no injuries or swelling of any kind on Heard's face. Nor did they detect any signs of vandalism in Depp's penthouse, or the building as a whole.
I don't really trust the police like that, so I don't know about that. But also, were they... I don't know about that. It's hard, because, like, you know...
Such as wine stains in the hallway, as seen in photos taken by Raquel Pennington. They did not investigate further after Heard told them she did not want to make a complaint against Depp, which it should be noted is not uncommon for domestic violence victims. In his ruling, Justice Nicole found that the officers' accounts were flawed, due to factors such as that they had not taken contemporaneous notes on the call, and in their subsequent depositions about 2 months later, demonstrated notably imprecise memories. Specifically, Officer Sains estimated they were in the building for 30 to 60 minutes, whereas CTV footage showed the duration of their visit to be closer to a mere 15 minutes. He also noted that while Officer Sains did not detect anything she deemed to be an injury, she did observe...
Chaz says, don't you think when it comes to people who have severe trauma and mental illness, it's kind of hard to say how responsible they are for hurting people, especially if they don't know they're sick? No. Or are delusional? No. If you have, like, schizophrenia, maybe. She doesn't have schizophrenia. Like, sure, if you have an illness that, like, really fucks with you, but then no. Amber was never diagnosed with fucking schizophrenia. She was diagnosed with borderline at most. And I don't even know if she was diagnosed, right? Like by an actual professional who actually saw her and cared about her and learned her case. She could have a lot of problems with her. It doesn't matter. Like, that's the problem is like you're only so responsible. Here's the problem. In my ideal world, we would meet every single case where it's at. We would meet every single sick individual where they're at. We would give them a pathway to redemption. And if they didn't take it, then we would have conversations about why it was hard for them. Right? Chat says, no, not these people, just people in general. Oh, I think we should meet every case individually. I don't think the law or anyone is wise or patient enough to actually give actual justice. I think humans are too eager for violence. I think we're too eager for punishment. And I personally think we handle people horribly in the justice system. I would rather meet people where they're at and give them opportunities for redemption and give them pathways to do that. If they don't take it, then we can have conversations. So you're responsible, but to what extent is very different. It's not the same thing to me as somebody who's intentional. Intent matters to me. Did you intentionally do it? Did you not intentionally do it? If you didn't intentionally mean to do it, then I'm totally going to ask for a different kind of justice to be served than somebody who intended to do it. So yeah, I think these things matter personally. You know, so I think society I would love for it to get to the point where actually people took intention into consideration, because I think a lot of people they're just so violent. And so they want to just be violent back to people. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody, period. I desire no pain or hurt to happen to anyone on this planet, even the worst people who have ever existed. I want zero pain to happen to anybody. And I think that sets me apart from a lot of people on the planet that want to think they're better than everybody else. And I don't think I'm better than everybody else, but you do. And you want bad things to happen to people. And though that is a normal human relationship with self, and I've been there, it is not healthy. And I think you should meditate. Not so you can be better than other people, but so the world can heal. We do not get better so we can brag about how good we are. We get better so the world can heal. So you must do your part in healing. Otherwise, the world is just, again, it's always going to be a reflection of us as a whole. The world is always a reflection of us as a whole. And right now, the majority of people are not healed. So if you're sitting in the room and you're thinking, well, I'm one of the healed ones, are you sure about that?
Observe reddening in Heard's cheek, which she attributed to crying. Maybe she was right, but the fact that she observed something on Miss Heard's face that corresponds with what we see in the photos taken by Raquel Pennington casts some ambiguity on the matter Nicole found. There's another piece of evidence from the night of Incident 5 that unfortunately did not come out until 2021, well after the conclusion of the London trial. Body cam footage from
Wait, what?
2021. There's another piece of evidence from the night of Incident 5 that unfortunately did not come out until 2021,
okay.
well after the conclusion of the London trial. Body cam footage from 2 other officers that arrived on scene at 10:28 p.m. that same evening, an hour and 8 minutes after the first 2 officers left. Heard and her friends had not been expecting them. The reason for their visit is that 2 separate 911 calls, one from Io Tillett-Wright and one from an anonymous woman in the building who may or may not have been Raquel Pennington, prompted 2 separate call-outs. The fact that these officers wore body cams gives us the invaluable opportunity to see some of what they saw, rather than just rely on statements. Unfortunately, the footage won't shed further light on Heard's injuries, but it is very illuminating when it comes to the claims of property damage. The body cam is angling downward, which would normally be very irritating, but for the time the officers are walking the hallway, we really couldn't have asked for anything more. Heard and her friends testified to Depp spilling red wine in the hallway and offered photographs documenting the stains he left behind. As the officers walk from the elevator to the penthouse where most of the damage is alleged to have occurred, there is barely an inch of the carpet that the body cam fails to capture in good light. Not a trace of a wine stain is to be seen.
Uh-oh.
Before Raquel Pennington's husband Josh Drew opens the door, the body-cammed officer even turns around to the one unscanned corner, as if he was specifically tasked to offer as much clarity on—
Ooh, Amber look like she lying. Looks like she's planting evidence. Uh-oh.
—this matter as possible for our benefit.
I can't hear anything.
I'll go get the business card from the cops. This is we got another call and we can't give me, so they're back up, please, back up. Where does this come in?
It's upon the officers entering the penthouse that we begin to wish the body cam was facing a bit straighter, but it certainly doesn't give us nothing. Now, before we begin pointing out the state of various corners of the penthouse, just so you don't mistake us for being disingenuous, no one has alleged that Johnny Depp smashed everything in sight into pieces. There isn't one identifiable object we can point to and say, aha, they said this specific thing was broken. But Heard and Co did allege a serious bust-up, with Depp throwing multiple items around and violently smashing all kinds of objects off tabletops. So the question is just how congruent the state of the penthouse seems with their story in the main. There's no sign of anything smashed on the floor, though granted, it's possible they would have attended to something that required urgent attention, like broken glass by this point. Here you get a pretty clear view of the top of a kitchen island. No signs of disarray. A large vase filled with flowers is completely intact. Raquel Pennington did specifically name flowers as an item that Depp knocked off a kitchen island. This table to the side is tidy and adorned with multiple ornaments and other miscellaneous objects that appear to be in their proper place. It was specifically alleged by Heard that Depp threw candelabras. Here is one undisturbed pair. Here's another island that you never get a full shot of in one frame, but it has glass bottles and various other objects sitting neatly atop it.
I'm sorry, I think I missed it. Why did they initially come to the house? What was the disturbance that led them to seeing the house right now? Because what's the timeline of this? So Amber alleges all of these things. There was pictures taken, but this is allegedly what the cops saw. So was this like, did Amber call them and say like, you have to come? And then they ruined, is he implying that they ruined the apartment after this has happened? And are these the set of apartments that Depp was paying for everyone to live in, including Amber's friends? Is that this? This was over an hour later. So this was an hour later, but none of the mess is here? What?
It must have been like a double call. Okay. Who's Amber?
Two different calls. You guys are saying two different calls. Two different teams got dispatched. Okay.
And Johnny is definitely not here. He's not here? Okay.
Johnny is definitely not here, he said, I think.
Probably like 2 hours. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Unfortunately, the officers won't go any deeper into the apartment from here, but we challenge you to spot any area that is visible and could be called anything less.
Okay, there is a dog. They might have cleaned up the floor damage. That's true. If there's a doggo, I'm either going to move him out of the way or keep it for the cops to see. It was over an hour later, so they likely would have cleaned it up. That's true, though I could see them also being out of spoons and unable to clean.
And tidy. Both officers have stated they noted no damage of any kind anywhere in the penthouse or building. We won't say it would have been impossible for the group to do a thorough cleanup of the damage described before the body cam footage was recorded. But to do that in just a little over an hour would have required them to focus just about all of their attention on the task almost straight away. For what it's worth, in Heard's witness statement, she claims that they had, quote, cleaned up by the time the second officers arrived. Josh Drew states that they cleaned up broken glass on the kitchen floor so the dogs wouldn't get hurt, but left other things like books that were strewn about as they were. Pennington's statement mentions nothing about any cleanup.
This is very, 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 very common. I know so many rape victims who go home and shower right away, not realizing they're wiping off evidence. I've had women that I've known take rape kit tests, go straight to the police the day next, and the first thing the cops ask for is like, did you shower? It's like, yeah, of course I fucking showered. And then like, that's the problem. Is like, you don't even realize you're wiping away evidence. And so that's the thing. Regular human beings in a time of crisis, you never know what they're going to do, but they certainly aren't thinking this is fucking SVU. So they're not sitting here and thinking like, oh, I have to keep the evidence on me. They're just thinking I need to shower. And so that's the problem is like, we keep thinking, oh, like they'll know better. But like, they probably did clean the apartment. They did probably wipe away evidence, or maybe there was no evidence, but that's the dilemma. Is like, we just don't, this whole idea that we can predict what like everyone would do in every situation, we just don't know.
This is a video captured by Amber Heard on her cell phone at an unknown date. She has placed it in February of 2016, while Depp...
Okay, I just want to say something. I'm sorry. Chat says this is why social media was a mistake. We really don't need to hear from everyone on things like this. Most people don't pay attention enough to be informed and they have a valuable opinion. Get out of my chat then. Why are you talking? You're literally doing the thing you're complaining about. Why did you just share this message in a chat on the internet? You're on social media right now. Humanity is so dense about its own presence on Earth. You're doing the same thing you're complaining about. You're giving an opinion on people having an opinion. Please go smoke a cigarette. You know, Chet says you're misunderstand what I'm saying. No, I'm not. You misunderstand what you're saying. What do you mean? This is why social media was a mistake. There is no mistake in social media. Social media is the best thing that ever fucking happened to the real world. Okay? Social media is the best thing that happened to everybody. Social media was the best thing that happened to the possibility of civil rights. Okay? Social media is about to save half of our lives because we can fucking post shit. Okay?
Depp has stated he believes it to have been filmed around 2013. Heard supporters maintain it validates much of her characterizations of Depp's violent mood swings during their marriage, while Depp supporters maintain that if you look at it critically, it actually undercuts aspects of the monster narrative. The surface-level significance of the video speaks for itself, so we'll play it through once uninterrupted before going back and breaking down the various observations that both camps have made about it.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened?
What happened?
A grown-up just kicking things. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I get you get upset. There's that infamous episode where Aiden and Big are fighting and Sarah Jessica Parker, Carrie is screaming, "You're middle-aged," which is so true. Like, you're middle-aged. What are you doing? And this is my opinion. If I saw anyone in my family acting this way, I'd be like, hey, grow up and go to therapy. What are you doing? But if you feel scared, if you're unsure, like, recording people isn't necessarily okay, there's bad people who record you to make you look bad. And then there's victims who are recording you to get out of a bad situation. And the question is which one is happening? Because right now, Johnny Depp is acting a fool. Like, this is so silly. You know, this is so silly. What are you doing? You can't be slamming things. Okay, listen to me. As a person who slammed doors when she was angry, and look, I'd rather you take it out on a door than a person, for sure. Like, I would rather you break a thing you own rather than hit a person. But then I'd rather you go to therapy after, right? And this is why we call it, like, we reduce harm. Okay. As a child, I would slam doors all of the time when I was upset. Right. And again, I grew up in a household where my parents allowed me to express my anger and I wasn't hit. Like, if I slammed a door because I was angry and I was like upset over something, it's not like my parents would then beat me. They would just be like, "Why are you upset?" They'd be like, "Hey, you can't be upset. You're being emotional. What are you doing?" Which wasn't helpful because they weren't really trying to figure out why their teenagers were upset. But they wouldn't beat us. Like, I don't remember ever slamming a door and then my dad beat me. Like, I don't have those memories. You know, we were hit as kids, but it wasn't for those reasons, right? And then eventually he stopped hitting us altogether. But there was something about, like, there's something to say about the goodness of letting your people express themselves. But now that you're 50, Johnny Depp's like 50 here. It's like, hey, have we not faced our problems? And if that's the case, then we have to have those conversations. Now, I see Chad arguing about whether his mom had died here. Again, just because your parents are dead, your kids are dead, doesn't mean you should be walking around the house slamming shit, right? But it might be an explanation for his behavior, not an excuse, but an explanation, which is why we go to grieving counseling. It's why we talk about mourning. That's why we go through the 7 phases of grief or whatever it is. It's why we have those conversations, right? So, okay, if he was angry because his mom died, that's okay. It doesn't mean he gets to take it out on people. It doesn't mean he gets to, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just be angry because somebody died. Like, you can be angry, somebody died, but you can't take it out on people. My mom died, I get to hit you now. My mom died, I get to drive fast. My mom died, I get to drink alcohol and drive. Like, no. It's an explanation, but it's not an excuse. Okay.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
She
We were
being
not even
sarcastic?
fighting this morning.
Oh.
All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
Okay, so he's obviously emotionally upset. He's saying, did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so. He doesn't seem to be angry at Amber. He seems to be angry at something else. You know? Chad says his mom died, so he gets to throw a tantrum in the privacy of his house because he's upset that he just lost his mom in doing so, not causing any harm to his wife. So yeah, go to therapy. I just think it's silly. Grow up. Your mom died. Grow up. I'm serious. Grow up. This is like it. I'm not tolerating this behavior. I'm going to destroy the things in my house because my mom died. I'm sorry, did you not prepare for your mother's death ahead of time? That's something you should have worked on. And all of those people out there that act like people dying is the end of their universe, it's not. You have to learn how death works. You have got to accept that people die. Be sad, mourn, all of these things. You can't fall into a bender because your mother died. Okay? Like, that's not how life works. But this is where a professional counselor can come in and talk him through why this is unhealthy. I'm not saying he's a bad person because he's doing it. I'm saying he's unhealthy. So I don't think he's being abusive to Amber in this moment, but I do think there's something to be said about how this is not fair to her as his partner as well. Because, like, hello, like, being unhealthy is not fair to your partners. We have to work on being healthy. You know?
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really?
Oh, he caught the phone.
Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
See, what is this? What is this game they're playing together? See how they're playing a game? Oh, you got the phone on me? She's like, I just started it. See, there's something here that's a game. I swear they're playing a game with each other and we're here to watch the game. And I think we're the victim of their game. I swear to God, they're playing a game with us. They're fucking with us. This feels like they're fucking with us. See her laugh? Was that a laugh? Go back. He said ass and then she laughed. See? I feel like we got fucked with by both of them. I feel like they're playing a fucked up game and we're the one who's in the middle of it.
Heard is trying to obscure her phone with a coffee cup and will soon switch to trying to do so with her body. Depp supporters believe this is a demonstration of her duplicity. Depp and Heard actually had a sort of recording policy when it came to their relationship and argument.
See? They had a little game going with each other. Ugh, so toxic, huh?
Sometimes they would be having a fight, often while inebriated, and then the following day, when they were talking it through with cooler heads, one would disagree with the other about exactly how bad they were behaving during the argument from the previous day.
So
to
toxic.
attempt to counteract this issue, they apparently agreed it would be acceptable for them to record what was going on in real time, so they could demonstrate precisely how each other were acting at a future date.
Ooh, I knew really toxic couples who would do this, and both were very toxic. I never did this in my relationships. I never had to record our conversations, thank God, but I know people who did, and to me, they were both very toxic in the relationship, and I didn't trust either of the people involved. But there were also clear cases of people. There's a difference between being mutually toxic to each other and somebody lying and slandering you. And I think that's always the problem, is who is lying and slandering and who's just trying to catch each other in the truth. If somebody is lying and slandering, then we have a problem. And I think that's what often gets really messy with these things. Holy shit, though. This is crazy. This is crazy. True. Chat says a lot of people grieve in horrible ways, including myself. Brittany's speaking to our higher selves and who we should hope to be. Exactly. I am saying if you're doing something, that's not what your goal should be. I'm saying I understand why it's happening. I know why you think this is a proper way to grieve. I'm saying let's aim for better. Because again, it makes sense why you would get plastered drunk and drive on the freeway. Your kids just all died. But does that give you an excuse to go risk other people's children dying? No. You're not allowed to grieve in a way that could hurt another person's family just because you're grieving yours. And so we just want to make sure, like, that we take care of each other. Chat's saying, y'all, his mother was alive. Look it up. Even if his mother was alive during this time, it doesn't matter. I'm saying for whatever the reason is, it doesn't matter if his mom is dead or alive. I don't care if all his kids just died in a car accident. It makes sense why he's acting this way, but it doesn't excuse it. Okay? That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? I'm trying to say this is what it is. Okay? Chat says I had to record my ex's conversations because he would literally gaslight me. I felt fucking crazy, so I had to record our conversations to keep my sanity. That's fine. That is protecting yourself as an abuse victim, but that alone is the point. If you have to record your conversations with your person, get out of that relationship. That's the point. You should never be in a relationship where you feel like you have to start recording it. That should be your indication to leave. And I do believe that when we're healthy, we do not even start to do it. I think a healthy person, in my personal opinion, and this is not, you're not bad for being unhealthy, but I think a healthy person, the moment they say, I think I have to record my partner, I think I'm being gaslit, would just be like, I'm going to walk away. I think something's wrong. Like the fact that you even had to do that in the first place is enough. In no healthy marriage ever did somebody say to themselves, I think I need to record my partner. That's the point. Is like there are signs for us, but it's so hard for us to realize that's what's happening. I should have realized in my relationships, like the fact that I had to do certain things should have been the moment I realized I was in a toxic relationship, but I didn't realize it because I kept thinking, okay, I know we're toxic, but like we're trying to work on it. He said he'll go to therapy. We said we'd work on stuff. Like one day it will be better. Maybe I'm not compromising enough. That's why, oh my God, that's why I'm so big on compromising, because I was always told you don't compromise enough, but everything was about compromising my values. Do not compromise your values. That's a trick. The trick of a toxic person is to tell you you're not compromising enough. Healthy compromising has nothing to do with our values. You know, that's the point. So I just want to give you guys like a warning to the self. Like none of this is healthy behavior. So if you catch yourself, get out as quick as you can. But as somebody who was in a relationship for 5 years, on again, off again, I know it's hard to leave. Because you give yourself every fucking reason to stay. They'll get better. There will be therapy. He'll learn. Eventually, one day it will be better. One day I won't, you know, I 100% get it. I get it. You don't always have to live that way. One day you stop living that way and you never go back. But until you're ready, you will stay. Like until you're ready to be a person who doesn't tolerate it, you will be a person who makes excuses for it. As I was in my 20s. 2019 really was my best year. It was the moment I blocked and I never looked back, and my life has never been better. But damn, it took a lot. It took so much fucking effort on my end to finally move on with my life. So I'm in no way, shape, or form saying it's easy. It is very difficult.
But they had to announce that they were recording. Depp and his team contend Heard attempting to conceal her phone is a telling sign her intentions in filming this moment have nothing to do with improving the health of their union. Rather, she's found Depp in a weak moment and is cynically exploiting it by collecting footage that might benefit her down the line. Depp's team have come to refer to this sort of behaviour as building an insurance policy, collecting material that in the event of a divorce would provide her leverage to ensure a handsome payout.
Motherfucker! Motherfucker! What happened?
We don't know the answer to this question, unfortunately. Neither Depp or Heard have been able to recall the precise context which caused Depp to be so enraged here.
So neither of them can even remember what this was about, which is kind of crazy.
Which in and of itself does make one wonder exactly how frequently...
Okay, wait, Chad says, I'm also not saying he should drink and drive or do reckless things, but in his house, healthy or not, he should be able to have a breakdown. Absolutely, you should be able to have a breakdown. I just think the better breakdowns are you eating a whole bin of popcorn while watching Netflix and crying rather than breaking the things around your house. If we're going to have a breakdown, let us not self-harm. As a former self-harmer myself, every breakdown led to me self-harming. I absolutely get it. I was unhealthy. I needed therapy. Okay. Once I got therapy and I became healthier, I stopped self-harming. And the worst I do now is eat a cupcake and cry on the couch. If I'm having an exhausted breakdown, if I'm at a spoons breakdown, fibromyalgia breakdown, I want your home to be your sanctuary. You should have the right to be ugly in your own home. Just make sure you're not self-harming and you're not hurting the people around you.
Depp would be angry enough to scream and pound various household items with his hands and feet.
What happened?
Her body language is so suspicious. Like she's so obviously trying to hide a camera. He's such a baby, bro. I'm sorry. It's like such baby act. Like, what are you being? Were you being such a baby?
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
One point Depp supporters make about this footage is that while Depp does take his anger out physically on doors and the like, he never makes a move to strike Heard. While this is true, his behaviour can still be fairly characterised as intimidating, and actions such as throwing and smashing a glass object
To you this morning? I don't think so.
are not just a further escalation, but also match the sort of behaviour described in parts of incidents 2, 3 and 5, though granted the glass object was not aimed at Heard.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. This crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Remember Depp's claim he only stocked the Australia house with booze for Heard and visitors?
Oh.
Technically, it's unfair to insinuate just because someone was very much not sober at one time, they likely weren't at another.
Hold on. Chat says, why is she engaging with him when he's like that? Not that she deserves the way he responds, but I would have left. I find that, I'm not saying she's done anything wrong, of course, just curious. I will say, I'm assuming it's because she's, okay, in my understanding, when you're used to a person who's toxic, you are literally less afraid of them, right? Like, you're less afraid. You think it's like they're normal. You think nothing bad's going to happen to you. If he hasn't been physical with her yet, then she has no reason to be physically afraid of him. I'm assuming this is before the physicality, right? Did Australia happen before? So maybe he's never touched her. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't dragged her by the hair yet. Is this before or after when he dragged her by the hair? But he might, like, she might just be so used to it, right? I mean, remember, there are people who stay with men who, like, rape and murder people. Like, there are humans who do the craziest shit with each other. Women are participants in sex trafficking. They are often the people used to get victims for the men. So remember, like, when we're having conversations about this, humans are willing to do so many things. That's why human behavior is so interesting, because we're just like these little animal creatures doing what we think is right in our heads for whatever reason. I always like to be kind of shocked when women participate in horrific acts towards people. They're not often the people doing it. They're often the middleman, which is so interesting to me. They're often the enablers, which is why as a female or a person who has raised a woman, I try very, very hard not to enable bad behavior. But even I fall prey to wanting to over empathize with people and wanting to fulfill that woman role of sort of being there for people because, you know, you're sensitive and you understand people and you know why they suffer. Even though I know why you suffer, it doesn't mean that I'm not enabling you. And I try to hold myself accountable as quick as possible with these things, but it's really, really hard because, you know, you want to see the good in people. Because if you just start writing everybody off, you feel kind of crazy. But in some ways, you got to write people off, even, yes, at the first sign of a red flag sometimes, because God knows you can't handle it, girl. Like, God knows you can't handle it as much as you think you can. And I keep hearing from people like everyone's just willing to write everybody off at the first red flag. Sometimes we have to, because God knows the red flag shouldn't have even been there in the first place. And some people just aren't willing to do that emotional labor. And you're not a good person because you're willing to do it. Some people think like I'm a better person than you because I'm willing to do the emotional labor. And so they stay. And I don't think you're a better person for leaving or a better person for staying. I just think you're making a decision. And that's your business.
But as a rule of thumb, you don't need to stock a property with multiple bottles of spirits and wine during a temporary stay for the sort of purpose Depp claims. Depp is the only one documented doing things like filling a pint glass to the brim with red wine, the sort of drinking habit we'd expect to see in someone who would need the kind of supply arranged in Australia.
Crazy. Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really?
From the sound and look of things, we just witnessed Depp throw a phone with considerable force. Again, not at Heard, but it's still not a great look.
Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Ass.
Moments after we hear Heard chuckle, we also get a glimpse of what appears to be a slight smirk on her face. The point that's made about this is that as unacceptable as Depp's behaviour may be, nothing about Heard's demeanour during this 2-minute video seems to suggest that she is afraid of Depp, which is especially curious if Heard is right about this being filmed in February of 2016. That would place it after the assaults on the plane in Australia and the severe beating that left her with...
No! Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Interesting. That changes things because didn't I say earlier, maybe this is before. But then again, I don't know, man. Yeah, she could create a scenario that could piss him off enough to be violent, and then she catches him. Like, that is a pattern of abusive behavior. You make somebody feel crazy enough that when they start acting crazy, you film them, and then now it looks like they're the crazy one and you're not, and you didn't do anything. I have a person in my life who does this. They literally will like create really horrible scenarios for you. And then the moment you try to defend yourself, they're like, oh, why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? And I'm like, oh my God, you're so crazy. But the problem is like, that's literally what's happening. They're just crazy. So then you kind of feel bad for them. And they're like, oh man, you're crazy. I love you. I'm so sorry you're crazy. But then there's nothing to do about it. So then what happens is they pick the person that's going to take care of them, which they did. See, they were really smart. And you know, there are people who are still like, I just feel bad for them. Yeah, you can feel bad for them. But that doesn't take away the fact that if given the scenario, they will ruin your life. I feel bad for them too, because God knows my life would have been very different if I had their brain. I thank God every day I don't have that brain. I don't even believe in God. You know what I'm saying? That's their brain. And every time they even attempt to see a therapist, they do it to the therapist. You have to have an amazing therapist to out with this person. And that's what's so scary. But at the same time, the best way I deal with this person is like open with boundaries. I just like don't have contact with them. Because at the end of the day, like every time they come back into my life, everything around us goes into crazy mode. Even the other people in their life, every time they come back into people's lives, your life just gets insane. And that's the point. Every time you come back into people's lives, their life gets worse. You're the problem. And so most people don't have contact with them. And that's sad. But at least they were conniving enough to pick a victim and convince that person to take care of them. And it worked. Now they have a person taking care of them, paying their bills, being with them. And now they don't have to worry because they found somebody who would always pick them, no matter how horrible they were to other people. It's so conniving. It's so malicious. And it so works. It works every day that somebody picks somebody and convinces them, stay with me. You're the only one who gets me. You're the only one who can help me. You're the only one who understands me. Everybody else is against me but you. You're the only one who gets me. And then when that person has any moment of weakness, how could you call somebody? How could you betray me? You're the only one who understands me. How could you call somebody? Don't you trust me? You too? You're another person who's against me? It's really sad. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen ever happen to a person, is getting stuck in a loop of feeling like you can never tell somebody they're doing anything wrong, because every time you do, they're like, great, you're abandoning me too. And this is sort of what I hate about the way we talk about mental health in the States, because this is a mental health problem. The dilemma is like, how do you help this person? Not by freaking out and deciding this person's so evil they need to die, but by recognizing this person is damaged enough you can't save them. They have to save themselves. And the dilemma is knowing the difference. How do you know your friend doesn't just need time and space? And how do you know that your friend is actually keeping you sort of in their sort of toxic bubble in order to have another person to control and use as a pawn? Sometimes you need to talk to a professional, you know? Chet says, sadly, I think I would fall for that. I could fall for that. Maybe not at my big age, but like a decade ago. Oh, for sure. I mean, God knows, like, I think that's the problem, is that you can never know what you would do in a scenario. But all I know is some of the most thoughtful, kind, empathetic people get targeted for a reason, because they will make room for people to weave their tale around the logic, and you will fall for the logic. I did it for like 5 years. And honestly, I don't know what made me stop. All I know is one day I woke up and I realized, like, oh, you're not going to change. No matter how much money I sink into this, no matter how many therapists you see, you're not going to change for the foreseeable future. And then that was it. Once I truly radically accepted this person wasn't going to change, I blocked them and never turned back. And it was the greatest experience. That's a different person. I'm describing two people in this story. My bad. I am describing two different people in this scenario. One person is still technically in my life because, you know, relatives. Like when you're related to people who are going through this, it's very different. But also you don't have to keep in touch just because they're related. And one was an ex-boyfriend. And they had two different problems, two variations of bad problems, like very different kinds of problems. But the person who had the more extreme problem, like, yeah, it's really interesting though. I find human behavior, this is partially why I find it so interesting, right? It's so fascinating. But this is why I say I'm open with boundaries. That even if you're family or inner circle, I'm not going down with you because you're going to go down yourself. I love you from a distance. I don't care if I'm related to you. I love you from a distance. And when you're normalized and healthy, we can move forward. But until then, nah, girl, nah. All right, let's go back to Amber Heard. We're almost done with this video. Then we'll take a break and then we'll get into the court case.
2 black eyes and a nearly broken nose. Staying on the subject of recordings that paint Johnny Depp as being less than a picture of stable mental health, another of Heard's recordings that was put forward over the course of the trial was what we'll call the Cut Me tape. Not much is known about the surrounding context of this, other than it's apparently from July 2016. Depp and Heard are in a hotel room, and Depp is holding a knife.
Come in wherever you want. Come in.
He's saying, cut me wherever you want, cut me.
This is really pretty.
Thanks.
She said, this is really pretty. He said, want to cut me somewhere? Is this some like weird BDSM shit? What?
Cut me somewhere.
Do I want to cut you?
Yeah, you want an arm? You want
Do I want to cut you? Yeah, you want to cut an arm? Or a chest?
chest? What do you want? What do you want the scar?
He wants to be scarred by her? Is this like some toxic BDSM shit? Like all these celebrities who want to do BDSM but nobody wants to do it healthy?
What do you want? Come in.
Just don't cut your skin. Please do not cut your skin. Please,
Just don't cut your skin. Please do not cut your skin. Please don't.
please don't.
Come in.
Why would I do that?
It's easy.
No, please do not do that. Please do not do that. No, please don't. Please don't cut yourself. You don't need to cut yourself.
I need to do what I want.
I need to do what I want. That could be an impulse issue. Maybe he drinks to feel like he's in control.
I know it hurts. I feel the same.
Come in. I want your mark.
I want your mark. Ugh. All these grown-ass men who will not go to therapy. This was like Army Hammer. Army's like, I love the BDSM shit. Go to therapy. BDSM isn't bad. You can do BDSM in a healthy way or whatever this is. But like, you got to do it healthy. You can't be like, cut me. Like, what are you doing? This is just a version of self-harm masked as like toxic love.
There you are. We're going. No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows.
Ew.
Come here. If you don't, I will. Elliot Spitzer won't answer for this because he's conservative.
Elliot Spitzer won't ask for this because he's a fucking conservative? What?
Don't.
Cut.
Please don't. Don't cut yourself.
Cut.
Please don't cut yourself.
Cut.
Please don't cut yourself. Please, I know it
You
hurts.
do it.
I would never cut you.
Cut me.
I would never do that to you. Please
Come
don't.
on. Yeah, you hate me. Come on.
Ugh.
To me first.
Not a problem. What do you want?
Wait, not a problem where you want it? So is she saying she'll cut and she said wherever? Wait, what?
Not a problem.
Do me first. Amber said, do me first. Do me first. Y'all are probably intoxicated doing like blood play right now. What is happening? She just said, cut me wherever? I'm so confused.
Not on my arms.
Not on my arms.
Not on your arm. Want to be cut?
Okay, this is insane.
Just gonna go to court.
Oh, he said, is this going to go to court? I swear to God. Now that I'm rewatching this, we're the idiots. All of us are so stupid. They are totally playing with us right now. You want to take me to court? I bet they're fucking right now. What if they're secretly fucking right now being like, we got the whole world to talk about us? I'm dead serious. He said, is this going to go to court? What? Are you flirting while talking about taking each other to court? Are we the idiots? Did we fall for this? What's happening?
The knife is really dull.
I have to use the sharp part.
Don't do that.
Wow, your knife is really dull. I have to get the sharp part. Don't do that. Oh my God.
Don't.
Don't you tell me.
Please don't do that. Put the knife down. Just put the knife down. Don't do that. Do not do that, Johnny.
Ugh.
Please,
I want to look at you.
You're gonna hurt yourself. Please
I want to
stop.
look at you.
I know you're in pain, but stop. Please
There's a
don't.
way for the pain to go away.
It's not that. It doesn't make you.
That was the cringiest shit I've ever seen. That was so cringy, bro. Obviously, that was consensual cringe, but like stupid, unprepared cringe. Like not super consensual in a sense, like a real consensual scene would look totally different. But that was so stupid. That was so stupid, man. God, humans are so cringe.
If the July 2016 date is correct, it's worth noting this puts the recording in between the restraining order and the settlement.
What?
So why the two are in a hotel?
What? We're being bamboozled. We're being the fuck bamboozled. I can't believe this. They're playing with us. This was after the restraining order? We gotta rewind that.
It's not that. It doesn't make it.
If the July 2016 date is correct, it's worth noting this puts the recording in between the restraining order and the settlement. So why the two are in a hotel room together is anyone's guess.
We got fucked. We got bamboozled, bro. We got fucked. I'm telling you, we're just watching two toxic ass, messy ass bitches fuck with us. This is so toxic. Oh my God.
Because of the lack of surrounding context, there's not a lot.
Yeah, they're hate fucking. I swear to God, yes, chat, they are hate fucking. That is what we are witnessing right now. And oh my God, what if they're both like exhibitionists and we're the fucking voyeurs? Did we just get bamboozled into becoming a part of a kink scene we didn't know we were a part of?
We can read into the clip beyond what's apparent on a surface level. That is, Depp is clearly
Yeah, chat says that's fucking Joker and Harley shit. Is this Joker and Harley Quinn? Is that what we're seeing?
Well, and open to having injury inflicted upon him, as well as inflicting injury on Heard, albeit only with her permission it seems. In honesty, the main reason the Cut Me tape is even being included is so this video can't be accused of whitewashing Depp's mental state.
Damn.
We mentioned that Depp and Heard had a recording policy.
And I don't think they're healthy. I think they're so fucking unhealthy. It's insane. Oh my God. Chad says, question, why did we as a culture come down so hard on Amber when Depp seemed to be just as toxic as her? Overcorrection. From my own personal perspective, overcorrection. Because when Amber first came out against Johnny, the world backed her. I backed her. All my friends stopped watching Johnny Depp movies. We were 100% on her side. Then it felt like Amber tricked us and we were upset. We were like, I can't believe we fell for Amber Heard. Then we were so pro Johnny because Amber felt like she tricked all of us and nobody likes to feel tricked. And now I feel like they're both tricking me and I'm mad. Now I feel like I'm both. It's the same thing that's happening with Justin and Blake Lively. Is Blake Lively the bitch or is Justin the bitch? It is exactly what's coming out. It is exactly what's coming out right now with Justin and Blake Lively. Everybody was so anti-Blake Lively a few months ago, called her malicious and manipulative and a cunt. And now everyone's like, wait, is it Justin or is it her? I don't know, but something's going on. Something's going on.
Included what we would call DIY marriage counselling sessions. The full 2-hour audio of one of these, apparently recorded sometime in 2015, has become publicly available and includes a variety of intriguing moments.
Oh yes, and also misogyny played a role, as it always does. Thank you, chat.
One thing that's particularly interesting is comments the couple make that
and ableism, because everyone said she had borderline, so everyone's like, so she's crazy. Borderline doesn't make you crazy any more than living in a misogynistic world could, but it's just abuse or toxicity or a lot of other things. It could have been Hollywood. You think Amber Heard is sick, but Johnny Depp isn't? That's the problem. Is regardless of how you feel about it, there's shit going on with these people. And it's not just the borderline. Like, it's not borderline specifically that makes you a particular way. It's your relationship with your life. It's just like autism. It's maybe could be explained by some of the autistic behavior, but if you're not understanding the situation, you're going to blame the wrong thing, which, by the way, never blame anything. Never blame anyone. Simply accurately say what it is and identify it and put it in its proper place. You know? Chat says, who thought Johnny Depp wasn't sick? Everybody. Most people who defend Johnny Depp think he's like some poor guy who fell for some bitch's like manipulation. Almost nobody I talk to about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard ever hold Johnny accountable in any way.
Relate to the dynamics of violence in their relationship. Clips from this recording made quite a splash when they came out, and Heard and her supporters objected that they were edited to make her look bad. In light of that, we should disclose that the following audio we're presenting is of course just one segment, and it has been trimmed down, but the edits are purely for presentational purposes and do not change the meaning of what can be heard on the full 2-hour tape, which is linked in the description.
Every fucking fight, there's a new thing that you've convinced yourself is a lie.
I said to you, Amber, tell Travis what you just did. Did you just fucking, did you punch me in the fucking jaw? Did you fucking kick, did you? And you wouldn't say a fucking word?
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
Oh, this was the infamous thing. This goes back to the Trisha Paytas versus Moses punch. Trisha allegedly punched Moses so hard that he bruised all over his arm, and then he posted it about it. Was that domestic violence? Was that a fight that went wrong? Listen, punching somebody in anger is different than punching someone for a joke. I've been punched as a joke and bruised. I've been punched for like you guys ever watch those like martial art videos and the guys are being hit in the stomach to show how strong they are? There's all types of ways you can get physical with somebody and it's not abusive. What makes it abusive and what doesn't is the consent factor. The consent factor in the intentionality of the person hitting you. And those two things together are what we document as abuse or toxicity. So the question is, I want to know the details of those things that play together, because that's really what we're asking ourselves. Okay, did you intend to abuse? Did you downplay your abuse? Were they serious about the way they had the conversation with you? Like, hey, you can't touch me like that. All of these things. So we have to make sure that, when she's saying, babe, I was hitting you, I wasn't punching you. Is she saying that to make it clear? Like, you're trying to make it sound worse than it is? Because that's also the problem. I don't trust people that try to make things sound worse than they are, but yet sometimes you have to just to be believed for the base minimum. Sometimes people don't believe you because they're like, oh, that wasn't enough. Going back to Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder wasn't abusive enough because he didn't hit her. That was some people's argument. Some people said, you're making it out to sound worse than it was. It's not like he hit her. So then you almost have to overplay the abuse you had for people just to pay attention to you. And that's not the victim's fault. That's the way society is set up. So then I would say it is better for people to be accurate and for that to be enough. It is enough that Steven Crowder verbally abused his wife for us to be appalled and for people not to work with him, in my opinion, right? But for some people, it just will never be enough. And that's the problem. Now, Chris Brown beat Rihanna and we more than saw those videotapes or those video pictures, right? We more than saw the photos. And for some people, even Rihanna, they are nice to him, right? Like, that's the problem that we have to take into consideration as well, is that there are videotapes of Rihanna even being nice to Chris Brown later. Not that you can't be nice to your abusers, not that you can't make amends, not that your abusers can't reform. I believe in reform. I believe in restorative justice. I believe in people getting better. The question is, have you done the work? I don't know if Chris Brown's done the work. I certainly have never gone back to his music. I don't know, what it means for someone to do the work in your life. But I know for me, someone doing the work looks like a complete radical change of who they used to be. And they have to be able to talk about it. They have to be able to say, who I used to be is definitely a different person. And usually I feel like it doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. For my own sake, I have to really feel like you've changed. Otherwise, I can't give you a chance because it's too dangerous. It is too dangerous for me to give you a chance when I don't think you've changed, but that doesn't mean you haven't. It just means I can't let you back into my life. And I don't think I should have to be required to let you back into my life for you to feel like you've changed. If you feel like you've changed, great. But it doesn't mean we have to have each other back in each other's life because it can be just scary if I don't believe it. But sometimes I can believe it. I've seen people change. I can bring people back into my life, but I gotta see the change. And it's probably not going to happen as often as we'd like because introspection and extrospection is really hard, right? We live in a very hard reality and it's hard for people to face themselves. So, okay, so Amber's saying, I was hitting you. I was not punching you, babe. You're not punched. And he said, don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
We know even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know.
No, when you fucking have a closed fist.
You get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're.
Why did he say that? You can't deck me. Because does deck mean to be hit hard enough to pass out?
Fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start physical fights?
Such a baby!
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up,
Because you start
Tony.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
So, now that we've been through 5 incidents, various witness accounts, text messages, audio and video records, what are we to make of this turbulent relationship as a whole? Beyond that it was clearly an abject train wreck, we don't really have a concise answer to that question, especially in light of the fact that this story is punishingly not over yet. At the time of this video's release, Depp and Heard are again in court, this time in Fairfax, Virginia, with Depp suing Heard directly for defamation over an op-ed she wrote for the Washington Post that heavily insinuated he abused her over the course of their marriage. Who's to say what will come out during those proceedings? Maybe details tantalizing enough to result in Johnny and Amber Part 2 popping up in your subscription feed later down the line.
Ooh.
Probably not though, because frankly at this point we've had a guts full of both of them.
True. Okay, great video. Fucking loved it. Very good. This is Matt Orchard. I'm going to go ahead and link it in the chat. Let's take a 5-minute recess, kids. And then when we come back, we're going to go actually over some of the court proceedings, specifically interrogations of Amber Heard being cross-examined and Johnny Depp, just to get a feel of how we feel about them in court. And then we'll continue sort of digesting this over the next couple of days. So 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll keep going. right, all right. Okay, here we go again. Ooh, the emotionality, the emotional. I'm feeling very emotional. I'm gonna put this on 1.25 speed. Shouldn't impact the way they speak too much. Now we are moving on to the court. This is questioning between Camille Vasquez, that's Johnny's lawyer, one of his lawyers, and a cross-examination of Amber Heard. Here we go. And then we're going to watch Johnny Depp also get questioned. And that's what we're going to focus on today. How do they feel? What do they look like? How do we feel after? And do we have different feelings than the first time we watched it?
All right, be seated. Cross-examination.
How's that? The volume might be weird throughout, but this was a couple years ago now, right, guys? 2022. Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
Some people thought he was like a psychopath for this, where he like wouldn't give her the satisfaction of them making eye contact during the trial. And then some people praised him for it because some people thought it was his way of saying like, you have no power or control over me. Like, I don't care what you think. I know what I'm doing here.
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
Chaz says, are you revisiting this because Hassan got sort of canceled recently on TikTok? I saw him rant about it 2 days ago. No, we wanted to revisit this because we want to check our own prejudice and biases. And also a lot of people like FD Signifier and other people that I respect were revisiting it themselves. And I thought, oh, we should revisit it as well. But I have no idea what's going on with Hassan. I did see one woman try to cancel him, but I haven't been watching Hassan. I'm getting away from the streamer bubble because I do think Hassan suffers from misogyny like every man does. And I don't think he's ready to quite face it in a way that would be satisfactory to my level. But I think that, you know, everyone's on a journey. But yeah, I haven't watched Hassan in a really long time.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all the shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You want to touch me?
Please stop me. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take that.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
What, you're not my shrink?
Your hands are hard. Please just hold my heart.
No, it's your doing fucking hard.
Can you just kiss each other, please?
No, we'll never see each other again. You hold me next. Don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
I do think it is slightly crazy to be like, you're never going to see my eyes again. But I could see how you could also say it's like an empowering decision as a victim to be like, you're never going to see me again. But also, I do think it's a little unhinged.
It is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
So wait, the hotel that they met at, is that during the cutting scene? So do you get what I'm saying? Like, this is after the restraining order. We just saw this video, the last video I just reviewed, where he said that July instance in the hotel. Is this recording also from that instance? You're never going to see my eyes again. Is that the same? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I swear to God, we're being tricked. You know what I mean? Into watching them be crazy.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yeah.
Yes, and got my
And she got her restraining order.
TRO.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
Wait, chat says Johnny and Marilyn Manson are besties too? Really? That's a red flag right there. People were like in my audience are like, do you really believe Marilyn Manson did what he did to those women? I'm like, yes. I'm sorry. Is that even up for debate? Yes.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny, that Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
Again, I can't say what a person would be doing. I can't say, well, this is what I would be doing because Amber isn't me. She answers questions. She has very unique body language. She's very fidgety. She's very movie. I'm not sure if she's neurodivergent. It's like she's constantly fidgeting. I'm not sure if she's stimming. She has very awkward body language, but also this could be an indication of so many things. And, you know, I don't believe in body language experts or anything like that. Especially, you remember that judge we saw the other day who didn't understand the client she had with special needs, and she got mad he was stimming, and she saw it as disrespectful, but like, he's special needs, bro. And so I don't know if Amber is like stimming and she's going through her thing, and like stimming exists in lots of, everyone stims, but just some people have a compulsion to stim and some people don't. But I'm not sure what's happening with Amber's body language, but she has a very specific type of body language, which I think people might dismiss her for or think she's lying, or it might sound bad, but I'm not sure what it means. It's just, I just know I'm seeing it, but I don't know what it indicates. But I could see why people would indicate it, like think it indicates like a dishonesty, but I think it could just indicate like stimming. So I don't know.
And that's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp was wearing these big chunky rings on every finger, every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of his trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better, there were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
March
always...
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Chet said Amber Heard is a drug user. I'm not seeing any of that online. Could be withdrawal since she's a drug user. I know that was a meme that Twitter made pretending that Amber was snorting coke during the trial and stuff, but I don't see any of that, including her being diagnosed with BPD is not real. Like, I keep Googling these things, and like, none of this is her doctor diagnosing her. These are testimonies done by people who think that's what she has. They are not her personal doctors. So I don't care about anyone but personal doctors, because, like, you know what I mean? So I need to know, do we have evidence that she is a quote drug user in withdrawal and that's where her twitching is from? Do we have evidence that her personal doctor diagnosed her with BPD? Because the internet, I just did a quick Google search to confirm, and it says histrionic and BPD, which she was quote diagnosed with, was not her doctor. It was the woman in court who said that's what she thinks Amber has. But you know how misdiagnosis is, especially in women. It's a misogynistic diagnosis, bro. So like, you have to be very careful about diagnosing people with these things. So I want to know if her personal doctor, somebody who sat in office with her, has diagnosed her, and did she get a second and third opinion? Because as somebody who was diagnosed with borderline after one episode with her therapist, yes, the therapy helped me, but now that I've been re-diagnosed with autism, I'm not sure if I have borderline, but I will say, even if I have borderline and autism, the backlash from having either is insane, and the ableism is so real. And I just want to make sure we're not falling into that trap here in this bubble in my audience, because I don't expect the world to be rational and educated in these matters, but I do expect better from us as a community, because we are well read, we are thoughtful, we try to do our research, which is why we're re-examining this case, because we might have gotten it wrong in some ways. And so I want to make sure that we're not falling into the trap that the world has already made so easy for us to fall into, which is crazy woman once again falsely accuses a man. And I want to make sure we're not falling into that. But also, we want to make sure we hold Amber accountable, because we also don't want to fall into the trap of defending Johnny because we think we've been tricked by a woman. Okay? That's what I want to make sure of. Chat says, interesting. I thought she was part of the Cuddle Puddles and Benders. I thought that was brought up in trial. Well, I mean, Johnny Depp is also, like, I don't know what people mean by I did drugs. First of all, drugs are great. You should do them. Second of all, that doesn't mean anything unless, like, drugs aren't necessarily bad. Amber never, in my mind, never came off as an addict, unlike Johnny, who was literally an addict and had lots of problems because of his addiction. And so much of his abuse was because he fell off the wagon. So I want to know, was Amber actually an addict, or did she do drugs? Which is totally two different things. Like, everyone, you know, again, I'm not anti-drug. There's nothing immoral about doing drugs. Okay? I want to know, though, if Amber was a drug addict or used her drugs to abuse people like Johnny did, or if there's something, or if they're just painting her this way to make her look bad, which is ironic because Johnny Depp is literally an addict who fell off the wagon and therefore abused Amber. I'm a little confused. Okay? But we have, up until this point, how many hours are we into the stream? 3.5? We have concluded they're at least basic, both toxic. So that is not under question. We all agree Amber and Johnny, both incredibly toxic people. Okay? So this is not for us to decide, did the court get it wrong? This is for us to re-examine our own prejudice and bias when coming to conclusions about people's lived experience.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
and hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
Okay. So if we don't believe Amber, do we also not believe Moses? Except Trisha admitted she hit Moses and the pictures looked really bad. But Johnny's not admitting that he hit Amber. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm trying to relate it to things in our other parts of our life so we can understand why it's hard to come to these conclusions and what are we supposed to do after? Like, our abuser is never allowed redemption, but then what does the redemption look like? And then are we saying Amber like fabricated all of this? And if she did, like, does that mean that like he never lied or fabricated or abused her? Because we have plenty of like, just the fact that they were both in relationships and cheated with each other to be together. Like, I know you people think it's romantic. It's not. You fucked up. Like, you're being so fucking toxic to your partners who relied on you and trusted you to go do your job without having an affair. And then you betrayed them. Like, that's not funny. So, okay, things to think about.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention.
That's hard to believe. That part is hard. Not the medical attention. I don't care about that. Lots of people don't seek medical attention. How many men get in street brawls and never go get to a doctor? How many men get in fights at bars and never see a doctor afterwards? That's not that big of a deal. But it's interesting that he hit her so many times in the face and there wasn't a desire to take a photo to some extent. Like, but then maybe not. I don't know. I'm so used to everybody pulling out a phone. But Amber is a little older, so maybe that wouldn't be her first inclination.
Other than my therapist.
Oh, her therapist. Did her therapist testify?
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings.
Chat says her face is an asset because of her job. I feel like she'd need stitches. I don't think she'd need stitches. Stitches are for extreme lacerations, like huge cuts. I just don't think there'd be any need for stitches. Right? Yeah, Chat says she got a picture of her arm, but not her face. Yeah, that seems odd. Like, why a picture of her arm, but not her face? You know? But yeah, I couldn't imagine her needing stitches. But if she needed stitches, then she would have had a medical record. Or well, you know what, though? This is crazy. I know people who get cuts deep enough that I would recommend stitches, but they just let it heal on its own. And they just live with a scar. I've seen that happen so many times where I'm like, why didn't you go get stitches? They're like, it healed up fine. I'm like, that's crazy. People are animals on a planet. Not all of them would do what you did. And I think that's what stops me from always assuming I know people. Because every time I think I know people, I meet a person who contradicts my belief of people. I'm like, whoa, you exist. And if you exist, how many people are like you in the story? Because you would be shocked at how many people do not get stitches when I would be like, the first thing I would do is go get stitches. Wow.
Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
I don't know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
What is she doing here? What is this? What is this? What is she doing? What is this? This thing she does. What is that? What is that? What is that? What is it? What is it? What is that thing she keeps doing? Explain it to me.
So,
you testified about
she's looking at the jury and other people. Is she talking to the room? Okay. It looks so funny on camera. Stevie Wonder impression. Stop it. Okay, so she's looking at the people in the courtroom. Okay.
About an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it out to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose was bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, 2.
I don't think that matters that much. Like, I don't know. Do you guys document every time you have a bloody nose? That's the thing is, like, in the moment, I don't know that it would make sense to document it. In the moment. Because you're not thinking hindsight 2020. You're thinking, I'm in the moment. I don't know that I would think to take a picture. I wouldn't even take a picture if it was like, I wouldn't necessarily think to take a picture. I'm not saying that I wouldn't take a picture or I would. I just don't know. I'm trying to imagine it. And I'm just not sure. Or even, you know, if your nose is bleeding, there's stuff going on. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's a little unlikely, you know, but I could, you know, everyone has a different relationship with how they would do things, you know.
248. Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249. This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit. Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
When I keep Googling Amber Heard, alcoholic Amber Heard drugs, it's all gossip websites. But all the regular news places, and some conservative posts are claiming she's like an addict, but most of them are just saying she did drugs at Coachella. I'm like, okay, doesn't everybody do drugs at Coachella? You know, but then she did drugs. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing drugs. I don't give a fuck if you drugs. I just want to know, was she, because if she was a partier, that's different than being an addict. I'm so sorry. Like, I can't equate these two categories. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't like it. Chad says, I kind of hate that they focus so much on physical evidence of abuse. It's because people just don't want to admit the manipulation, the mental, because you know why? Nothing's more embarrassing than admitting you were tricked. Or admitting you fell for someone's sob story. Because I'll tell you this, it is kind of embarrassing, but not only because of the way society guilts you, but because you think you're so smart, you know? Like, I always think I'm fucking so smart, and then I fall for some stupid man's sob story, and I'm like, damn, another fucking man over here. Not that a gender matters, but you know, like the way they're raised in society to hide their feelings, and then they tell you their feelings, and then you feel like, oh my God, like, he's trusting me with his feelings. And then that's just to, you know, basically trick you into not calling him a bad person. And every time I always fall for it, at least 10%. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even mad at myself over it. You're not gonna make me feel bad for feeling bad for people. But damn, I gotta be a heartless bitch out here sometimes and be like, nope, you can go cry to your therapist. Because I can't trust that you're not another dude crying in my arms. So I feel bad for you, and then I have to be nice. You know what I'm saying, girl? Mm-mm. And that's why I was so on Amber Heard's side when she first came out about Johnny. But then I was so on Johnny's side during the trial initially, because I was like, oh my God, because I didn't want my misandry to play into my opinion. I didn't want to just pick Amber Heard's side. I wanted to make sure I went with the evidence. But now that I'm watching it again, I feel like the evidence is showing us that they're both toxic. They're both in an on-again, off-again relationship. That even after she put out the restraining order, her and Johnny Depp got together in a hotel room to do like a cutting scene together. That ultimately both her and Johnny put themselves in positions to go after each other legally and fuck anyways. So they're both toxic equally. Now the question is, regardless of the fact that they're both toxic, was one person more abusive than the other? Which is more or less likely? It is more than likely that he was probably more abusive than she was, or she was more abusive than he was. But without a doubt, they are both at least toxic. And then the question is, where is the abuse? Now, I personally would say what Johnny Depp did to her was abuse during their marriage. And so them finding him not guilty of abusing her, I think is wrong. I think he is abusive. I think by his own filming of him, I would consider that all abuse. I would also consider cheating abuse. And I would also consider the fact that her and Johnny got together when they were with other partners, abusive to their partners. And so I would consider her abusive as well. I would also consider their relationship toxic and the mutual need to record each other and to catch each other in moments. Like, I think that is abusive. Now, again, the problem is that I keep reading up on this. And since it's really, really rare to have a couple where both people are technically equal levels of abusive, somebody always is the person who takes it too far. So the question is who is the person in the relationship who took it too far, who took it further than the other person? Not that it matters, by the way. The fact that the abuse is happening is bad. They're both bad. But the idea that like, oh, because they're mutually toxic, it's okay. It's not. You know what I mean? That's not okay. So again, when we're having these conversations, we have to be very cautious about the way we're having those conversations. And so that's what I'm looking for this time around.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
It's me. I'm mods. You guys are saying mods are doing their job. Nobody's faster than me. My mods aren't fast enough, bitch. It's me. You can thank me, the queen, okay? It ain't the mods. I love my mods. You guys are so slow, bros. It's because I see chat so quick. I'm like an angel. I see one word. All I saw was blacks looking funny. I was like, block. I speed read. That's how I get these people so fast. These losers who come into my chat to troll, I'm fast. I'm a speed reader. Mods got to learn how to speed read. You got to speed read the trolls, bro. You got to, Now, I see you. As I'm talking and monologuing, I'm blocking you bitches, okay? I'm blocking you bitches.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014.
I also think it's bullshit that Amber shouldn't be allowed to talk about how she was in a toxic relationship with Johnny Depp. But the truth is like she was ultimately. I do think they were in a toxic relationship. I think the dilemma is the way she went around it from a legal perspective. But I think that's what's so scary about a person is when do I get to tell my story? But also, like, at the end of the day, some people might not consider it abuse or toxicity, but girl, it sure was.
Right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala?
I produced everything.
Okay. You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over, literally.
Where are those? I want to see them. As they're talking, someone should be in the background being like, receipts, receipts, receipts.
Everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly...
I agree with this, chat. Chat says I got to retype my comment because I said too early about the nosebleed. It is so possible for it not to show up the next day. Literally. I don't know how many times people have had nosebleeds in their life, but like, why would it show up the next day? What they're trying to insinuate is that she would have been bruised the next day because of the ring sizes on his fingers. But I do agree, just having your nose hit isn't enough for it to necessarily show up the next day. Like, okay, my body is so weird. I could literally barely tap the corner of the kitchen counter and I have the deepest, ugliest bruise you've ever seen. I could literally get hit, like punched in a wrestling match, and no bruise shows up. Explain it to me. I don't know. But explain it to me. I don't know the science of my body. I'm just here, living it.
Broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the all-star comedy tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252.
Okay, finally some receipts.
This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard.
Yes, it is.
At that event?
Yes, it is.
The night after the Met Gala?
Yes, it is.
The night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose?
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record.
Yeah, I don't think it was broken. Like, I know some people kept saying that, but I don't know about that.
But yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay. Yep. You know how many times I thought I broke my ankle or broke my toes and they were just sprained? And people would look at them and they'd say like, oh, it kind of looks normal though. I'm like, can you see how swollen it is? You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like this is really good. She's doing such a great job as a lawyer, making Amber look crazy. But also, to be fair, Amber has the weirdest body language I've ever seen in a person. She's just so twitchy, bro.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252.
I want to see the photos. Okay. What is this? She's obviously full of fucking makeup. She's got bronzer on top of her forehead, highlighter. Let's see, red lip. Like she's fucking wearing a shit ton of makeup. What do you mean? How would I know what is going on underneath this face? Hello? Thank you for showing the photo, but also how the fuck am I supposed to like, what am I supposed to do with this photo? Who gave this? Did Amber submit this photo? What good is this?
There's a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
It's true. Chat says, I think the court or someone decides which pictures and records are valid and which ones aren't. True, not all evidence is admissible in court. That's actually why a lot of court cases get thrown out, because of the way evidence was collected. Diddy had the possibility of getting out of prison because of the way some of the evidence was collected, even though the evidence was there, like journals from his jail cell, notes to his lawyers. If they were obtained unfairly, which allegedly had happened, they could get thrown out even if they have proof that he admitted to what he did. Oh, Chet says, wasn't this a civil case? I think it is a civil case. It's not a criminal case. That's a good point, too.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after.
They look so unhappy.
After Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face.
They look really good, though. They both look very nice.
So hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes.
Her makeup artist killed it.
Yes, it is.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
The way I would have to pee if I was drinking that much water.
This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event, the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures.
She doesn't look injured. It's true. She doesn't look injured.
Does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Yes.
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury?
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
See, right there. Where's the picture?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, that's fine.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. Was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
It's not a broken nose. Just a reminder, Amber Heard did not have a broken nose. She never said it was broken. She said she thought it was broken. So Chad says her nose looks perfectly fine. There's no swelling. Even if it wasn't that bad, how the hell do you hide a broken nose with makeup? I want to make it clear, they're making her sound like she's saying it's a broken nose. This lawyer's killing it. What's her name? Vasquez? She's killing it. She's making Amber Heard look like an idiot, right? It's not that it was broken. She thought it could be broken, which is different, right? Like, I think we've all been there. I think we've all thought we broke something we didn't break, right? Like, oh shit, did I break my nose just now? Like, I've had that happen. The swelling usually does go down the next day. I'll be real. I've had my nose so bruised and swollen from hitting it, and by the next day, I look totally fine. That is a fact that has happened to me. I do not know how this relates to Amber Heard. I just know it's possible from the little ways I've bruised my own face or body. Like, usually by the next day, I look fine. So I don't know. It just, like, that's the thing.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 125.
And when you've been abused for so many years, you just don't think to document it until a lawyer tells you to start documenting it for court, for leaving, for the divorce. Like, abuse victims don't document their abuse until they think they're going to need it in court. That's usually the pattern. I'm generalizing. And that's the thing we have to remember is, like, it takes a while for you to think, should I start documenting this? Like, why would you think to document the person you're living with unless something is wrong? And that's why, her and Johnny agreed to record each other at some point to prove to each other, like, how to win an argument. So that's another thing to consider. And again, we all agree Amber and Johnny are toxic. The issue is who's telling the truth, because the implication is that Amber was 100% lying always and Johnny was telling the truth. And I'm going to say they're both lying and both telling the truth. And the question is which is the lie and which is the truth?
6 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Oh, and just a reminder that if Johnny Depp's lawyers had taken on Amber Heard as a client, they would have also probably killed it for her because they're lawyers. That's what they do. Okay, so it's not like these lawyers are standing in truth. They're being lawyers. They probably would have defended Amber with as much passion if Amber had hired them first.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 125.
But remember, the lawyers played this whole, which is fine, like, oh, we're morally on the side of truth. We're on the side of honesty. Da, 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 da. They're lawyers, dude.
57.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence. Publish.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Why would there be bruises on her back again? I know she said she was looking for bruises, but why would there be bruises on her back? Maybe her arms, but then, you know what I mean?
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
Chat says apparently he kneed her on the back. Oh, okay. Oh, for when he kicked her in the airplane or something different? I'm losing track of all the... I thought she said he was kneeling on her back. Oh, kneeling on her back. She could have an internal bruise that doesn't show up on the surface. I feel like I get those all the time, but that could be my fibro.
Well,
that's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think, no.
Man, the people who keep coming into this chat are so fucking weird. The people who covered Amber and Johnny, they're so weird. Look at this chatter. I'm going to block them. This chat just wants to assume the worst of Amber. I'm embarrassed for them. The clouds could open of God, proving Johnny was the primary abuser, and they still deny it just to hate on her. Are you talking about us? Are you talking about my chat? These people that are super pro Johnny, super pro Amber, you are the problem. You're crazy. Get over it. These are toxic people who are using you to like build their cases. None of these people are innocent. They are simply victims of each other and their choices. But also, you're missing the whole point. Thank you. Like, these people were so crazy online. The way they harassed Amber, the way they jumped on Johnny's dick, but also the way you like defend Amber like she's some good person. Like, they're just fucking toxic people, bro. And yes, you can feel bad for them. Okay? But at the end of the day, like, none of these people are good people. You wouldn't want to be in a room with any of these people. Didn't Amber make a baby with Elon? Isn't one of her babies Elon's baby? Either way, they're just literally the most toxic people. Amber literally is friends with some of the biggest misogynists in Hollywood. It doesn't stop or end with Johnny. Okay? It doesn't excuse the abuse she was targeted. It doesn't excuse any of the abuse she experienced. Right? Like, we don't need to excuse any of the abuse. But like, I would not keep company with either of these people, okay? Chat says I'm not pro anyone. I think the anti-Amber people are proving they've never been abused. Who in this chat? But also people can have differing opinions. Fine. Maybe some people feel that way. I mean, I agree with you that nobody knows the abuse patterns. But you're acting like it's my whole chat. I'm defensive of my chat because they're good people. Maybe a couple of people. But 99% of this chat is being very nuanced, okay?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
And you testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry?
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were under oath, right?
Yes.
We can have a transcript for the jury, or excuse me, for the witness.
Okay. All right. We'll get it.
So apparently Von Rhee, who is Amber Heard's ex-female partner, did say that the statement claiming the incident was misinterpreted and that Heard was wrongfully accused. It sounds like she was arrested in Seattle, the port of Seattle, and it was brought up in this trial to use against Amber. But allegedly the ex is saying, is this correct? Am I reading this right? Yeah, the ex is saying that it was blown out of proportion and that Amber Heard, it was the witnesses saw an altercation but the two women dispute that altercation. So she was arrested, but it didn't kind of go further, it looks like. So just note to self, I don't know. And 10 years later, that's what the partner is maintaining. So I don't know what that means, but there you go.
I will do. Thank you, Judy.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
Yeah, great point from chat, because I guess this person who's new is saying 80% of the people here seem to give Johnny way more benefit of the doubt. We're watching Amber on trial. We'll watch Johnny next, but we went pretty hard on Johnny in the last video. We're going harder on Amber now, and then we'll probably go harder on, we're going to go hard on whoever's on trial. And also, I've been defending the fuck out of Amber to keep the nuance going. So just FYI, okay? My audience is very fucking nuanced. We try very hard to be serious about our critiques. So we're trying to literally face our prejudice and bias right now. Okay. So you do the same, girl. We're all going to do it together. Oh my gosh.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593 of the jury trials transcript.
No. Chaz says the age gap was red flag number 2. You know, look, she was over 30, right? No, was she? Wait. How old was Amber Heard when she got with Johnny Depp? What? Oh, okay, yeah. She was 30 already. I would say after 30, I'm going to ignore it, but I also raise an eyebrow. I agree. I think that cheating was the first red flag. The age was, it says 30. 27? How old was Amber Heard during the filming of Rum Diary? 25! He was 48 and she was 25. What fucking whores. Not her, him. He's such a whore. And I mean that in a non-misogynistic way. What a little slutty McSlut face. She was in her 20s. He was almost 50. He and her were both in relationships. And then they cheated to be with each other. You better back the fuck off. Crazy. Crazy. Red flags all around, bro. And he's the older person, so I put more responsibility on him, obviously.
Lines 8 through 13.
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
No, that's not what she's saying. God, fuck. These lawyers are so good. Listen to what the testimony said.
Actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony?
No, that I certainly had I don't mean to be so autistic. She said that I certainly had a broken nose. Is she a doctor? Can she diagnose her own broken nose? Absolutely not. She said, I certainly had a broken nose. That doesn't mean she had a broken nose. She's not a fucking doctor. I don't know how to diagnose a broken bone. How the fuck should I know if it's broken? Do I look like a fucking doctor to you? Is Amber Heard a fucking doctor?
That I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
And you told this jury that you had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple.
That's correct.
And bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross pussy, end quote.
No, chat says nobody held a gun to her head and forced her into a relationship with him. Initially, true, but nobody forced him to cheat on his person either. And nobody forced either of them to do anything, but that's not the same thing as her staying in an abusive relationship. I want to make that clear. Okay? She's an adult. She made a decision to cheat on her partner to be with Johnny Depp. And Johnny was an adult who made a decision to cheat on his partner to be in a relationship with Amber Heard. That doesn't mean anything, though. You're saying that like she cannot be a victim of abuse just because she cheated on her partner and decided to go. It doesn't matter. Abusive people can be abused. Justifying abuse on somebody, right, doesn't make the abuse justifiable. You said my comment was about the age gap. It doesn't matter, dude. He was twice her age and was like this famous actor. At the end of the day, like there was a power imbalance there. 25-year-old with a 50-year-old Johnny Depp. That's a power imbalance if I ever did see one in my life, girl. That's a power imbalance and you can't convince me otherwise.
Bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute, but I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that.
We saw this visibly in the other video we watched. Chet says there was a power imbalance. I agree, but she still chose to be in a relationship with him. Yeah, but why are you saying that? Do you know what I mean? Like, why do you think you're saying that? What do you think you're proving right now? By sharing that anecdotal point, which we all know, we all said she's a cheater and she's going to be held accountable for that. What do you think you're adding to the conversation that we haven't already added? Am I missing something? We already said she is a cheater. We already said she's responsible for cheating. So what are you trying to imply with the sentence? This is for us to observe our own selves. What are you implying? What do you think you're implying? What are you pointing out that we haven't already all pointed out? Because by your insinuation is that like the implication of your insinuation is to say something like, I don't know, like not that she deserves to be abused, but something. You know what I mean? I don't know what you're trying to get across. What do you share? What do you think you're sharing?
We wanted to have the option to incorporate it into the movie, so I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. And
Chat says you said I'm not talking about her cheating. Exactly. So you're insinuating that she chose to be in an abusive relationship with him? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying. No one held a gun up to her head. She chose to be with an abusive man, so therefore she deserves to be abused? I'm asking for clarification, girly. You don't have to talk, by the way. No one's forcing you to talk in my chat. No one has a gun to your head. You know what I mean? Chat says power imbalances are inevitable in any relationship, right? No. Just depends on the matrix you use to define power. No. No, power dynamics do not exist in all relationships. Power dynamics are very different things than power dynamics mean something, at least to me in my bubble. Like a power dynamic means there's an imbalance of power because of the power dynamic, unless it's a negotiated power dynamic in a fantasy land, which we're not talking about. A power dynamic is like a boss and an employee. There's an implicit power dynamic there that lends its ability to be abusive. Like when we're talking about power dynamics, we're talking about parents and kids. We're talking about, in this situation, an opportunity where it'd be very hard for the people to be equal. Johnny Depp and her could be equal in many ways if she maybe was more established, maybe a Zendaya and a Johnny Depp, somebody who is young but had more power. But Amber is kind of a know-nothing movie star. She doesn't make a lot of money, and she never had the star power or status in Hollywood to have the same power as Johnny Depp. Like a Zendaya, in terms of popularity and power, could contend with Johnny Depp, even though she's younger. Right? But like an Amber Heard is a nobody, no offense. Like she just isn't anybody. She never was. She never had the power people thought she had. You know what I mean?
Most klutzy person in the world, and I have no, grace. So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm so sorry, but it's not published to the jury. If we may have it, please published.
Okay. No, that's not what Chad goes. What about a person who earns 100K versus 45K? What about a person who is 35 to 39? None of those are power imbalances, guys. You do not know what a power imbalance is. None of that is a power imbalance. What is the power difference between somebody who's making 6 figures and somebody who's making 45? If the person making 45 has a master's degree and works as a professor, and the person making 100K is a high school dropout who works in tech, what's the power difference? That's not what a power difference is. A power imbalance has nothing to do with the examples you're giving. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted.
Is her bangs hiding the swelling on this side of the face? Because technically this side of the face does look thinner than this side of the face.
To have the option to incorporate into the movie, so I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no, grace. So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning the technical aspect of ballet, and I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working. I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet, and I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it.
Whoa. No, chat. Chad says, so it's her fault for being groomed. Amber Heard was not groomed. That is not the definition of grooming. Johnny Depp did not groom Amber Heard. Just because there's a power imbalance doesn't mean grooming happened. What's the evidence for grooming? Right? Like, just to clarify, I'm not accusing Johnny Depp of grooming Amber Heard. Grooming is a completely different accusation than a power imbalance being in place. I don't know if you guys have evidence for the grooming, but like, that is not what the definition of grooming is. Like, you don't have to groom somebody to have a power imbalance with them. So I just want to clarify that from my perspective. You could disagree, though, of course. Guys, okay, stop. If you're going to have a conversation in the chat, which nobody forced you to have, the only reason people are going after your comment is, 1, I highlighted it, and 2, it was an interesting comment. And we just want a clarification, which you don't have to engage with. Nobody's piling on anybody, but this is a YouTube chat. We don't know who you are. You could be a 12-year-old. We don't know who you are. So you don't have to engage with the public discourse, but imagine we're Socrates and a group of people all talking about philosophy. We're going to ask questions. We are only autistically inquisitive. Okay? Nobody's dogpiling anybody. If you start to feel that way, we can all back off. But, okay. Chat says, could you define power then, just to know the metrics you're using to define the perceived power imbalance in this scenario? In this scenario specifically, I can answer that question. So in this scenario specifically, we have Johnny Depp, who's worth like $100 million, world famous, globally famous, against Amber Heard. Nobody knows her. This is one of her very first prominent films. She's in her mid-20s while he's nearing his 50s, okay? This is her opportunity to be in a star power film with this main actor called Johnny Depp, who everybody knows, and nobody really knows Amber Heard. She had been in a couple of small roles before this, but this was her coming out film, okay? The Rum Diary. This was like her opportunity, okay? I think at the time of divorce, she might have been worth $3 million or $11 million, something like that, compared to Johnny's overall career, all of his networking connections, his good name, his reputation, his connection with Disney. Like, she had some connections after the Rum Diary, but at the time that it existed, she was a fresh 25-year-old in the presence of Johnny Depp, who's very handsome and very charismatic. And I think everybody in some weird way would be like, oh my God, did you and Johnny do anything? What was it like kissing him? What was it like being with him? Right? So obviously there's going to be this like, you're near Johnny Depp. Wow. I mean, grown ass adults stalk YouTubers and take their kids to their homes, Jenna Marbles, and then act crazy. You expect like people not to do this as well. Look, power imbalances exist momentarily within context. So if Amber Heard had become very famous, it would have been different. I'll give you an example. Some people would say, oh, Britney's a small content creator and there's a power imbalance between her and bigger content creators meshing it out. I would say there isn't a power imbalance because I'm in my mid-30s and I'm an established person with a job and I'm saying right now I'm good. You right? Like there can't be a power imbalance. If Johnny Depp and I went after each other, the power imbalance would be his money versus my lack of money, his status versus my lack of status. But it wouldn't be our age difference at this point because I'm 35 and he's like 50. But like to me, that doesn't matter. It would be his status. That's the power imbalance, not our age gap. Does that kind of make sense? Like the age gap at this point isn't the issue. I'm a grown up. Now, if I was 25, that would have been different. 10 years ago, Britney, very different person than this Britney. The age gap wouldn't be an issue now, but it would have been 10 years ago because I just wouldn't have known anything. And now it's my lack of money. Okay. Chat says, but fame and money exist on a spectrum, right? A person who's a politician who's dating an engineer has more money and fame and status than yes. And if they use that power imbalance against their person, like their networking, that would be the power imbalance. You don't have to have a power imbalance. So if it's a politician dating an engineer, maybe the engineer is a renowned engineer and it has better networking than the small town politician, right? It's just yes, every situation has its own version of power imbalance, but maybe there is no power imbalance because the engineer is as famous as the politician. Maybe it's a famous engineer. The engineer part isn't the power imbalance. It's the fame, money, and networking that comes with it. And maybe it doesn't matter. Like with Keanu Reeves and his long-term partner, she has less star power, but she's like her own person in her own bubble. But he would never use his power imbalance. He would never enact the power imbalance. The power imbalance would only be enacted if he went after her in court. But it's not in the relationship. It doesn't naturally exist in the relationship. They're both the same age. They're both very secure in their relationship. They're both very good with their jobs. The power imbalance could only occur if he went after her monetarily, right? Chet says, so power imbalance is not much in theory, but rather in practice. Am I right? Power imbalance is not much in theory, but rather in practice. Am I right? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Keanu and his 10 years younger girlfriend came across as being equal. Yeah, they're like, well, they're both old. She's literally in her 40s, right? And he's in his 50s. You know? But it doesn't matter. All of this to say, I don't know what you mean by that sentence. Like, more in theory than in practice. It just is. It exists. Like, it either exists or it doesn't exist. Okay? So again, when we're having these conversations, we're really asking ourselves to take this situation as it is and to have large conversations around it, right? So again, I'm not saying Amber is innocent, but I'm saying she's going to have a much harder time being believed with Johnny's networking, but also, and this is important, she was believed when she first came out. Nobody forget that Johnny Depp did lose his roles in Hollywood, that she was able to ride the wave of where we were at with Me Too and everything else to get Johnny Depp fired from Harry Potter and everything else. That happened. It didn't maintain for a lot of reasons. One, people thought she was lying eventually, and he had a good, which we're watching right now. We're watching the court case happen. And two, eventually he did enact all of his networking relationships. So the question is, did Johnny Depp in this instance use his power imbalance to take advantage of Amber Heard outside of the romantic relationship? That's an interesting question. I don't know. Obviously, within the relationship, I would say the power imbalance was there and inappropriate. And I would say that that contributed to her even staying in the relationship in some ways, but also she's just toxic and maybe she's better now that she's older. But what would be more interesting is if the court case was won because of his power imbalance or not. Because eventually, with enough pushback, and this is why, you know, people do push back, is because things will change. Eventually, these men in these power positions won't be able to get away with it for as long as we keep them accountable. Right? And we got to remember that. Chad says no one ends up dating both Elon and Johnny by accident. I mean, she is definitely not a good person. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Every man she hangs out with, every toxic friendship she has, every connection she has to every man she knows is bad. James Franco, Elon Musk, Johnny Depp. She is 100% not a great person. Is she not being abused? That's a different conversation, right? Like, I think she is being abused, right? I don't think that that's the part that I don't think that's what's being questioned. But I would, by Britney's definition, she did suffer abuse by Johnny Depp. I think also by my definition, I'm waiting to see if Amber Heard abused Johnny. I don't know yet, but it seems like they definitely were toxic to one another, right? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
And so I send videos and images to my friends to like get encouragement and for their support. And everyone shoots back, "What's with the claw hand?" And I look and I realize like all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of like funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet like
What were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, you know, I'd be doing like a jump with a back bend and you could see this like graceful falling and my hands are like.
Okay, I'm going to block you, Richard. Thanks for being here. You said she's either power obsessed or a member of the Illuminati. Bro, too far, bro. You also called her like a psychopath or whatever. Bro, chill. Okay, like, I'm stop blocking you, bro.
And my face, though, is like, I've got that, you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, you know, stage makeup on and like flower crowns and all this stuff. And then my hand.
Ooh, okay. Chad says, I think Amber reacted and got violent after being pushed to limits. Still needs to be held accountable for being pushed to your limits. Isn't that funny? You can't hurt people because you've been hurt. It's an explanation and it makes sense, but it doesn't actually justify the harm done. So a lot of people say that. A lot of people think, well, you hurt me, so I get to hurt you. No, you don't. And if you're being pushed to your limits, that's when you need intervention. And it is a real phenomenon that happens. I don't know that it happened with Amber, but I could see why it could have happened with either Amber or Johnny, because it depends on who's telling the truth, and we don't know that, right? But I just want to remind you, temptation is not an excuse for bad behavior. And I know it's a real phenomenon. So if you find yourself doing it, walk away and block these people. You should not be losing your temper at people because they frustrate you so much. So if that's happening, this is your sign to leave. This is your sign that something is deeply wrong, not just with you, but with them, and mostly with them, right? Chad says, but self-defense is justified, right? That's not self-defense. Self-defense is not losing it on somebody. That's not self-defense. You don't know what self-defense is. Losing it on somebody is not self-defense. That's not what self-defense is.
And my face, and then my hands.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98. These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs. Stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot, it doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
All right, Ms. Britney, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom.
Wait. Not to be crazy, but doesn't this part of her face look so fucking different than this part of her face? Doesn't the left side of her face look different than the right side? But everybody's does. Everybody's does. We're all asymmetrical in a sense. They're trying to use this as an example that she isn't being hit, but I just don't know why it matters. I mean, it literally looks different because everyone's face does. But yeah, it just could be lighting, the fact that she has a bang in front of her face, but it literally does look different, which is funny.
That's correct.
With a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you were moving your mouth that way.
I sure did.
In those photographs.
Absolutely.
True. Great point from chat. Says, this is making me solidify the idea of how there's never a perfect victim. In this case, both are toxic in their own ways. Both got hurt and hurt one another. I 100% agree with this. 100% agree with this. That ultimately there is no such thing as a perfect victim. And as much as we would want there to be, there just isn't. And that's why I can see both of their sides. But I can tell you this, no matter what, this is truly what toxicity looks like. And this is why if you find yourself in this situation, get out as quick as you're able to process that that's what's happening. Because girl, let me tell you, it's not worth it. You cannot save him. You cannot save her. You cannot save them. Get out.
Okay. You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to this jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 5.
Even if it's a parent, a sibling, a cousin, a family, a friend, tell them with peace and love, I'm out.
1-6, which is already in evidence.
And yes, chat said that's what I said earlier. They both brought out the worst in each other, which is true too. Two really good people, if they date each other, I'm telling you, they're not compatible. They will bring out the worst in each other. You will be convinced. I actually saw this from Anna Khanna. I don't really love Anna Khanna's work, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really watch her. But she made a video about being in an abusive relationship, allegedly about Ray William Johnson. But funny enough, she said it's so funny that his other girlfriend said that they had a great time with him, but I felt like I had a bad relationship with him, allegedly, if I remember the story correctly. And that always stayed with me because I was like, yeah, sometimes the way you have a relationship with someone can be awful for you, but sometimes it's just the two of you together that make it awful. Not that you're both awful people, or maybe it's the time you meet somebody in their life. That's why I don't believe like once a toxic person, always a toxic person. I think people change, especially when you're younger versus older. But I think that, you know, that's so interesting to me to recognize that when I was with them, I thought it was bad, but maybe when they're with somebody else, it won't be. Because like, I do think like two really great people together can make each other kind of crazy. It's like when I hear like people call into romantic like dating shows and they're like, I love my girlfriend, but she's just like, we vote differently and I don't know what to do about that. Bro, break up. Or like, hey, like we really want to do money differently and I don't know what to do about that. You're going to drive each other crazy for no reason. Like you're going to drive each other crazy. You're not compatible. You're not compatible and that's okay. But people think they're bad people if they're not compatible with people they like. It's okay not to be compatible with people you like.
You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
Okay, so I see a split lip. I don't really see much else. I mean, she's obviously like sad and maybe her eye has a little bit something, but I mostly just see the split lip.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
I guess I do see some red on the temple.
2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409.
You know what this reminds me of, though? I have a whole folder of, like, for the doctor, like, all the things that happen to my body. And I feel like they never do it justice. I know this sounds so weird. I'm not trying to, like, make excuses for Amber. I'm just trying to share things from my own life that I think are interesting. I have a whole folder on my thing. And when I try to explain my symptoms to the doctors, it just never feels like I get a photo that encompasses how bad it gets. And then they kind of see the photo and they're like, oh, okay. And I'm like, no, it's so much worse in real life. I swear. And like that, I feel like it's hard because it never looks as bad in pictures as it does in real life. Does that kind of make sense? Like, that's the thing. That's the thing that I'm trying to bring into this conversation. Like these real life things that happen to us that are so hard to explain to people. Yeah, like I feel like the person who sees my health concerns the most is the person I live with. Like my partner actively deals with my illness. So he actively knows I'm sick, but like my family and friends, it's really hard for them sometimes to process that I'm sick. But because he lives with me, he sees how bad it gets and he's like, damn, like you're really sick. Like he's constantly worried I'm going to like die young on him. He's like, are you going to die on me, dude? I was like, no, I'm fine, bro. And like, we're always like trying to reassure each other, but he's the only one who gets to see me sick. And so it's hard to explain it to people how bad it can be. But then, you know, what are we supposed to take pictures of? Like it's hard. It'd be hard to document how sick I am. But also, like, a lot of us are sick that way. A lot of us are very sick. And we just deal with it. And the people who get to see it the most are the people who do see us in and out, like who truly do. And I don't want to upplay it for the internet. Like, if I was to document how sick I was for the internet, I would basically have to fake it. Because there's no way when I'm actually sick, I would have time to document that I'm sick. Does that make sense? I would almost have to recreate it. But then I would be lying. I'd be acting. And I think people do that, by the way. I'm fully convinced a lot of people on the internet that are like catching their sicknesses online are kind of playing it up a bit, unless you're really, really good. One time I timed like a borderline breakdown. But that's because I knew I was in cycles. And so I knew it would happen again. And I knew I could press play for it. But even then, I wasn't as deep in one as one where I like disassociated. I wasn't disassociating, but then maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was an autistic burnout. That's the problem with illness, is that it's fluid. So maybe my doctors were wrong and it was just an autistic meltdown. Or maybe it was a borderline episode. Or maybe it was neither. Maybe it was something else. Maybe I was just really sad. That's the thing with these things we call definitive. This is the thing about when we examine people. Are we truly examining? So this is what I do as a layman. As a non-medical professional, this is what I do. I say, I don't know what's wrong, but something seems to be wrong, and I'm going to remove myself from the situation. Because though I am not smart enough to come up with a reason this is happening, I know something is wrong and I feel unsafe, and I'm going to remove myself without demonizing you or slandering you or lying. I'm just going to simply remove myself. And that is the best thing I can do, because even though I never know what is exactly wrong with a person, I just know it's unhealthy and I can't be around it. So with Amber and Johnny, I don't know what's wrong with them, but something is deeply wrong with the both of these people, and I don't want to be around it. Now, they might be better now. This is 2 years ago. And there might be a version of them in 10 years that's so healthy, it's amazing. And that's what I hope for. You know what I'm saying? But like this, I don't want to deal with it.
Which is already in evidence.
And it's okay to have an opinion. I think it's okay to say, I think Johnny Depp is more abusive than Amber Heard, or I think Amber Heard is more abusive than Johnny. You can have those opinions. I think Steven Crowder is incredibly abusive to his wife. And I hope she's so happy. For people not willing to say that Steven Crowder was even abusive, those are the people I don't feel safe around. If you can't even say it's toxic or abusive, I want to hang out with you. With Johnny Depp and Amber, if you can't admit both of them are toxic and unhealthy, then that's weird. Or if you can't say, or how about this? If I meet anybody who's like, I'd love to be friends with Amber Heard or Johnny Depp, red flag. Could you imagine somebody literally saying, oh, I would love to be friends with either of these people? Red flag. You know whose DMs we don't answer? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's. You know whose DMs we don't answer? Theirs.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
That's a good lawyer answer. She okay.
A medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
Interesting. So that same doctor that was super anti-Amber Heard during the finger incident was also her main doctor, question mark? Why would she see Kipper in that moment?
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no.
Chad says the only issue I have saying they're both toxic is that it minimizes the power and control he had over her, not to mention the lingering public hatred against Amber. I think for the sake of this conversation, it's really necessary to acknowledge they're both toxic and that every one of us can hold levels of toxicity and healthiness. I think it does in some ways empower people who hate Amber just to hate her, but those people are crazy. Like, it's crazy to hate somebody just to hate somebody, but also, to be fair, the media and Amber Heard's lawyers, the Amber Heard's lawyers did a very bad job at defending Amber. And I do think she's toxic enough to be with the people that she tends to be around. But with that said, it doesn't change the fact that I do think there was abuse at hand, right? So I agree in some ways that the problem is that any criticism of Amber will always appear that way. And I think that that's just something we have to accept. That ultimately, like, in this audience, we try to be as nuanced as possible and acknowledge the power imbalance and all of that stuff. But also, let's not forget that Amber isn't innocent in all aspects. Right now, do you guys think they have proven that Amber has been directly abusive to Johnny the way he's been abusive to her? I've seen lots of toxicity from Amber, right? Have we seen actually any abusive behavior from Amber? Abusive and toxic are different. They're not the same. So we've seen abusive behavior by Johnny, right? We've seen it in the videos. I've seen toxic behavior by Amber in the videos. Have we seen any abusive behavior by Amber? Because that's what's interesting. I want to make it clear that toxic is not abusive, that you can be toxic and not be abusive, though they tend to go hand in hand when escalated. The only thing I can think of is maybe the finger thing. But according to Amber, Johnny cut off his own finger. According to Johnny, Amber cut off his finger. Didn't she admit on tape to punching him? She admitted on tape to hitting him, but not punching him. So in her head, she admitted to going like this, Johnny, no. But she did not admit to saying like, boom, boom, which is different. So in Amber's head, she admitted to going, no, stop. Or like, like hitting him like this. Like, those women, I'll give you an example. There is a whole culture of people where women can like verbally hit a man, not verbally, physically hit a man, and the men don't consider it abuse. I would argue it's abusive. I would argue in some cultures it could be toxic before abusive, though. And the reason I say that is because abuse has intentionality that toxicity might not have. I find that toxicity tends to involve behavior that is unhealthy, and that if not acknowledged as unhealthy could lead to long-term intentional abuse. So that's what I think is really important, right? Oh, great point. When she told him no one would believe he seemed abused. That's a great point. That I think is emotional abuse. That is good, fair. Okay, so Amber, you're right. Absolutely great point, guys. Thank you for reminding me. The way she talked to him on the phone, emotional abuse, 1000%, in my opinion. Again, I don't think you should grow up in an environment or a culture where girls can hit boys because boys are stronger than girls. But this is a part of toxic masculinity that we have got to deconstruct. So toxic masculinity will convince men women can get away with hitting them because, like, you're so much stronger than her. But I just want to make it clear that whether it's for a joke or whether it's for a girl who thinks she has the right to hit you because she's smaller than you, it shouldn't be normalized if you say no. Your consent should always be at the forefront of the conversation. So even with my siblings, if I'm hitting my siblings and they go, Brittany, stop. And I go, is that like a stop? Or is that like you're joking with me? Stop. They're like, no, stop touching me. I'm like, totally, bro. Like, consent is important. But there are toxic masculinity bubbles that say guys can never tell a girl to stop hitting them because they're bigger than them. So I just want to make it abundantly clear. Consent should always be at the forefront of all of these conversations. And Johnny and Amber do not exhibit good understanding of consent when Johnny was like, cut me. And Amber's like, no, I don't want to cut you. Like, that's not exhibiting good understanding of consent. And then for Amber to be like, you can cut me, but don't cut me here. Don't cut me here. And then you hear Amber constantly saying like, no, don't do that. Like, they're not exhibiting good understandings of consent.
I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day.
Chet says, how do you distinguish between abuse and toxicity? I don't know how other bubbles do it, but to me, toxicity is an unintentional behavior, usually cultural, and how you're raised. And abuse is intentional or toxicity that's been called out but ignored. So if somebody calls out your behavior and says, hey, you're being toxic, stop it, and you keep doing it, now it's abuse. If you have the intention of abusing somebody, it's abuse. If you grow up in an environment where you do a behavior that you think is just normal because it's your bubble, that just could be a toxicity. But the moment you're called out on your behavior and someone tries to change it and you deny it, now we're moving into abuse. Okay, now we're moving into intentional activity when somebody told you to stop, consent issue. That's how I frame it. I don't know if that's universal. I don't know if that's objective. What is objective? That is in my bubble what I think of it as, because everybody has a level of toxicity within them, but not everybody is abusive, right? That's what I think about. That's what I'm thinking about.
And but you went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right. Okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record.
Okay. With peace and love, chat, I think some of you are too in your trauma to have this conversation. I'm going to call you out. You're too in your trauma to have this conversation. Because I tell you this as a victim of assault myself, I've been there. I've been too triggered to have the conversation myself. We are not talking about whatever you think we're talking about. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the situation. So if you keep relating this to your experience, it has nothing to do with you. Stop thinking of yourself unless you're using it as an example for nuance. You're not. Every time you bring up a situation related to yourself, you're doing it as a way to feel defensive about your trauma. Go to therapy. We all have to go to therapy. I've been there. You're okay. You're not a bad person, but we're not talking about you. And this is a very sensitive subject for everybody. So make sure that you understand, if you're watching my channel, we're not talking about your personal trauma, but if your personal trauma relates to this in a way to see nuance, then share. Okay? So I just want to make it very clear. No one's attacking you. No one's calling you out. No one's talking to you. Amber, in that specific phone call, when she said, no one will believe you, Johnny, sounded like a threat. So if you're relating to Amber in that moment, were you threatening somebody? Because again, we saw footage and we're trying to judge Amber. We're not judging you. We don't know you. So Amber in that phone call did sound like she was threatening Johnny Depp. She could maybe not have been, but it did in all instances, like it did sound like that. And we don't know because we're not inside of her head. And yes, we already took into account how all of us would sound crazy if somebody wanted us to. And yes, we all took into account, okay, that if our recordings went public, all of us would look crazy. Okay? Absolutely. You can make comparisons to yourself, but make sure you're doing it within reason, because the comparison I saw in chat was not within reason. It was not a one-to-one comparison. So I'm just giving you a tool because maybe you're not seeing it.
Record. Right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
Oh, here we go.
If we could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is gonna be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under...
Wait, chat says it also said malnourished, male nourished? Yeah, well-nourished male and NAD alert oriented. What's this? Intact skin color, moisture, hair distribution, text. What is this? It isn't, who is this? What? Wait, good catch, chat. It also says well-nourished male. What is that? I don't understand. Can somebody explain? See, I don't even know what this means. Wait.
But it doesn't document anything.
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move to strike. Okay.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for a broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp, as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. She did.
Oh, nice. Finally. Wow, a fucking lawyer. Congratulations, Amber's lawyers. Jesus, they suck. They just spoke up for the first time.
They have not been produced, Your Honor.
They've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come approach.
Yeah, you better approach the bench. Jesus.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
What?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes.
And this is the picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
Okay, the man just looked like he's sleeping in this one. I don't know. The man looked like he chilling, bro. I don't know about this. Is hard to like. I get it. She's making a case that he like passes out and stuff, but he looked like he chilling. But also, I want to make it clear that like he's in his 50s, passing out on the floor. Like eventually, you got to grow up. This is what I'm saying. Partying in your 50s is embarrassing. I think it's a little embarrassing. Like a little bit, like, come on, like we're not in our 20s anymore. Like, you know what I mean? But I would say like this looks very normal. This just looks like the most chill nap I've ever seen in this particular photo. But I get she's creating a pattern. And also if he was dealing with substance abuse this bad, did he ever go to rehab? Is he in AA? Did he ever do those steps? NA? Like Brad Pitt has some pretty cool stories out of AA, where he went to a normal people's AA group, not to like brag about an abuser or anything, though I do believe in redemption. Like Brad Pitt went to a normal person's AA meeting and none of them ratted him out and everyone like was chill and no one ever told anybody in that group. And I thought that was really commendable. He didn't want to go to like a celebrity one. And so he just went to like a regular people's one. And there's something about that that I think is really cool. Also, I've heard some bad things about AA, so I don't want to like brag about it because who knows. But either way, I don't know how much help Johnny was getting for his problems. Also, I think it's really weird that Brad Pitt has an alcohol brand. Did you guys see that? He was endorsing like an alcohol brand, which makes no sense since he was like in AA. You know what I mean? Okay.
One of them, yes.
Hold on. Chad says, why is it embarrassing to be partying? I'm not someone who has ever enjoyed drinking or clubbing, but I think each to their own. This is what I mean. It's embarrassing to be 50 years old and passing out on the floor and puking all over yourself. Grow up. Grow up. You can't be 50 years old and puking on yourself and fucking on the... Grow up.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
Those are Brittany's morals. They're not objective. I just think less of you.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island?
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation?
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. We also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Okay, he's sleeping again. So she's creating a pattern. I just want to say, like, again, I'm not seeing much here personally. Like, I can't look at this photo and be like, oh my God, he's sleeping. I'm just like, okay, he's sleeping. I get if she's creating a pattern, though.
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
He does look like a grandpa. Chad says he looks like a grandpa catnap. He does look exactly like a grandpa.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs. Didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been.
Yeah, I think she's trying to paint out that, like, he's drunk. He's falling asleep with cigarettes in his hands, which, by the way, literally how somebody I know lost their fucking apartment because somebody fell asleep while smoking. The whole apartment blew up, like everything down with fire. My friend lost their apartment that way. Like, it wasn't them who were smoking, it was their neighbor. So, like, that's really dangerous. So he's like passed out, he's like sleeping, but I wouldn't know it by looking at the photo. Like, I just want to make it clear that I wouldn't know it looking at the photo. But if somebody told me, like, oh, my dad was like passed out again, I'd be like, that's so sad. Your dad's like has a disease. Like, Johnny Depp has a disease, right? Yeah, not knowing your limits at 50 is yikes. Exactly, chat. Not knowing your limits at 50 is embarrassing.
Been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
Is your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
Okay, first of all, this lawyer's so good at her job. That's what makes me, like, hate her. She's such a girl boss, but lawyers are so gross. What is it? Lawyers and tax collectors? Good luck getting into heaven, bitch. But also, oh my God, she's so good at her job. She gets under my skin. Now that I'm watching this with more nuanced eyes, I'm like, oh my God, she's so ruthless. Like when I first watched this, I was like, she's such a girl boss. And now that I'm watching it again, I'm like, oh my God, she's being so fucking cunning with her questions. She's doing such a good job. You like taking pictures of Johnny sleeping, don't you? And it's like, yeah, I'm literally trying to catch my predator passing out multiple times or my abuser so I can make sure to prove, like, I'm not crazy. He's literally a diseased person. And it's like, oh, she's so good. Oh, she's so good at her job.
I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off and...
Hold on. Chet says, I don't know, she's painting it like she didn't do the same stuff, but did she? Did Amber do this? I've never heard of Amber actually having a problem. You guys, nodding off from intoxication is not the same thing as doing drugs. Like, Amber might have partied, but did she do this? Is there evidence? Do we have it? Or is that another lie we're making up? Because I keep Googling it and I'm not finding it. Johnny is a known alcoholic and drug user. He is known for being abusive with drugs. He literally says, I fell off the wagon. Does Amber have this reputation? I do not want to add to the stigma of drug use. Drug use is not an immoral act. Drinking alcohol is not an immoral act. Okay, and what he's doing is not immoral, by the way. Being an alcoholic isn't immoral. The question is, okay, when he's doing it, is he also in denial of his disease and therefore hurting other people? I just want to make it abundantly clear there is a difference. So I want to know where is that evidence, because I would love to go shit on Amber. Let me shit on Amber like she did the bed. That was a joke. That was high sarcasm. That's a super joke. We have no proof she shit on the bed. But I just want to know more. I think Amber drank more than she should have, but not a drug addict. Well, okay, but what does that mean she drank more than she should have? Fuck, I was taking 15 shots of alcohol a night while, taking fucking shots in my 20s while also working 3 jobs and hanging out with gay dudes every weekend. I need to know what this means. Everybody abuses drugs and alcohol in Hollywood. Does that mean does this add to her being abusive? I want to know, does it add to her being abusive? So again, Johnny falling asleep with ice cream melting down his leg is gross. But is this because he's like cute and asleep and it's funny? Or because he's literally once again being irresponsible because of his addiction problem?
I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him. And it scared me.
So you took a picture of it?
Yes,
obviously she would take a picture of it. Like if she's collecting evidence.
Wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection, Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
Oh, wow. What a What a lawyer move.
That she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that's a good question. Does she have those photos for evidence or blackmail? That's a great question. I don't know, because the way the court makes it look is she has it for blackmail. The way that it's coming across with everything we've watched, I would say it's more for evidence at this point. I'm not getting blackmail from these photos, but let's see.
This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it.
I would take pictures and send it to my mom and send it to our family photo and be like, they're at it again. That's what I would do. Like, even if I wasn't collecting evidence, like I would do this for my siblings. Imagine it's your fucking sibling. I would take a photo and be like, he's at it again, bros. We got to get him help. How do you have an intervention for your friend? That's how I would think about it, right? That's what I would think about. Chet says, I can't imagine getting into a relationship with a known drug abuser and take these pictures of them at their worst. Good thing you're not Amber Heard. Good thing you're not that person. Like, I can imagine it. It makes so much sense to me. Have you guys ever seen, like, you know what I'm assuming Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are similar to is like Shameless. Have you guys ever seen Shameless? Okay. I could never imagine being a drug addict and having 8 babies. Okay. But like, there's a whole part of the population that does that all the time. I could never imagine drinking while being pregnant. Okay. Well, like, there's like literally a whole part of the population that like does it all the time. They're just that part of the population. They are the part of the population that isn't us. They're the part of the population that is this kind of people. No, chat's like, that's my point. She knew, joined him, and then used it later. There is a difference. I can see that point. But as a person who's worked with enough victims and has seen them, it doesn't work that way. It sounds like it would work that way, but it really doesn't. It can, but the probability of it working that way is almost never. That's the difference. Is like, I agree with you, but that could work for anyone in this situation, but it doesn't seem to be the actual pattern. What usually happens is somebody gets swept up into a relationship that they think is better than it is. Then when they're involved, they try to realize, oh my God, it's worse than I thought, but not bad enough for me to leave. Maybe I can make it better. Then they try to make it better, but they don't know how to. That's usually the pattern that actually ends up happening with people at this level and this status. Now, at the same time, you can have, the only reason I say this is because right now, Amber is young enough that she doesn't have that long of a reputation compared to Johnny. Johnny has a much longer reputation and he still hasn't cleaned up his act in his 50s. Amber doesn't seem to have as bad of a reputation, but she's getting most of the responsibility. So I just want to make sure that in this, we're being clear that Johnny has done far worse than Amber so far, but she's still getting a lot of the responsibility and some of the malicious intentionality. Why are we assuming she's blackmailing and he's not doing something malicious? What's the malicious thing that Johnny has done? Because right now, there's no reason to think Amber would have to blackmail him. Why would she have to blackmail him? What does blackmail have to do with any of this? She's just pointing out the truth. And the truth is that Johnny passes out when he's drunk. The truth is that Johnny abuses alcohol and drugs. The truth is that all these things. She's just stating a fact about Johnny and it makes him look bad because it is bad. She doesn't have to blackmail him. She just has to tell the truth and it's bad enough. Now, is there anything that Amber's lying about, right? Chet says money. I mean, they're married. They're married. That's like, she's going to get money whether we like it or not. Like, they're married, right? Like, he could have not married her. He's the one who left his wife and 2 kids to be with a 25-year-old. Okay, so he also signed up for it. You know what I'm saying? The question is, did one of them have malicious intent? I would argue neither of them were malicious, but both of them refused to face their toxicity, and Johnny especially refused to face any of his toxicity leading to abuse. That's what I'm seeing so far. Now, Amber is not doing herself any favors and her lawyers suck, right? Okay, chat says it's bad, but I don't think she is innocent in it either. I think they're both in the wrong and just toxic. Yes, but who's more toxic? I'm saying Johnny so far. I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I thought Amber was more toxic than Johnny when I first watched it, but I think Johnny's more toxic than Amber now. I thought both were toxic. Yes, that's true, but I think Johnny's more toxic than Amber. I forgot to take into account everything else when I first watched this. They're not equal. They are not equal in their toxicity. I think Johnny's worse than Amber so far. In everything we've seen, Johnny's admitted to kicking her. His assistant admitted that she was kicked by him. They admitted Johnny was the one who needed help. They admitted that Johnny has literally done worse. So I'm going to say Johnny, and his age has to be taken into consideration, and his wealth, and his status, and all of these years he could have gotten help, he didn't. Okay? So Johnny is more culpable, right? Chet says, I believe Amber when she says Johnny assaulted her. She has scars on her arms after the events. I could believe that Johnny would have assaulted her just with statistics alone, but I don't know. That's hard for me to know. But I could believe it. You know, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one yet.
Seeing it.
But you sent this picture to...
No. Stop. Chat says, but it feels weird that he passed out with the ice cream on him so she can just take a picture. He could choke. It feels gross to me. I'm on his side, though, to be clear. You know, I'm really privileged that I never dealt with a parent who is addicted. I'm really privileged that I never really dealt with siblings who were addicted. I'm really privileged that I never had to pick up vomit from a person that I loved because they did it for the 18th time this week. I'm really lucky that I've never had to go to the police station and pick up a sibling who was driving drunk. I'm really lucky that my parents paid their bills. I'm really lucky that I've never had to do the things that people who deal with addiction have had to do. But I will tell you this, after a time, it's got to get old. I have dealt with emotionally abusive siblings. I have dealt with people that gaslight and create false narratives about you. I have dealt with a person who lies right to your face, even though there's evidence right there in the room with them. I have dealt with a person who swears this is green water when it's obviously red. I have dealt with that kind of a person, and it is weird, dude. And after a while, it gets really fucking old. It's not that big of a deal that she took a picture of the same fucking boring shit she sees every fucking day. It's really fucking normal when you're used to a piece of shit person who will not face their own fucking problems and puts it all on you. It gets fucking old when you're sitting in a room with somebody who's literally yelling at you about how you're the worst person who's ever existed and that you don't deserve to live and you should kill yourself. And you just sit there rolling your eyes, eating your ice cream because you're fucking used to it. When you're used to something, it's not that big of a deal. But when it's new to you, it might feel totally crazy. You know? So, you know, at some point in your life, you're just like, I don't fucking care, dude. You wouldn't even care if they picked up a fucking knife. You're so fucking used to it. The theatrics are so fucking boring at some point. You're like, go ahead, pick up that knife. Go ahead, what are you going to do? Stab me? And I promise you, it would look crazy on camera. But when you're so fucking used to this shit, dude, you're just like, whatever, bro. Now, with that said, it doesn't mean that Amber doesn't have something malicious about her that makes her comfortable in some aspect in this bubble. I'm just explaining all of the possibilities, and all of your opinions are valid, especially when you use your own personal experience to relate to it, right? So I think ultimately what we're seeing is humans gonna human to the T right now. And you should keep it in mind with how it's going to impact your life and your relationship with people, and understand, like, to be open with boundaries, right? Chess says they agreed to record each other to show each other how bad they got. I'm not understanding the issue, which is also true. They did. They agreed to record themselves to prove that they were being toxic and to figure out who is right or wrong in conversations. They both admit to being toxic, you know? Totally. Absolutely. Yeah.
One of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Whoop. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help, is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Heard. So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Brederhoff? Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not Ms. Heard's text messages, consistent with hearsay.
It's going, Chad asked me a question. Why do you think she went public? Was it to tell her story or be spiteful or escalate things as they both have gone down in the past? I don't know. I have no idea why Amber went public with the story. Maybe she felt empowered. Maybe she felt like it was the right time. Maybe she just wanted the spotlight. I don't know. I don't know why people go public. I mean, I went public about the feud or the abuse I felt like that YouTuber was doing, and people just called me a clout chaser. I deleted like 1,000 people from my chat. Like I blocked like 1,000 people because people were like, you're a clout chaser. You're so clout hungry. Why are you coming out with a story now? It's been 2 years. Oh my God, get over it. People come out when it's time. Maybe it was burdening her. It was burdening me. It burdens me to keep abusers' secrets. And I try really hard not to do it, even though I believe in redemption. And I think abusive people can seek out therapy and get better. It's incredibly emotionally draining. So maybe she was burdened with it. I would feel, oh my God, could you imagine dating Johnny Depp, knowing he's abusive and not keeping it a secret while everybody loves him and acts like he's the greatest guy ever? That shit would eat me up, bro. I would feel so bad that I'm going to let other women date him without saying anything. Like, that's what's hard. That's what's hard. Is like, I don't know what her intentions were. So I don't know. You know, maybe she wanted the spotlight. Maybe she wanted credit. When I first heard the story, it sounded like she wanted the spotlight. But now, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know. I could not read her mind to save my life. You know? And yes, mind you, she never named him. Exactly. Mind you, she never named him. Right? She never named him. I do think that's important. Thank you. Thank you, chat. She never named him. And so what this does is it doesn't allow her to tell her own story. And I am not a fan of that. As long as you're not lying, my only requirement for you telling your own story is that you don't lie. Just don't lie and let the truth be what it is. I do not lie. And so I tried my hardest to say exactly what it is factually, and whatever it is. You know, whatever it is. You know? Like, if people, that's the thing, is like, you can get sued. I could get sued for telling my own stories. It's a thing you have to be willing to do. And trust me, I could still get sued. And it's scary to think about. But it is one of the realities of telling your own stories. You could get sued. And I think that's kind of like bullshit. But also, I didn't lie. So that's why I think it's bullshit. If you did lie, I think you should be sued. But that's the problem. I didn't lie. I could still get sued. Chad says your perspective could not be the truth, though. Is that lying? No, but don't fucking gaslight yourself. Jesus Christ. Like, yes, we can convince our memory, or we can have bad memory, but that's why you have to go to a therapist and talk to someone about it and make sure you think about it. I waited 2 years so I could make sure I was correct and I had evidence and I had ideas. But like, I have to think, but don't gaslight yourself into thinking you're fucking lying to yourself. Jesus, there is a balance, guys. Okay, there is a balance. You got to be careful you don't fucking trick yourself into thinking you're misremembering, that the abuse never happened. Like, talk to people, get it documented. I'm lucky that I told people right away. I talked to people. People were there to corroborate. And I had witnesses who at this point agreed with me, even in DMs, that shit went down, but they just didn't think it was a big deal because abuse doesn't matter when you're abusing abusers. So like, it's not like people don't know. It's not like, you know what I mean? But like, people know, you know, okay? So again, I don't want people gaslighting themselves into thinking like, oh my God, because that's what victims already do. We already convince ourselves it was our fault. It was a mistake. They didn't mean to do it. They misheard me. They didn't hear me say stop. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, it is so hard already. You think like we already didn't convince ourselves that we're just like, you know what I mean? And that's why it's so difficult. I just want to make sure that's not what we're doing to ourselves. So yes, maybe your recollection without your intention of lying isn't the truth. But there are steps to take in order to make sure that's not true. Okay, there are people to talk to. There are ways to look at it. There are diaries to keep. There's facing yourself and meditating and making sure I just think it's really scary to constantly be like, but did you trick yourself into thinking that? Because what's the first thing you get told when you get diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder? Don't you think it's just in your head? What's the first thing you get told when you get diagnosed autistic? Isn't that just in your head, though? Don't you think you kind of made it up? Don't you think you're kind of imagining it? It's like, okay, everybody stop. Now, I can't read Amber Heard's mind. I do not know what this woman is thinking. I cannot read Johnny Depp's mind. I do not know what this man is thinking. All I know is all the men who supported Johnny Depp also supported every abuser that's ever been accused of anything, even when there was evidence. All I know is that the world is too misogynistic for me not to double check myself, internalize misogyny to make sure that I didn't go after Amber Heard the same way that every other man did because she was a woman. And all I can do as a person is try to correct my wrongs. So that's what I'm doing now. I am not saying she's a good person. I'm not saying I was wrong and that Johnny was innocent. I'm saying I feel like I might have been bamboozled by my own prejudice and my own desire not to be tricked by Amber Heard, that I might have sided with the wrong person. And that's what I'm concerned about. I want to make sure that I didn't just side with Johnny because I felt like I'd been bamboozled by Amber Heard and that all of these things, you know what I mean? I just want to make sure. So that's why we're reviewing this, right?
Thank you. You ready? Maybe we approach?
Okay.
Hey. Sir, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And you sent it to her.
She said, this is what I've been dealing with. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing I would send to family or friends to be like, bro, I'm in it too deep. I don't know what to do. Or like, you send it to your friend, you're like, dude, he's at it again. What do I fucking do? You know, that makes sense. That's a very normal person text.
On August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, this is what I've been dealing with, end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp?
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp?
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
Oof, this lawyer's so good, but that's like not how that works. Right?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny or...
Yeah, Amber is not personable. She is very lawyer trained. She answers very matter of fact. Her emotions come off very fake. But I'm saying all of that could be us misreading the situation because Johnny comes off very favorable. We'll watch his testimony next. From my recollection, he came off very personable, very likey, like people liked him. That's not good. That is not good to fight prejudice. We have to make sure we're not falling for him just as much as people thought they were falling for Amber Heard, right? But Amber Heard is not very likable, but that doesn't mean she's not a victim. Likability isn't a requirement for you being a victim.
The monster, as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
did it stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket. Right?
See, that idea, like, if you're so afraid of Johnny Depp, why would you seek help? That's a crazy question, huh?
Right, Ms. Heard? In this
yes,
picture?
That's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing wrong with cocaine as long as it's not laced with anything. Nothing wrong with, nothing immoral about cocaine.
Let's please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence. Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to the photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes.
And this is your breakfast table?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
I think the reason Amber has to show he has drug use is because I think he's supposed to be sober, or that he is abusing. Because, like, again, there's nothing immoral about doing cocaine. Okay, everyone trying to go for RFK Jr., who I am not a fan of because he did heroin. First of all, no judgment. Heroin is not immoral. Okay, it might be illegal, but it's not immoral. Like, everyone trying to be like, oh my God, he's done heroin. Okay, and you guys are so fucking judgmental. What is this, the 1920s? Get off your fucking high horse. Jesus. Like, drugs are not immoral. You need to get off of it, okay? But abusing drugs and then abusing the people around you, immoral. Okay?
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
You know, I asked my brother once. We call him Cocaine Brother because he has a good relationship with cocaine. I don't know. It's a joke. Anyways, I was like, should I do cocaine? And he was like, you don't need cocaine, dude. You're like a fucking squirrel bouncing around. I was like, that's that ADHD, baby. That's that ADHD, baby. I don't even need cocaine. I'm naturally coked up, okay? But also, nothing unethical about drugs, bro. But God gave me this huge ass nose and these big ass nostrils. I just feel like I was meant to snort something. I never did it. But I could have been great at cocaine.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
She said, girl, when was the last time you did cocaine, girl? Like it's 1985 and we're Carrie Bradshaw in the bathroom of a fashion party, okay? She said, when was the last time you did cocaine, girl? She goes, I don't think you know how to do coke, ma'am. The lawyer's like, actually, I did coke before I came to this, like, event, okay?
I'm asking if you do. You testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
doesn't stay on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine.
So she was enabling his drug addiction. Oh, that's worse. Abuse. Enabling abuse or toxicity, probably both. Enabling his drug addiction. Oh, that's a huge no-go. So enabling, so she and her sister were enabling his drug addiction, which is not good, not surprising, but not good. Okay. But that's pretty bad. Like enabling a drug addiction is bad, right? But did she do it with the intention of abusing him, or did she do it because like he basically, because the problem is there are addicted people that will basically like, you almost have to, do you guys remember that he was like a bodybuilder. He died from steroid use and his girlfriend just like couldn't get him to stop, but she wasn't going to break up with him. So she basically watched him do it all the time and everyone's like, you're enabling him, and she would record him and he died that way. But sometimes I think people get in toxic cycles with the people they love where it's like, how can I leave? How can I leave you when I see you in pain? I'd rather be here and watch you do it and maybe even do it with you than to watch you die alone. It's very confusing to me, but I think it's all toxic for the record, right? It's all toxic. So again, I think, so either Amber Heard came into his life, you know, and manipulated her way in and did all these things, or Johnny Depp was already a shitty person with a shitty lifestyle and just became shittier with it. I honestly think, I don't know. Actually, I don't know that. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what really is going on. But I would say that it's not as black and white as it seems. So being Team Amber or Team Johnny is a mistake. I'm just going to say that out loud. No one should be rooting for either of them. And I do think that ultimately, like, neither of them, I think Johnny's more of an abuser so far, but I would say that Amber is not exempt from the unhealthy relationship she had with Johnny or the fact that she enabled him, right? How do we know she enabled him? You're right. Hold on. Maybe that's the wrong word. Well, is it the wrong word? Enabled is a weird word. Hold on. Let's Google enabled because it's a weird word. Hold on. Yeah, she did enable him because she made it possible. She did drugs around him. Her sister showed him how to do the coke. So the sister definitely enabled him. Yeah, I think that enabled is the right word, right? Enabled means to make something happen. So she and her sister is, yeah. But hold on, chat says enabled is right. You can enable an addict by giving them $10. I think that's fucked up. People who don't give homeless people money because you think you're enabling their drug addiction, you're fucked up. I think that's fucked up. People will say that. People will say, like, you can't give homeless people money because it enables their drug addiction. I think that's fucked up. Like, it could enable their drug addiction, or they could also eat with it. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not your business. You know what I mean? So I just want to make it clear that I think it's dangerous. I think there's something to be said about people who have good intentions but end up enabling. I think you can have good intentions and enable somebody. I want to make it clear. I actually think most people who enable have good intentions. That's my opinion. I think most people who enable have good intentions. And your good intentions, the road to hell is paved with them. That's my opinion. All these moms that protect their sons, they have good intentions because they love their sons, but they're enabling. I think a lot of us enable our friends and their bad habits because we want to love them and we don't know how to love them even though they're fucked up.
In your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked?
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
No, it's messy as fuck. What are we talking about?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
No. Oh my God, chat. Chat's like, well, I want to make it clear I was not talking about homeless people and you assumed I was talking about a homeless person because they're an addict. That's literally not what I did. My brain works very quickly. I just associated the assumption of how words can be interpreted. That's not what I did. I put two thoughts together. I was connecting the word enabling and how some people think enabling by giving anybody money, like a homeless person. Yes, it's a tangent. Thank you, chat. I was a tangent. It was just a connected thought. Guys, most of the time, let me explain my neurodivergent brain. Your comments make me think of 20 different things to talk about. Your comments, most of the time when I'm replying, I'm thinking of like 20 different things it's related to. My brain works so fucking fast. I can think of like 30 different things I could talk about with that one sentence. I just pick one and talk. That's what I do with my partner. It's my partner's brain too, ADHD as fuck. Monologuing all day and night. And eventually we'll get around to our point in about 20 minutes. Get ready, bitch. Okay?
When you sent it, you said, quote, look at my morning, or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of...
Wow, staged photographs to your friend.
Communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
Are you saying Mr. Depp doesn't do cocaine?
What do you mean by that?
Didn't he tell Paul Bentley that he was doing cocaine or ecstasy or something?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine? Sitting next to cocaine?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
Never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did. I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Okay, well, don't be like, I wouldn't even know how to do something like that, girl. Come on now.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8, exactly.
Your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating.
Wow, $7 million from a divorce with Johnny Depp, who was worth how much at the time?
The entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU.
That's correct.
And you would be donating.
He's worth $150 million? That's crazy, bro.
The other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
Yeah, bitch. Where's your receipts, bitch? Did she ever give those receipts?
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1-2.
Amber Heard is worth $1 million, which is a significant decrease from her prior net worth of $11 million. I think she was worth $11 million when she was doing films, and now she's worth about $1 million because she didn't get re-signed to do her movies. So he lost roles, she lost roles, except his career is, I think, like, he's riding the high of his public persona now, and she's living, I think, in Europe or something. She moved somewhere.
259. This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
A quick, I don't know if this is true, but a quick Google search says ACLU has confirmed that Amber Heard has not donated the formerly promised amount to charity. However, Elon Musk has paid the amount on behalf of Amber Heard to the ACLU. Is that true? This is like a quick Google search. This is interesting. This was 2 years ago, though. I don't know if what's happened now.
Your Honor, I'd move to.
And then the ACLU has reported that some of the money got donated, but I want to know, how do we know if she did donate?
Admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is some.
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing.
I'm not finding any updates. It says she donated half of what she owed to the charities, but I can't find any confirmation. Oh, yes, they confirm it later in the case that Elon made the dono. Okay.
Inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each.
So Johnny Depp's overall net worth has been as high as $650 million, but is now at $150 million. I know he lost a lot of deals and stuff during this court proceeding or beforehand, so I'm not sure if it fluctuated the most during that era of his life. But apparently he lost a lot of money during that era. So maybe that was the difference there. And remember, net worths are not just cash flow. Obviously, it's not liquid. It's also in properties and stuff like that.
To the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also
and he chose to do the former, not the latter.
Also, keep in mind, if Amber Heard is responsible for Johnny Depp's drug use in any way, every single friend he's ever had, every person, including Paul Bentley, whoever he texted is responsible. His assistant, his friends. Amber Heard is no more culpable for Johnny Depp's addiction in that 2-year marriage than anybody else in his life who's ever come before and after him. So I don't think we can hold Amber any more accountable than anybody else in his life, in my opinion, because all of them knew he had problems, all of them. And so that's the problem as well. Okay.
I mean,
but notice that she's going to get the brunt of that responsibility, even though the responsibility should have fallen on everybody who was with him before and after.
Other way around.
But the issue is that that's not how it works with addicted family members. Like, we do our best, but also you can't tell an addict not to use. Like, what are you going to do, bro? You know what I mean? You got to have the right interventions. You got to have the right relationships with those people. Chad says, I do feel like your wife has more responsibility over friends and colleagues only if he admitted to the drug use and addiction. Not if he told her, I'm fine. You can't control me. Don't tell me what to do. Which in a lot of those recordings, he wanted control. He didn't want her to tell him what to do. So at that point, you either stay with your toxic, like the addict is the toxic partner because the addict refuses to get the help and they will accuse you of keeping them away from like doing what they want in life. So you cannot justify the addict as being the victim in a situation where often people who are married to addicts are victims of the addict's behavior. Not always. You can be a victim and an addict. Okay. But he's the one who said he fell off the wagon. He's the one who didn't want people to tell him what to do. It's very hard to tell an addict what to do. Okay, it's like, and then it just sucks because as a family member, you already feel at a loss for it anyways. And how bad would it be to feel like you abandoned your partner through that process? You know what I mean? By leaving or divorcing them, right? Jet says, was she still trying to get him to see the issue? That's from her recollection. She feels like she was trying to stop him from abusing. But I don't know if that's true, right? You know, I don't think Amber, I don't know Amber. All I know, she's 20 years younger than him and in a completely different lifespan than him, a life journey. And I think there was a lot more responsibility put on her plate than anybody else's with Johnny. And I think that's fucked up. I just think it's fucked up that she was made to have the most responsibility for a situation that existed before she was born. Johnny Depp has been an addict before Amber Heard ever came into this universe. And I think it's really shitty to put all of that responsibility on her just because they were married.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that.
No. Chet says, but she's bringing drugs into the house while he's struggling. He's bringing drugs into the house. He's bringing drugs into the house. He is bringing drugs into the house. She is doing drugs with him. She is bringing drugs into the house. They are doing drugs together. She is not responsible. She's no more responsible than anybody else in his life. Every friend, every family member. You're putting so much responsibility on this person who's probably being told by her partner, I don't have a problem. You guys are, again, You're imagining that she's like, he. When she's probably like, look, dude, I don't know what to do. He says he's fine. We're doing drugs together. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're painting it in a way where it's like so black and white for you. And I'm saying, don't black and white this. It is much easier to think, it is much easier to black and white it factually, but the facts don't matter when we're talking about human behavior. Right? Did we not just hear that her sister brought drugs and taught him? Do you think Johnny Depp doesn't know how to fucking do coke? She was obviously talking about him learning with a different applicator. You think Johnny Depp doesn't know how to do fucking coke? Like, that's what I'm saying. Stop pretending that Johnny Depp is a victim baby who's never done drugs before when he was talking about his addiction problems before this woman was even born. Like, you're doing this thing that doesn't make sense to me. Like, what are you doing? You're putting so much responsibility on her. Put the right amount of responsibility on her, but not more.
That and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments, and I would be paying in installments the donations.
Oh, okay. So there was a discrepancy with like how she got the money and then how she paid it.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Also, guys, the timelines are fucked. By the time she was trying to get out of the relationship, I don't know if they were doing drugs, but also they were together and guys, Johnny Depp came to her hotel room and did a sexy, kinky scene with her after she got a restraining order on him. They're not in a healthy relationship. You're putting so much responsibility on her. Stop it. Like, at the end of the day, they were still seeing each other after she had publicly come out against him. They're in a toxic loop together. Stop playing this game where you're like, but Amber was enabling him. I can say Amber was enabling him because I'm not putting a bunch of weight onto it. You guys are putting this weight onto it that I'm not putting onto it. I'm just stating a fact with no weight attached to it. They were both bad for each other. They enabled each other. Both of them enabled each other in different ways. And he was constantly keeping her in a cycle of come back to me, leave me, come back to me. She was doing it too, because that's what a toxic relationship is. Okay? That's what it is.
1260. This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp row over divorce donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page. Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Oh, really?
You released a statement
May we approach again?
Okay.
Oh, wait, is her lawyer's actually doing something?
Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's right. That's fine. Thank you.
Chad says, I think the case of this case was a little unfair because she made the pledge to donate it before she was sued and then was sued and she couldn't because she was paid in installments. Yeah, I think there's some fuckery happening with the money wise. She doesn't have money. Like Amber Heard, definitely, just like Johnny lost his roles, Amber lost hers, only he had $650 million to rely on and she had nothing. So her money went, she spent $6 million of her own money to fight the case. So that's needs to be into consideration, right? And so like that's kind of important, but they're trying to paint her as somebody who lies. No. Chad says she did lie on this. Come on. No, she didn't. Now, again, I believed it was a lie too, but listen, she spent $6 million of her own money fighting her case. Okay. She was only worth $11 million when the case happened. Okay. So there's half her income. Then she was sued after she got the 7. There goes that money. Okay. So again, as much as we'd like to make it like easy, she's not the rich person in question. Like she is rich compared to average people, but she's not the kind of person that necessarily has $7 actual million to just give away. Right. So it's going to make it look worse. So I don't know, but all I know is that Elon came in and donated the second half. She donated $3.5 million. She did do that. The other 3.5 million Elon donated. Fine. Because I do not believe she had the money, right? Why pledge though? Because at the time she pledged it, she thought she would have it, right? Like I think that's the difference, right? I think that's the point, is that at the time she did it, she thought she would have the money. In the same way, I think people do that, right? Like, oh, I'll give $500, and then you realize like, oh shit, I don't even have that. I think that's what happened. I'm not trying to give her an excuse. I'm just trying to from my understanding, it's not like we're dealing with a very rich person. And remember, this lawyer has already made her look bad in so many ways. So don't trust the lawyer. Johnny Depp's lawyers are not here for the truth. Yes. Whatever Johnny Depp's lawyer says, not true. She's doing a lawyer thing. So your job is not to listen to the lawyer. Your job is to listen to the whole situation as a whole. Johnny Depp's lawyer has already said fuckery things in this case because she's a good lawyer. She's trying to make Amber Heard look crazy. Remember, O.J. Simpson had a lawyer too. It was Kim Kardashian's dad. Okay? So they're not here for what's true, girl. They're here to make Johnny Depp get off, which they accomplished. O.J. Simpson's lawyer, the gloves don't fit. The gloves don't fit. And he wrote a book. If I did it, you know what I'm saying? But if I did it, I'm just pay attention to the details.
Could you please turn your microphone on? I'm sorry, Ms. Birdhoff.
Your Honor, they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full document.
I plan to admit it, or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation. But this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Ooh, I like that chat. Chat says, I don't think she's a good person, but I think they use this in the trial to make her seem like a liar. Exactly. I don't think Amber's a good person, but I don't know if she's as much of a liar as they're painting her out to be. And that's what's confusing.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do it. We have the right.
Because one thing I know, and this is the problem with abusers, I know so many abusers who never lie. But they're really good at not telling the truth. And that shit fucks with you. Because you're like, shit, you never lie. But you're not telling the truth either. And I don't know what is happening in this case. But it feels like a little bit of both of them are doing that. Where I feel like they're not lying, but they're not telling the truth either. You know, it's like they're omitting just the right amount. And I feel like both of them are fucking with me right now.
To be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
Right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Okay, give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Thank you.
Da-da-da-da, taking our time, we're hanging out in the core because we're taking our time. Wow, this is real-time TV right here, bro. Real-time TV. Everybody looks bored and has to pee. Boarding.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm porting it.
So, Your Honor, can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that
happily
later today. Okay.
Right. I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I understand. We'll take care of that. But
okay.
As of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay, come forward.
So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it to
the language that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that reads starts
Objection, Your Honor.
at Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
I want to know what it is. I want to tell me. Guillermo, tell me.
Yes. Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
Yes.
Okay. That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 1260 and evidence over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. The statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber.
Oh.
And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern.
Okay, hold on. I want to do something really quickly. This is from the this is the hotline.org. This is Mutual Abuse is Not Real. Here at the hotline, we talk about a lot of people who recognize that their relationship is unhealthy or even abusive. However, they often believe that mutual abuse is occurring and the abuse is coming from both partners. Where does mutual abuse come from? Many times we speak with survivors about abuse who want to address concerns they have about their own behaviors. They often express that their relationship is mutually abusive, which means both partners are abusive towards one another. As more people learn about relationship abuse and what it is, certain terms and phrases become part of popular culture. Some people, especially partners who are abusive, use this language to manipulate or gaslight their partner into thinking the abuse is happening on both ends. They may say, is this it? What you said made me act that way. You hit, shove, push me to. You started this. You're abusing me too. That's not true. You're just trying to gaslight me now. But mutual abuse doesn't exist. Abuse is about an imbalance of power and control. In an unhealthy or abusive relationship, there may be unhealthy behaviors from all partners in response to the abuse. But in an abusive relationship, one person tends to have more control than the other. What do you guys think about that? Because that's interesting to me. I struggle because I used to say things like mutual abuse. And then people are like, that is not a thing, Brittany. And I was like, it isn't. And then it got confusing to me because I was like, maybe I'm using the wrong word to express what I think it is, like two toxic partners. It's like apparently everything, domesticshelters.org, like everything I'm seeing is like Kiki Palmer and the myth of abuse. Like everyone is saying like, this isn't true. And I'm like, okay, this could make sense to me. Like the idea that one would be, because even in my own toxic relationship where I try to like take accountability for my toxicity, I do want to make it clear that I never abused my partner, but I was abused. But I want to make clear that the abuse happened in ways that were so emotionally abusive. But I think, I don't want to make excuses for people's behavior, but I know even when corrected, it continued. But I know when I was corrected, I did make amends. My life is proof of it. Like my life is proof that I know that when I was doing something that I found out was unhealthy, I stopped. The difference is that when my partners were told what they were doing was unhealthy, was bad, they doubled down and kept doing it. And that's where it felt like abuse was happening and it was confusing. It was like very confusing. Now, do I think those people are unredeemable? No. I just think that they were never willing to change their behavior. And that's what led to the cycle of abuse getting so crazy that I couldn't contend with it anymore. Because as I got healthier, they didn't. And eventually I never called them again because I was like, no, like once I got out of that cycle of abuse and I was healthy, like I couldn't even tolerate it anymore. I could tolerate the abuse because I would make excuses for the behavior. So I do think like I was toxic. I just don't think I was ever abusive because I made every possible like opportunity to like be a better person. And that is proof in my life. But they never left those cycles. They're still there. As you know, like some of them like got stuck in it permanently. And I just feel like at some point it was a choice. You know, I just don't know though. What does it mean, right? Chet says, I don't know. My aunts and uncle were mutually abusive, verbally, physically, and emotionally. Sometimes one would instigate the other. Okay. You know who I think is a good example of this is kind of like the couple on Shameless. I think Shameless is just a great example of dysfunction. When I look at Shameless, when I see the couple together, I just see like a lot of abuse. Though, to be fair, the dad was like pretty abusive. It's hard though. I've seen it, but I think the word equal is what's throwing everybody off. I don't know if I've ever seen it really where it was actually equal. I think somebody is always more abusive than the other. I'll be honest with you. I've never personally seen it where it's actually equal. I've seen it where they're both abusive, but somebody is always more abusive. Somebody always takes top dog. You know? I think that's what I've seen. Somebody is always more scary. Maybe that's the difference. I don't know, something like that, you know, like, yeah, I've never seen like actually equal abuse. I've only seen like this, or maybe like this, you know? Does that kind of make sense? Yeah, I don't know. Because, you know, it's hard to say, Good point. Hayda says, could top abuser dog change or is it always one partner? I think it could shift, right? Maybe it could shift? I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. That's the problem is like, I'm not a mental health professional. I'm just a person living her life. I don't know. Maybe I can ask Dr. Kirkanda for another interview and we can talk about abusive relationships. I don't know. It's hard. Yeah, I just don't know. See, that's the problem is like, I'm not a mental health professional. And no matter how much I read, I haven't worked with patients. I don't work with abusers. I try to eliminate abusers from my life. Like I don't have this professional knowledge. I just don't know. Oh my God, I'm dying. Okay, we still have to finish this Amber Heard and then we still have to watch Johnny. And I think we should watch Johnny tonight, even though I've been up for way too long and I'm definitely going to push my bedtime. I think we should watch it because we're writing the momentum. And I think if we watch it tomorrow, we'll be outside of the momentum and then we might be a little bit more prejudiced or biased or we'll be in a different mood. Who knows how we'll feel tomorrow. So let's finish Amber Heard out. I'm actually going to speed it up to 1.5 just to give us a little bit more save time. And then we're going to take a break and then we'll watch Johnny. Please like the stream, send super chats if you feel so inclined, no pressure. Liking the stream and sharing it actually does wonders. Okay, let's get through this.
For charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
Chat says reactive abuse is a thing. Is that the same as mutual abuse? No, I would say reactive abuse is different. Personally, I would say it's different. It's toxic for the individual, but I think it's different. Like a victim, like you could say, like Gypsy Rose. She's probably a bad example. Gypsy Rose is a bad example. Don't forget I brought her up. Scratch that from your brain. No, I don't know how to give an example of this. I'm running out of spoons, but I do think it's different. I think it's different. It's also called different. We use different words for different reasons. But Gypsy is not a hero, but she is an abuse victim. But what she did was not self-defense. See how it's different? It's different. It's all different.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night.
No. Chet says, is reactive abuse like self-defense? No, it is not like self-defense. Self-defense is very different. Self-defense is out of fear and not targeted. Reactive abuse, I would argue, would be reactive abuse. I'm going to hurt you, you hurt me. But I feel like self-defense is protecting yourself. It's guarding yourself. It's trying to stop anything bad from continuing. So you might defend yourself in a permanent way, like kill them, but that's to stop it from happening, not to continue it in some way, not to become abusive yourself in some aspect, right?
right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission.
Your Honor, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly. So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted
of.
nothing.
This interview was in October.
You remember Pam Anderson, how her sex tape with Tommy Lee leaked because somebody stole it from them? And everyone for years was saying they made so much money off it. They did it to make money. They, to this day, have not made a single penny on that video. They were blackmailed and they were offered money. They were offered stuff, but she never made a penny off that. But to this day, people still run with the narrative that they made millions of dollars off that video. And I think that's interesting. You know?
October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018.
Chat, okay, I don't know, chat, but Britt can't control flip-flop. I do not know, right? Like, I do not know, right? I am not a professional in the medical field. I do not know how any of this works. I do not work in abuse. I do not know. But I will say this, when I think of abuse flip-flopping between two people, I'm trying to imagine a scenario where that happens in a way that's like even common. Like imagine I'm trying to think of like, what would that look like? Okay. So you have an abusive husband who, when he comes home, he's like, hey, fat bitch, what up? And then he like slams the counters and he's like, did you fucking make me food, you cunt? And he's like, what the fuck? And like the way he talks to you is belittling. Okay. And you deal with that day in and day out. And then one day you come home from work and you're like, hey, what's up, fat cunt? Is that going to work? Or is he going to slap you upside the head? Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the mutual abuse going to look like? Like, does it look like he belittles you every day and then one day you just turn it around on him? You know, like, what does it look like? A common one is cheating back on a cheating partner. Yeah, but it's not abusive at that point. It's a game. I would argue cheating on a cheating partner isn't abuse. It's a game. I think it's toxicity. I don't know how that's abusive. Because cheating in and of itself isn't abusive if the people don't consider it abusive. I think it's abuse is not objective. Right? Like you can have two people that cheat on each other in a way to be toxic that could turn abusive. But like, what if they're kind of secretly into it and that's what they get high off of? And then they realize, okay, we're being toxic. Like we need to stop getting high off the fact that we're cheating on each other. But it could turn abusive, meaning like they do it to each other to hurt each other intentionally. I don't know. That's interesting. That's a good point. Let me think about it. Because I could see it. That's true. Maggie Pie says abusive people tend to have really thin skin. It's not going to work on someone. It's not going to work on someone. They do have thin skin, I swear. Yeah, I don't know. Like in my partnership, cheating would be a huge abuse because we've already negotiated. We fully rely on each other. We 100% transparently trust each other. So cheating would be really abusive and manipulative. But that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know, bros. This is very complicated. I'll try to it's hard for me to do collabs with people, especially with my time difference. Maybe I can try to get Dr. Kirk to talk to me. I'll pre-record it, put out a pod or something. I'll ask him because maybe he can have better insight on this because I just don't know. I just don't have the knowledge for this. Okay, let's finish out this video.
Right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence. This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page...
Why didn't he just give it to her in a lump sum? Why did he have to give it to her in installments?
Page 5.
So $200,000, so $1 million on or before November 1st. So why did he give her it to her in installments? So basically she pledged it to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital, but hadn't sent the money because it was going to come in pledges.
So the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berthoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
Okay.
He literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
Overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
Okay.
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's not
testified
my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You agree with me?
That is correct.
Okay. And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the settlement, $7 million to charity, and I intend to fulfill those obligations.
That's not my question. Please,
What was
try to
your
answer my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I don't. Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
Okay, so she has not done it yet. Johnny did sue her, and she used $6 million of her own money to do that. So maybe she pledged his money to her. It sounds interesting. I don't know that she didn't intend to pledge it or to give it, but I think what's interesting is that she didn't make sure, no matter what happened, even if she went into this with $0, that she didn't do that because it would look bad. Does that kind of make sense? I hate to say it, but any reasonable person would have felt really in a tough place, because honestly, like, she's going to need the money to fight her own defamation or her own court case, but also she did pledge it. It honestly, this is a hard in a rock place. This is like pledging money you think you have at the time coming, and then you don't get the check. What do you do? Right? Like, what do you do? She's just a normal person at the end of the day. So like, where would she get that money? Nobody wanted to help her at the time. So it's kind of like she pledged it, but didn't know she wouldn't have the money in a sense. But then she did get the money, and I felt like she should have given all the money to the pledge and then gone into this court case with $0 and raised the money, maybe? Maybe that's what it should have happened. I don't know what happened to the literal money, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything, and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I left Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
Could be. Oh, where am I? Why aren't I here? Hello, George? I disappeared. Okay. Could be, but also could not be. I would like to know why she didn't physically have the money to give. And if there's an accountant who could come break down her finances, oh, that would be such a good episode. Somebody needs to have her break down the financials, her financials. Also, Chet says she needs to stop looking at the jury. Please, let's try to remember when Johnny goes on, see what he does with his body language. Because I'm curious if it's making her, this is going to sound crazy. Is she looking more crazy because she keeps doing this? Her body language is crazy. And I'm like, stop moving. You look like you're fucking coked out. Let's watch Johnny when he goes on the stand and see if Johnny does this too, or if Johnny comes off more likable because he's calmer in his demeanor. Because God, she looks fucking crazy. When she was giving her speech earlier, I didn't mention it, and her hair was in her face and she kept going like this. I pledge, this is what I'm doing. And she kept doing that. Did you see that earlier? I was like, girl, stop doing this, bro. Oh, it was so frustrating. I was like, girl, who taught this woman how to move? But then, guys, I'm going to be Brittany for a second. Are you ready? What if she's autistic? What if she's an autist and she fucking can't sit the fuck still because she keeps stimming? What if she's ADHD, bro? What if she's a neurodivergent queen? She can't fucking sit still to save her life. Because people get really mad at my body language. You know what my mom said to me? She goes, I hope your partner calms you down, Betty. I hope you marry somebody who keeps you calm. Girl, she might be calmer than me, girl, but my wife ain't gonna pull me down, okay? Gonna hold me down, okay?
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable.
You wanted to be seen as a noble victim of domestic violence.
Okay, chat, why do you keep saying she's not allowed to, like, look at the jury? Where did you get this from? Who taught you this? Are you allowed to address the jury? Because, baby, like, girls, if she wasn't allowed to do it, somebody would have stopped her. I'm not seeing, where did you learn that? I'm not getting it from Google at all. Why did people keep saying she can't look at the jury? Like, I'm not getting that at all. It doesn't make sense. Like, somebody would have stopped her. It just doesn't make sense for people to keep saying that.
I have never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it over time.
Ms. Hurd.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today.
I mean, I kind of get what she's saying. Like, it's hard, though, because people think it's like, oh, you paid for your house versus, oh, I bought a house. Oh, I pledged versus I donated. I do think words matter here, not to be so autistic, but I do think words matter. And I do think the implication if I paid for my house means you paid it off. I bought a house means I'm paying in payments. I donated, meaning I gave all the money. I'm pledging, which means I'm in the process of. I do think she's being a little manipulative here because I do think those are obviously different.
As you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately,
you didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those.
So that's a no, right, Ms. Hurd?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it.
I mean,
to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct?
I disagree with your characterization of that.
Well, what happened, girl? Tell us.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
No, I want details because that looks shady, girl. You had it over a year, and you didn't get, girl.
All right, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, do you want me to close the shades?
That would be
Okay. Just there's this light coming across them.
So I appreciate that.
Has
It's
to be a
probably
little-
good light. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And the statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made the sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4, it says, quote, I remained...
Hold on. Chat says she wasn't about to go into debt because her crazy ex-husband didn't pay up. But he did pay up. Like, I want to be clear that Johnny Depp paid every penny he owed to Amber Heard. She didn't pay her bill. Now, did she have money after she would have paid that bill? Nah. But she should have paid it anyways. It would have been better for her to go bankrupt and homeless than not make the pledge she promised. Or she should have come out with a very public statement and said, I officially cannot pay this. Here's the proof of my finances, but I would like to make this pledge. There's something about, listen, the world is tough enough as it is against women and our reputation and even men in certain positions. You either have to do what you say you're going to do, and even when you did it, people would doubt you, but you got to do it for yourself. Okay? If it would have allowed a lot of people to get on her side that, like, I cannot get on her side with this. I do not understand why she didn't pay her fucking bill. Okay? I wanted to defend her. I would love to defend her. Why didn't you pay it? If you said I didn't have it truly, and this is why it's because of Johnny, then you should have hired the best accountant to prove that with the greatest YouTube video you ever made. Okay? She's just very shady. And I want to 100% defend her. I can't. And I don't know why. You know? Now, again, her playing with the words, I think, matters. I don't know why she keeps being weird about it. Maybe it's like, I don't know. But I need a reason. And honestly, you know what celebrities should do? They should be better YouTubers in some ways, you know, because we need to come out here and, you know, show us line by line a great YouTube video. Yes, she should. She should have gotten Caleb Hammer, chat. Exactly. She should. Imagine. Welcome to Caleb Hammer. Today we have Amber Heard. That would have been so funny. And Elon Musk did pay the remainder. She paid half. He paid half of her bill. But from my understanding of a quick Google search. But I just want to say, like, Elon should never have had to pay it, even though he is the richest man on earth. And, like, you know, it is what it is. They had a thing at one point. Apparently they dated. Elon gets around, bro. Whoever says dating is hard for autists, hello, Elon. This man get pussy, bro. Sorry, that was derogatory. This man get laid, okay? Okay, but, like, yeah, it's kind of interesting. And apparently her lawyers were supposed to be really good. Her lawyers are doing shit, but weren't they like really good? Didn't they have good reputations? I'm so confused on how they lost this so badly, unless they just did a bad job or there just wasn't enough to defend her. I don't know. I don't even know how. How did that YouTube video make Amber look better than her lawyers did? You know what I'm saying? That's what's crazy. Is that YouTuber did a better job at defending Amber than their lawyers did.
Financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
Oh, here it is.
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was
Chat, great point. Says, Brittany, don't you think it's more normal to be nervous in court even without the neurospicy? Yeah, 100, girl, 100. I've been in court like once in my life, and it was the most terrifying experience of my whole fucking life. I have never wanted to die more in my life. It is so scary. It is the scariest experience I have ever experienced. Well, okay, that's a lie. Not literally the scariest, but top 5, top 3 for sure. It was so scary. And it would, yeah, like I could see how it could be very hard. Now it's interesting because what would be scarier, court or movie set? Probably court, you know, but yeah, I think like court is a very scary situation for a lot of people, especially if you've never been to court, which I had never been. It was terrifying. It was a very scary experience, you know? Yeah, chat says I had to testify in court when I was a social worker. I was sweating and I didn't even do anything wrong. Bro, it feels like your life is in someone else's hands in a way that just feels so bad. You know? Case manager, not social worker, 2 different titles. Oh, noted. Yeah, I don't know. What? No, didn't Johnny end up dating his lawyer? No, that's not true. That's misogynistic to think she would have dated Johnny. No, people... Wait. Oh, different lawyer. He dated one of his lawyers from the UK trial. Wow, that's suspicious. Apparently, he dated a different lawyer. Jolene Rich were dating, but not in a serious relationship. That's a little suspicious. That's a little suspicious. Different lawyer.
Donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, and your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him.
She dated Elon after Johnny?
To pay part of what you promised to these 2 charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor's fine, this is a good
stopping point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and your taking care.
Okay, we did it. Holy fuck, that was exhausting. Okay, now we're going to watch Johnny. Okay? Now we're going to watch Johnny Depp testifies under direct exam. We're going to watch his... Let's take a 5-minute break, like a solid 5 minutes. I have got to eat something because I'm dying. Let me go eat a snack. I'll be right back. Listen to some music from Elvin while I'm gone. Go grab a snack. Go take a shower. Go do whatever you got to do. And then come back and we'll watch the rest, okay? So it's like 10:15 European time, 10:14. We'll be back like 10:20, 10:25, okay? 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back. right, all right, all right. Okay. Here we go, baby. Here we go, baby. I'll be a little salad. A little salad, okay. A little salad. I did a little bit of yoga this morning, girls. Okay, did some push-ups. Okay, baby, okay. Let's get back to this. This is Johnny's exam part 1. Let's see how Johnny does versus Amber. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna speed it up too. Because girl, we are. Let me speed it up to 1. I'm gonna put it at 1.5 for now. If it gets weird, I'll go back to 1.2. No. Let's do 1.2. It's a little faster, but doesn't take away from his tonality. So let's compare the vibes. The ASMR on these mics is just literally killing me. It's horrible. They literally just it's the worst sounds I've ever heard.
Okay. Your Honor, we call Mr. John C. Depp.
All right.
What the hell just happened?
Answer.
What just happened?
Okay.
It rewound.
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon.
Whoa.
Can you please tell the jury why you're here today?
Yes. About 6 years ago, Ms. Heard made some quite heinous and disturbing.
This audio is so painful.
Brought these disturbing criminal acts.
Is it too loud?
Against me that.
If he's gonna pause every 3 seconds, we have got to speed this up.
That were not based in any species of truth. It was a complete shock that it just didn't need to go in that direction, as nothing of the kind had ever happened, though the relationship.
Man, I swear to God, when I first watched this, he was so charming, and now I can't tell because he's just not saying anything. I'm speeding him up to 1.5.
There were arguments and things of that nature, but never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. And so I, at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through
Oh my God, it is so hard to pay attention to what he's saying.
Media and social media became quite a global let's say, quote unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up not only for myself.
This is 1.5 speed.
In that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16. And so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a...
Interesting. I wonder how his kids feel.
A dark bruise on her.
Isn't his daughter the new Nosferatu movie? Right? You know? Okay, hold on. Chet says, why did we watch Amber's Cross but not Johnny's Direct? Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no the fuck clue what you're talking about. I picked 2 videos about them being interviewed. I know nothing about court cases. I'm just re-examining the court. I have no idea what the fuck the difference is between cross-examination and direct. Okay? Like, I have 0 fucking clues. I'm just doing my best. Okay? I have no idea what you're talking about. I do not know the difference. Okay? Don't get mad at me, chat. I don't know the fucking difference. I'm just here enjoying the interviews. That's what we're doing, okay? I have no idea what the fucking difference is. Thank you.
In her face. And then it just kept, it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear.
Okay, wait, hold on. I don't know who's doing the questions. I just thought it would be nice to listen to them both tell their stories. Do you want me to find one of their lawyer asking him questions? I don't know, girls. Hold on. Is that what you think would be better? Okay, hold on. I don't know the difference. Damn. I just wanted to watch this because I thought it'd be nice. Okay, how about this one? Johnny Depp testifies under cross-examination, day 3, part 1. Johnny Depp cross-examination by Amber Heard's lawyer. Which one do we watch? Okay, cross-examination, part 1. These microphones are trying to murder my ears. Okay, let's try this one. Also, shout out to chat. Thank you for telling me the difference. I did not know the difference.
Morning, Mr. Depp.
Morning, Mr. Rodenborn.
Yes, 2 days ago, when you first took the stand, you discussed your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was quite various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yes, she did.
And you testified that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse, was worse than the beatings, right? Do you remember that?
As a child,
Chat says, Brittany, how did you find him charming? I think I found him charming the way everybody else did. I just felt like he felt like a damaged, fucked up guy who like got beaten up by his own fucking cycles of abuse. I don't remember being super, super charmed. I just remember thinking like, oh, I really feel for him. Like, I really feel for him. I did not feel for her. And to be honest, like, I still don't really feel for either of them at this point. I'll be real. So now I feel for neither of them at this point. Does that make sense? But I do remember feeling for him during this testimony the first time we watched it on stream. But yeah, I do not feel for either of them now at this point. Now I'm just observing it. I don't feel connected to the story. I don't identify with any of it. It's just like, oh, look, people, you know?
Has more of an opportunity to plant itself in your head.
Sure.
Yes.
So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical.
I will say Amber's fashion was on point, though, during the trial.
Can be verbal, can be emotional, right?
Indeed.
And you testified that your dad wasn't abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I witnessed my father.
Interesting that they're doing a side-by-side. This is the same channel we watched before. It's interesting that we're getting a side-by-side reaction.
The only reaction that would be called a physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother. I saw him maybe twice, 3 times punch a wall. Once, as I said, once he punched the corner of the wall, and I watched his hand basically shatter.
Damn.
Right. Mr. Depp.
Did you ever get therapy for that, Mr. Depp?
Your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
That's horrible.
Yes, when I was...
I really feel for these Hollywood stars. They all come from such toxic families. It's so sad.
15 years old.
I think he was living on his own as a teenager. Didn't he leave Hollywood and like end up living on his own basically as a kid?
This was just before I'd dropped out of high school.
Yeah.
One morning, yes. In my mind,
Oh, Chad says, do you think she had a stylist do that hair? Oh, one girl. Neither of these people did their own face and makeup and hair before they left. Ain't no way we're watching the biggest trial ever to happen outside of like, you know, in our this era. And they didn't get professionals to do their hair and makeup.
I was done with school. So he had asked me to, I believe it was something, it was very, he asked me to take the dog for a walk or something. Or take out the garbage, something menial, something.
Yes, Chet said, did we feel bad for him because he's a man opening up about their trauma, or because men opening up about their trauma is considered brave when there's a stigma when women do it? Yes. I think we all felt for Johnny because men are so ignored and women are so listened to, but that's actually not true. when you look at the data and the statistics, women are less believed than men. It's just men don't come out as often. But depending on the circumstance and how they come out, it's actually very interesting. And I don't mean it to sound gendered, but because it's so cultural. But like, this is what's so interesting about people is one, we're very cynical and we don't trust each other. And two, we struggle to believe anybody when we can't imagine ourselves in the situation. So when what's his name was groped by the producer or the agent in Hollywood, what's his name? Guys, help me out. Terry Crews. When Terry Crews was assaulted, people didn't believe him because they thought that if I was him, I couldn't be assaulted. Not because Terry Crews couldn't be assaulted, but because they could imagine themselves being assaulted. And that's the problem with people. Is empathy isn't imagining yourself being that person as yourself. It's imagining being that person in that situation. Most people think empathy is pretending like you're in that situation. But if you can ever see yourself in that situation, you're not going to understand how somebody could get there. And because they could imagine being Terry Crews and being assaulted, people didn't believe him. Because they're like, what do you mean? Some guy touched you and you didn't do anything about it? You're a pussy. Like, that is the horrible part about being a person, is you're living on a planet with a bunch of other people that are having such unique and nuanced experiences. It's not always going to overlap with your own. So you really got to find the bubble that understands your struggle, that really understands the strife you're going. And the worst part is when conservatives do want to defend you as a sexual assault victim, they say this is why gay people are bad, because look at these gay men assaulting these other men. And I'm like, no. So that's the problem. They only care about your assault when it pushes their propaganda. It's just horrible. Humans are they're really flawed little animals sharing a planet. Really, you really got to trust the bubbles you're in. You really got to be careful, about how you move through the world, because you might be dealing with people who just do not understand you, and it's so scary when you're so misunderstood, because they could take everything you're saying and just twist it up. And so we don't want to do that to Johnny Depp either. I don't want to take everything he's saying and twist it up. But I do want to remind everybody that we're watching people with a 20-year age gap, with very different net worths and very different networking, established networking communities. I want to remind people that we're dealing in a misogynistic world, in this patriarchal system that looks at this man and thinks, oh my God, I can't believe he was so abused. Well, looking at her and saying, of course she did it. These women. Now, of course, again, we established they're both toxic. We already established that. So the question is, like, at the end of the day, who did more harm, really? But then at the end of the day, why do we even care? Why do we feel like there's an innocent victim in this story? Because I think the nuance of life tells us that even the worst people on the planet can be victimized by existence. Even the worst people on the planet have been a victim at some point in their life, because we've all been victimized by existence, even if we're not willing to admit it. And that's really hard to process, because like Chat said earlier, we'd love a perfect victim, but there's no such thing as a perfect predator, let alone a perfect victim.
And I just said, no. And he just gave me a quick shot, pretty hefty. And it rattled my head. It rattled the cage, Tweety birds and stuff, sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of it.
Right. And yesterday, I believe that you testified, why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? It doesn't work. You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
Yes, sir.
And you think that you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, when you have deep roots in the South, in Kentucky and such, it's not just your parents, your father, your mother, it's your grandparents, it's your uncles, it's your...
Ah, yes, your father sounded like a true Southern gentleman. It's definitely rooted in that blood of yours from Kentucky. You must have learned how to be a gentleman from your father.
And it's this, it's that, yes, raised to be a Southern gentleman, that is to say, when chivalry was still alive and allowed.
Right. And you think you live up to the standards?
how did I fall for this fucking bullshit when I saw it live? Oh my God, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit. I'm the worst person who's ever existed. I gotta go kill myself. I can't believe I fell for this. I can't believe kill me. Kill me right now. Kill me. Kill me. I don't deserve to live. What did he just say?
Standard. That is to sound. It's this. It's that. Yes, raised to be a Southern gentleman. That is to say, when chivalry was still alive and allowed.
Right.
I can't believe. Oh my God. He just said the words. I can't believe it. Holy fuck. What a fucking misogynist. When chivalry was allowed. Oh, yes, when I could be a gentleman. I'm going to kill myself. I don't deserve to exist. I can't believe I fell for. I can't believe it. Chat says, wait, where'd it go? I don't remember you being pro-Depp, but having more of the same opinions you have now. Fuck you. I was so pro-Depp at the time. Fuck you for remembering. I remember being so pro-Depp. Maybe I should go back and watch my own stream of my own opinions. I swear to God. That's funny. Some people think, okay, who recalls? Was I more pro-Depp or Amber when it was happening? Because I swear to God, I remember being more pro-Depp. What? Was I more? What? Holy shit. Discord says, I won't pretend I knew what was going on watching this trial before, but Depp always creeped me out and it was interesting paying more attention like he creeped me out before all of this. Holy shit. Yeah, I was pro-Depp, right? That's what I remember being very pro-Depp because I was pro-Amber initially and then I was pro-Depp and now I'm like, fuck both of them, but also I'm a little bit more pro-Amber, obviously. You were more sympathetic to Depp than Amber, but I don't remember you like writing for him. Okay, that's, yeah. Maybe I wasn't writing for him for sure. Like I'm not that kind of a person anyways. But Jesus. Fuck. Okay. This is why we do this, girls. This is why we do this. Because everyone's got a blind spot, okay? Holy shit. Wow. Okay, let's keep going because Jesus, he just nailed it for me, bro. The moment he said that, I was like, nah. Oh, that's it right there, baby. He just nailed his own coffin, in my opinion. Okay, let's see.
And you think you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do. I certainly have done my best all my life.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
Ooh,
That's a strange
drugs.
question. Paul Bettany's a good friend. Yes.
You've done drugs with him?
Yes, I have.
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol?
Alcohol, yes.
Pills, including Xanax and Adderall, right?
That I'm not so sure of.
Okay.
Where's he going?
Oh. See? Oh, I'm just a person at court. That's what it was. That was making people like, see, he's like, oh, where is he going? What's he doing? He's like relaxed. He's chill. He's making jokes. It's all jokes, you know? Oh my God, I can't believe this. Holy shit.
Your Honor, may we approach? I just want to discuss one thing with you.
Okay.
Ms. Myers.
It's time for a sidebar. Just beginning, the first couple punches, Josh Schiffer, being thrown. This is going to be a long day, is it not?
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be long. There's a lot of worry and concern from the defense about how this first impression comes out. There's risk if the defense comes out and turns off the juror, abuses a witness, it can really set the tone for the rest of that trial. So they've got to walk very carefully into how the relationship of questioning with Mr. Depp begins. They don't want to turn people off, but at the same time, they need to set the stage for the rest of what's going to be at least one, if not two or more, detailed, thorough, and exhausting.
It's interesting to hear people talk about it at the time, like to see how like, you know, they got that sports voice on. Johnny Depp went for the tackle, but Amber Heard dodged.
And Ben Rottenborg he's a fantastic litigator. Johnny Depp has proven to be a fantastic witness. And here they go, mano a mano. Let's go back in line.
Mano y mano.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, correct?
Yes.
And you gave that testimony under oath, right?
Yes.
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. It felt like a lot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of it. If you can turn to page 45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript pages.
It's page 12 of the document, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So this is 2022.
12 of the document, you say?
Yes, in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you see that on the bottom of that page, there's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the drugs that you did together. And there was a question. The question is, any sort of pills? And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would, of course, give it to him. Question. So you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for. Is that right? Answer. If he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for. Question. Would you give him a Xanax? Answer. Yes. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
The two of us were making a film together.
With respect, sir, that wasn't my question. My question was, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs and alcohol at that time. Yes or no?
At times.
Yes. And Ms. Heard was quite adamant that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
Oh, yes.
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs.
Oh, so she wasn't enabling him. Oh, or which? I don't. Oh.
Drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
She didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs. Her perception is quite different than the truth.
And that's what we're after, is the truth. Let's turn to, can you pull up Exhibit 178, please, Michelle?
Is that Defendant's 178 or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all right. I just want to make sure.
Oh,
Mr. Depp.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
What?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
Why?
All right, sidebar, get a break, more testimony. When we return, don't go anywhere. We're just getting started.
Bum. What the fuck? Oh my God.
Here we go.
Mr. Depp, this is a text message exchange that you had with Paul Bettany on June 11th, 2013, correct?
yes. Correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted Defendant's Exhibit 178 and permission to publish, please.
We based off of Your Honor's ruling.
All right.
That's fine.
178 with redactions.
Michelle, could you please?
Chaz says, why did we find this trial compelling? Because it was COVID and we were in lockdown, okay? We were in lockdown, okay? We were bored.
Blow up the first text at the top. In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, let's burn Amber, 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time, June 11, 2013, Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend, yeah, for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, let's burn Amber. Because the next text down, you can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle.
Pourquoi?
You say, let's drown her before we burn her, 3 exclamation points. Did I
like because she's a witch?
read that right?
Yes, it's referring to the
and
text prior to.
You didn't
from Mr.
stop when you
Bettany.
said, let's drown her before we burn her. After that, you made another comment. And I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today. But unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this. After you said, let's drown her before we burn her,
Hey, what happened?
that's what you said that you would do.
No! Okay, hold on. Are we not gonna, is he gonna, hello? Bro? Don't fuck with me right now. A series of aggressive and unpleasant text messages. Don't fuck with me, lawyers, okay? A series of aggressive and unpleasant texts exchanged between Bettany, and Depp, his friend of and sometime co-star, were read out loud in court in 2020 by barristers for the New Group International, which Depp suing blah, 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 blah. I'm not sure we should burn Amber, wrote Bettany. She's delightful company and pleasing on the eye. We could, of course, do the English course of action and perform a drowning test. Thoughts? You have a swimming pool. Ugh. Depp replied, let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her. Oh God, now I know why they blanked it out. I will F her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she's dead. Did I not watch this on stream? Guys, I don't remember this at all. Did I not watch this on stream? I don't remember this. Depp replied, to which Bettany replied or wrote back, my thoughts entirely. Let's be certain before we pronounce her a witch. Did I watch this on stream? Why don't I remember this? Maybe that was the problem. Maybe I didn't watch the whole trial. Was that the problem? I don't remember that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have no recollection. Maybe we didn't watch it and that's why. I don't know. That's horrible. See, they blanked out the words and now we're not getting the impact of the text messages. Right? Now I can see like blanking out the words does suck because now I'm not getting the, you know what I mean? The punch of the messages. Gross, bro. Gross.
After you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
It was before they got married? When they were dating? What is going on? What is going on? Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, it was before all of the, he didn't even say that because he was angry? He didn't even say it because he was angry. She hadn't even sued him yet. Or she hadn't even written her op-ed, I mean. Oh my God. Whoa.
Can you pull up Exhibit 245, please?
What? So did he seek her out to fuck with her? When they were on that movie together? What? Oh my God. Okay, guys, I don't know what, there's nothing. Now, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing now. How do you even defend Johnny after this? I mean, everything else was bad, but this is horrible.
Your Honor, there's been no objection to this exhibit, and so I've moved for its admission and asked for permission to publish to the jury.
Give them a moment to.
There's no objection.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his daughter that we would ask be redacted.
Okay, the last two.
And Your Honor, that's okay, but there was no objection to this on the exhibit list.
But they don't appear to be relevant, which.
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
Okay.
Damn. Yeah, good point, Chess. I guess that's why Disney didn't take him back. Yeah, the real reason Disney didn't take you back is this is crazy. This is crazy.
Okay, so 245 in evidence with the redactions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Depp, the top text message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top.
You know what's crazy? I don't mean to associate it with this, but I'm going to do it instead. Do you remember when Trisha and Moses were getting together and Moses wrote those horrible messages about her to other people and she still married him? What if Amber saw these text messages and still married Johnny? It doesn't excuse the abuse, but isn't that crazy? Like, how much did she even know she was signing up for? Again, she was with Johnny Depp, big, great Johnny Depp, who is every woman's dream, blah, blah, blah. You guys don't understand. I grew up in the 90s. Johnny Depp was the man. Okay? He was the man. Great point. Was Paul Bettany fired? Yeah, that's a great point because he does have reoccurring roles in many Disney things. But, whoa, that's crazy. It's crazy.
Top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? I need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes, sir.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from.
God, that's crushing to hear, bro. That's a crushing thing to hear out of anyone's mouth. That would feel like such a betrayal to me. If I saw a text message like that from my husband, I'd divorce him. That would be such a betrayal of our vows and our love and our alleged transparency to one another. Like that would be such a betrayal of the way that I see my partner. Whoa. That would feel like a lie. Like you lied to me about your character.
From Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes, I do.
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text. On May 30th, 2014, you texted Mr. Bettany, just a little bit smaller. You texted Mr. Bettany, "I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days."
Oh, Chet says he is a groomer now. He might be, I don't know if groomer is the right word, but he might actually be. Is groomer the right word for like targeted, he targeted and seduced her and flew her out and promised her things. Ugh. How many times did he cheat on his wife? Or his partner, his lifelong partner? I want to know how many times this man cheated. Because Amber definitely wasn't the first.
Powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills,
Yo, that sounds like a Diddy party. Yo, this sounds like a Diddy party.
powders. Mr. Bettany, "I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of Champers on plane, and what do you get?"
That's the text message we saw read out before. Shoot, it's not going to show it here. But we heard it earlier. Hold on.
Spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, this was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the roxicodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right, and you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Could you go 2 texts?
Oh, he said bad things about his ex. He calls his wife the French extortionist ex-cunt. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, his parting with Marilyn Manson. Oh, I think he blanked out the aggro engine one part because he didn't say that out loud, but I know it's in that quote, right? Wasn't that the same quote? Insulting any fuck who got near. I've assaulted a couch or 2. Yes, sir. Depp responded. Okay. Ugh.
Texts down, please, Michelle. And this is
he said it about Vanessa, according to Variety magazine. Apparently, Rottenborn, who I think is this Rottenborn or is that the other lawyer? Also read a message in which Depp referred to ex-wife Vanessa Paradis as the French extortionist ex-cunt. I'm going to get demonetized. Like the stream, guys.
the text that you sent on June 8th, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this. I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there's nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were...
And they're not showing us everything. I can't find a list. If anyone on Discord wants to send me a list, I'm trying to find like...
3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop he tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up Exhibit 325, please. Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Miss Heard on December 18th, 2014.
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the,
Of course.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
Okay, another sidebar. The punches, are they landing? Oof, we'll have more right after this. Stay with us.
Shopguilt.com today.
Okay, welcome back. Perfect timing. An extended sidebar has broken up. More cross-examination of Johnny Depp. Let's go.
On December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Miss Heard, and I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went."
Hold on. Discord says, by the way, I was Googling her now. In December 2024, Hers representative confirmed that she's pregnant with her second child. She posted a photo of herself with her baby on Instagram, described her daughter as the beginning of the rest of her life. Heard and Ona, I don't know how to say that, has been living in Spain since September 2022. They moved to a luxurious villa in Viso neighborhood of Madrid after meeting Heard's partner, photographed. Okay, interesting. So she's with a partner in Spain. Okay.
Too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrink. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my...
Man, hold on. I really don't like that he's blinking out the text messages. Is that the court doing it, or is it the YouTube channel? It's probably the court, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out, is like, who's blinking out these words?
Lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life.
Hold on. I have this one. That's what I'm playing right now. I wonder... Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we? Okay, so we'll call this 1859.
Different day. Hold on.
Let's burn Amber. 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time, June 11, 2013, Amber's your girlfriend, or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct? Pills, 2 bottles of shampoo. Was so disappointed in myself.
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
too old to be that guy.
Here we go.
But pills are fine. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, this was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the roxicodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right, and you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle?
Volume okay? On this new one?
And this is a text that you sent on June 8th, 2014, just scroll over, to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this, I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there's nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston, and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself. Actually, almost walked to your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up.
Yeah, who's he talking about? Did he cheat on Amber? What's he talking about?
Exhibit 325, please.
Man, I'm not going to play. We did Amber dirty. We did Amber dirty. Those text messages are vile. Like, we did Amber dirty. And I participated. Damn, I participated. Oh.
Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Miss Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the...
Of course.
Your Honor, may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
Bum, 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 bum. Something happening. No, Brayson! I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. What are we going to do without all the men? Johnny, don't let Amber Heard, the Machiavellian woman, attack you. Tell her you're... Just kidding. Ah, Lord. You know what? Amber's been with women for so long. She really should just said it. She should have stayed there, you know? She's been with men too. She's got shit to work on, but I hope she's happy. I hope she's healthy. I hope she's gone to therapy. But like, girl. Oh yeah, good point, chat. Oh my God. Conor McGregor, I haven't even covered that story because it's so horrific. That's a horrific story. And honestly, I'm sorry, paying his victim isn't enough. That means to go to jail. But like, that's crazy. Go to rehabilitation center. Conor McGregor's case is so gross. It's horrific reading the details of that case. Maybe I'll go over it and then we'll get it, but it's bad. I do want to cover it. It's just like so intense that I'm like, Jesus. But we should go over it. We should.
And Michelle, if you could just scroll down as so the court and Mr. Depp's counsel and Mr. Depp can see it all. Is that all of it?
Sorry, Your Honor, we have no objection with to the unredacted version.
Okay, so this version that we're seeing right now, correct? Just make sure.
Yes.
Okay, all right, 325 minutes.
Excuse me, sorry, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen the other pages, but this page we have no objection
Is
to.
this the only page?
Get your shit
This is the only
together.
page to the document, Your Honor, right?
325 is only one page?
Just one page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
No redactions.
Girl, I'm about to forward this.
To Mr. Depp,
Okay.
on December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Ms. Heard. And I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life. Because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment. And that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. One killer concept of
Overpromise.
visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you." Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle. If you could please pull up Exhibit 153.
Ugh. Is he tapping? I hear tapping. That's what they do, though. They apologize and they apologize and they apologize and they apologize. And then you keep thinking, okay, you're going to change. You keep telling me you're going to change. And look, I really hold out for a bitch. I really do. But open with boundaries. Eventually, you know, if you're not really going to change, I'm out. And people will blame you. They'll call you, oh, you participated. You didn't call them out sooner. Even if you call them out, I've called out people the whole time. Get help, go to therapy. And like, it doesn't matter. People are still like, wow, you like stayed, you enabled, da 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 da. You don't want us to abandon people, but you don't want us to stay. It's like you're fucked either way you do anything. But either way, one person is the one. No wonder Amber's not admitting any fault. It's kind of hard to admit fault when this is the guy you're going up against. Holy shit, she doesn't have to admit fault. Because unless she surpassed any of this fuckery, I'm looking at Jep. I'm looking at Johnny. This is crazy. They think it redeems them just admitting fault. That's why Depp keeps doing it, because he thinks it makes him look good, and it does. Except he's only doing it for
Your
the
Honor,
sympathy.
We have a redacted version of this, but we'll put up the fully unredacted. Give counsel a moment to. Of course.
Let's go.
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it, so
I know.
it should be
Yeah, I know.
published. Understood.
Just so you can see it first.
And yes, for those saying in chat that the assistant admitted that we saw that prior to this in the very beginning of the stream, we showed it. We watched a video that on the plane, the assistant agreed that they did see Depp kick Amber and all that stuff on his plane.
Okay, can I have the photo? You don't take pictures of what's on your screens. Okay, just make sure.
To turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in, so they're not all on the same chain.
No,
so
of course.
what I'm asking you about is just the top 3.
Certainly.
And those are texts that you wrote on January 17th, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to publish just those top 3 texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission of that redacted exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine. The
We'll
version
put up on the screen what I propose to admit as an exhibit.
Imagine a 50-year-old man sending you text messages that sound like a scorned 15-year-old with trauma. Go to therapy. And then he has the audacity. Oh my God, this reminds me of another group of leaked messages that came out between the person I called out. You know what I'm saying? And for abuse, you read those text messages, they sound exactly the same. I'm a man struggling with love. I want love, but I'm cheating on my partner. We're hurting the people in our lives, but we need to be together. And it's like, Jesus Christ, get it together. Get it together. Get it together. And then he's 50 years old kicking Amber Heard. It's like, Jesus, what are you, a child? Do you know what I'm saying? These text messages put into context so many of the things that I was missing. That's crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Like, this is so fascinating. What a bubble pop. What like a perception shift. Oh my God.
See what you're going to put up on the screen first.
Jesus Christ. Wow. Oh, wow, wow,
We have no
wow.
objection to this version, Your Honor.
As redacted.
Yeah, see, the UK voted in favor of Amber and said that they did find evidence that Johnny Depp abused her, was a wife beater. And in America, we didn't find that to be true. America fucked up. We fucked up. That's it. We, apparently some of the evidence in the UK, Chad is saying, wasn't admissible in American court. We fucked up. Wow. No wonder he lost in the UK. Damn.
January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following. For the idiot cow, 3 exclamation points.
Oh.
Next text. Will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry. Apologies again to the court and the jury for this language. And then you close by saying, did that worthless hooker arrive? Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
No. I'll block you, chat. To be honest, I take the text with a grain of salt. Could be lashing out. Wish it wasn't, but understandable losing the whole finger. I don't know. No. Possibly. There are definitely things people say in private they don't mean in public, but this is over a long span of time, multiple times over and over again, to multiple people and multiple situations, and with backed up evidence of physical abuse. No. I don't give a fuck if you lose your whole goddamn arm. Okay? No. Okay? Absolutely not.
You can take that down, please. We talked a little bit about the term monster yesterday, correct?
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot. Yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday that you used that term to placate Amber, right? And I believe that you testified that it was the word that she clung to describe what was in her mind, not yours. I wrote down what you said.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know the timeline of these text messages, but this was before Amber. Is this still before when they're dating? Or is this after? I don't know when these were written. Yeah, I don't know when these were written because the original ones about effing her dead corpse was when they were just dating. He still had his finger.
You remember giving that testimony?
The monster, more than anything, was Ms. Heard.
True. You don't brag to your friends about casually beating your spouse unless there's something deeply abusive about you. Bro, I couldn't even imagine, bro. That's what I'm saying. The way y'all are so casually comfortable with the way people talk about their people, like, even when you're in a toxic relationship, saying like, fuck you, I hope they die, understandable, but not healthy. And certainly not becoming of somebody at any age, like, ultimately, right? Right? Chet says, was he in active addiction during all the text messages? That's the relevant context. I don't know. That's a great question.
Way of referencing whether she perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster
Oh, so now he's like saying he wasn't on substances? Okay, girl.
it represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word, if you will.
But actually, the term monster to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Ms. Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with saying that I have demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which, again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular.
I'm just like an artist. I'm just like a literal artist, though. I'm an artist, you know. Also, sorry, chat says it's not okay to talk like that, obviously, but it doesn't mean you can't still be a victim. We've already covered this. You can be a victim and a murderer. You said like the Mendez brothers. The Mendez brothers were grown adults and could have left that house instead of murdering their parents. The Mendez brothers are murderers. And regardless of the abuse that was given to them allegedly, they could have left that house and gone a regular 9 to 5 and been a normal person. It doesn't matter if people have hurt you. It doesn't justify murder. Okay? Self-defense is different. It wasn't an act of self-defense. Okay?
So monster was
Your all's obsession with murder is crazy. Get over it, guys. Stop. Do not tell me you're like, what, Mendez Brothers fans? What the fuck? What is up with your obsession with murderers, guys? Why are you obsessed with people murdering each other? Are you kidding me? Are you guys serious right now? Do you think this is what gives victims such a bad rap? You think all of us turn into predators or something? Just because we're victims doesn't make us murderers or predators. Don't you understand that not every victim is going to go out and be a crazy serial killer because they were, raped by a serial killer? I mean, Jesus Christ. Of course it messes you up growing up abused. It doesn't matter. You're just making a case that abused people deserve to be locked up because we're all fucked up, apparently. Not all of us are so fucked up that we become murderers or serial rapists. Jesus Christ, this is the same conversation people make about molesters. They're only molesters because they were molested. No! Most abuse victims do not end up perpetrators of abuse. Leave us alone. All of us, we go to therapy. We get jobs. We try to be better. Yes, certain people become victims to the cycle of abuse. That doesn't give them a justification to do it to other people. Like, what is wrong? Hello, please? Go to therapy.
something that which she stuck with, tried and true. I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right, but
you have to
it
accept
came from you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's possible. It's probable that I might have used that word. Certainly.
Right, and in 2012, in fact, Elton John was one of your friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you sent him a message in 2012 where you thanked him for his help, and you said, quote, "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact." Isn't that true?
Yes. Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Correct. And you didn't send that message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you.
Yeah, actually, great point, chat. Society, we pretend to care about victims when they become killers, but not before, to prevent things like that from happening. Put the same energy you're putting into these murderers into people who have not committed these fucking felonies. Put it into people that are fucking addicts on the street because, you know what I'm saying? Like, put it into somebody else. You're putting all this energy into fucking murderers and instead of other people who need your fucking help. Come on, guys, get your shit together.
has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was, we'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober. So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years.
Yeah, Johnny Depp is exactly the great example. Johnny Depp is also an abuse victim who continued that cycle and perpetuated that cycle of abuse. He doesn't get off just because he was abused. Like, what do you want us to do here? He's also a victim of abuse, severe abuse as a child. And he went on to perpetuate that abuse as an adult man and justified it because of his misogyny. Okay? So what do you want? Like, what do you want? Do you want people to be held accountable for what they do, or no? Do we, like, look, meet people where they're at. But Johnny's a grown-up with more than enough power to make enough decisions. At some point, you're just accountable. And we can still meet you where you're at. I'm not pro-punishment, for the record. I don't even like prison systems. Okay? So I want to make it abundantly clear that I think people do not need to be punished. People need to be cared for, even the worst amongst us. Okay? Prisoners should get health care, room and board, 3 actual meals a day. Okay? And I think people should be treated with dignity. Dignity. But murdering people is not tolerable. Guys, murder is not self-defense. The reason why we define these two differently is because they're literally different. Self-defense is different than murder. And I really think if you don't understand the difference, you're part of the fucking problem. But hey, most people would probably agree with you. Most people are incredibly violent, and yet you sit here on this fucking molehill where you pretend you're so good, but ultimately your philosophy condones murder. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Self-defense is not murder, but you all are advocating for murder. Play your cognitive dissonance as much as you want and pretend you're advocating for self-defense, but you're not. And you know it. You know it. I don't know what part of your childhood you're trying to heal, but girl, no murder is going to heal your soul.
Mr. Depp, I appreciate that. My only question was just to confirm that you had sent that message to Elton John, nothing else. Thank you.
So I'll just stop talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time.
Sorry?
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So,
well, I don't feel like I'm wasting anyone's time, sir.
Could you pull up Exhibit 408?
I don't feel like I'm wasting anybody's time. What? Okay, bro, look at Johnny getting all defensive.
Wait, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the bottom text on this page. And can you confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April 9th, 2015, while you were married to Amber, to your sister?
Oh.
Do you see that?
The last...
the last text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted.
Just the last
Yes, Your Honor.
one text.
We object, Your Honor. If we could approach it just very quickly.
It's no sound coming from the video on the radio. Whoa, on the radio. On the radio. Oh. Chicka. Yo, they're really taking their sweet time. I'll forward a bit till I hear a voice. Here we go.
The one I had, the one about it. Okay. And Mr. Depp, to clarify, is Sis in those texts, is that your sister, or it could be Amber's sister too, right?
Sis, I was referring to Whitney.
Whitney. Okay, so Amber's sister. Okay.
Yes, Amber's sister.
Your Honor, with those redactions, I ask for permission or move to admit Exhibit 408.
No objection? Yes. All right, 408 with redactions as it.
Okay, this is what I want you to imagine. With the Mendez brothers, okay, Chet says, I see what you're saying about the Mendez bros. I mean, it was violent. You got to worry about letting people like that continue functioning in society. Your bestie's on a date with one of the Mendez bros. He's like, hey, bro, I got a rough past. Can I tell you about it? My dad molested me, so I killed my parents and then went on a shopping spree with their money. Are you going to tell your bestie to date that man? Are you going to tell your bestie to date that man? Is that man going to get to adopt children? You want to let that man adopt children? Do you want that man working at your company? Make a decision, because that's the difference. This man needs to be in a facility and rehabilitated to the best of their ability. But this man ain't going on a date with my bestie. This man ain't going on a date with my bestie. Crazies. Crazies. Gypsy Rose comes over for Thanksgiving dinner. Hey, Mom, I'm dating this great girl. Her name is Gypsy Rose. Girl, you gonna let your brother date Gypsy Rose, girl? You let your brother date Gypsy Rose?
Mr. Depp, on April 9th, 2015.
Yes.
While you were married to Miss Heard, you texted someone named Sis, maybe her sister, you testified.
Yes.
You said, I'm all right. Though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A. Most embarrassing. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's pull up Exhibit 427, unredacted, please. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention.
Okay.
Is there another? Let's see. I'd like to direct your attention to the fourth text up from the bottom. Chat number 1616. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. You see that?
Yes, I do, sir. Okay.
Your Honor, permission I move for admission of this exhibit with the two text exchanges in that chat between him and Jerry Judge.
All right, well, why don't you show me what would look like redacted?
Okay.
Can we do that?
Okay, sure. It's just
Before
those two,
publishing.
Michelle?
Hey, don't call people whores in my chat. I don't know if you're trying to be funny. Don't call people whores in my chat. Okay? Don't use that word. Okay? I feel like whore is derogatory. I don't like it in my chat. Don't say it. Okay? I don't like it. I think it's derogatory. And I don't care if women or men who are sex workers use it as ownership. Oh, he said that? Who said that? I missed it. And now it just looks like my chat saying I love whores. We don't chat like that. Okay. He said she was a filthy one. And I was like, I love them. Yeah, don't say that in my chat. It's still misogynistic, right? Don't say I love whores in my chat. It's fucking still misogynistic. Thank you. Oh my God, bro. They're really pausing.
Objection to 4.
If you can just blow the text up, Michelle, at both of those.
Hold on. You said we were talking about murder. Didn't realize the line was drawn there. No. I don't care if you say it as endearment. Don't say it in my chat. But also completely different. We're not sitting here saying I love murder. Okay? One more strike and I'm going to block you. I'm very good at blocking people. I'm also thinking about blocking the Mendez fan because it's fucking crazy. Okay?
Mr. Depp, on
I don't like
April
it.
26th, 2015, Jerry Judge, and Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple years ago, right?
That's right.
And he writes to you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate. We've been perfect. All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. Love you, brother. JD.
Does he have DID? Or does he have... Is it like DID or is it like the demons are his alcohol? Like Johnny says I and we in one of the text messages. He says when we are that way, does he mean we, Amber and I, or did he mean we like plural for himself?
Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
And I'm not asking if he literally has DID. I'm just saying, like I'm using an example.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445? Defendant.
Oh, okay. Chat, you just made me die. That's so funny. What Southerner says, mate? I'm Southern. One of the stereotypes of Johnny Depp is that he plays the Southern card and the European card. He tries to like talk with this like kind of fake European accent, but then he likes to kind of play with being a Southern gentleman. And so that's kind of funny you said that, because I was like, mate. And I'm like, it's like he's a man of the world, Johnny.
And in the text that we just saw, when you used the word monster, that Ms. Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, on June 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, 6/28 to 15, yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of a redacted exhibit with that, simply that text. We're happy to redact the rest of it.
Is that text 139 or 137?
137, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
137.
No objection with the proper redactions.
Get those redactions before we publish, or do you want to publish this?
We'll make the redactions right now and then
Okay.
publish that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 445 as redacted.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in evidence.
Thank you. And you sent this text on June 28th, 2015, and it said, can you blow up the text, Michelle, please? Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked.
Oh, Lord. See, that's how you say in an abusive relationship. They tell you it's a monster. It's all these things. Now, chat, you said something interesting, and I'm just going to offer a tidbit on top of it. You said Johnny tried to paint a picture that the monster and him were separate, and they're not. In a philosophical sense, I think you are so separate from how the world sees you and your illnesses. I don't think I'm my autism or my borderline or my gender or my body, but I do think that I manage my relationship with myself in the world through those things. And I think that I am all of the things and none of the things. The pod I will have for you in a few days is about deconstruction. And I want to kind of expand upon this. And yes, Chad, I agree with you. You said, no, Britt, he's trying to separate himself from the bad actions to come off as self-aware and sympathetic. 1,000. I agree 1,000 degrees with you. I think you're so right? I think that's exactly what he's doing. He is trying to do the thing we know is so true of all of us, that we are separate from these things. The dilemma is, though he is separate and though we are separate, you are the puppeteer of how you interact with these things. And he is allowing this thing to be his signal to the universe, right? So like he is, no matter how separate he wants to be from his monster, because he is in charge of it. We are all in charge, ultimately, of our relationship with our biology and our trauma. And though I am not my trauma, I am in charge and responsible of my trauma. I do not control my trauma, but I keep it in check, as we all should. I am the master of this trauma, okay? So when we're having this conversation, there is a part of Johnny that I'm sure is so core good, like deep down in his core, if we deconstructed him into parts, there would be a really, really good version of Johnny. That would be so lovely and so wonderful and would just be the greatest dad and greatest partner and greatest friend and greatest everything. The dilemma is that person is only talking 5% of the time. And the rest of the time, it's the other parts of him, and the other parts of him are not great. And he isn't taking full responsibility. When we say we take full responsibility, we're saying we are taking ownership of this thing and dominating it for what it is. And the dilemma is that he isn't doing that. And this is how we age into elders in our community that haven't figured our shit out. Because he's still an adult and he's not getting any better at it. And so that's why this is an opportunity for us, especially now that we're young, to look at Johnny Depp and say, okay, we don't want to do that. We don't want to be 50, 60 years old being this person. We want to be a person who has more of a control and a relationship with those things. And those things, like I always say, I've been married a year and a half now. I've been living with my partner a couple years, and they have never seen me or had to deal with like my borderline. Okay. And like, that's just something I don't deal with. I haven't really had issues with my borderline in like 5 years. So when people on the internet go like, oh, it's Brittany's BPD, this is her borderline, they have no idea what they're talking about. because my borderline isn't something that's a problem. It's just something that's there. And I do all of my proper steps. I keep what I learned in therapy is a daily ritual in my life. I've been really, really good. The irony is the things about me people haven't liked on the internet in the last few years are probably the autism, which is sort of ironic in a lot of ways, but I get it. I get it. It's kind of like weird and strange sometimes if you don't understand it. But it's also the reason why my audience and I connected, because there's like a neurodivergent pull to one another. Doesn't mean we're all going to get along, but it's kind of nice. Okay. I am all the things, but also parts of the things, but also there is a core me that gets to have the largest say in how I signal and manage my way through life. I'm not always perfect. Sometimes I'm wrong. During COVID, we certainly had the wrong opinion about this case. That's why we revisit. It's why we go back. It's why we have the conversations. Depp isn't doing this. What are the chances Johnny Depp rewatches this trial and realizes I'm the monster? You know? Sorry, Gabby Hanna reference. Gabby Hanna still hasn't figured it out. Will she? Who knows? People really struggle. They really struggle. And my heart goes out to them. But, you know, I'm open with boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not my job, girl. Other person who DMs you and you don't respond, Gabby Hanna. Just saying, God bless her. Good luck. You know what I mean? Good luck. Okay, but it's important that we revisit things like this because, wow, what a humbling moment for me to realize, like, oh, I misread the situation. I misread it. Level 5, and I misread it. Ooh, what good are the levels? What good are the levels? That's the question, huh? Nothing. They're useless. I couldn't even tell Depp was the loser in this case. I couldn't believe it. That's the point, though. The point is that we're biased and we're having a biological experience and we're going to get shit wrong. So get ready, girls, because, man, what a humbling we all needed. Now, could you imagine if all the big streamer boys who went through this, like Asmin, what if Asmin redid this? What if he went through it again and was like, oh, fuck, like Johnny Depp's a loser. Now that would be a change, you know, but, you know,
We're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother, JD. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she?
No.
Can we pull up Exhibit 435, please, unredacted? It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuters on May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one?
Yep.
May 14th.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or was your personal assistant at the time you were with Ms. Heard, right?
Yes, he's not my partner.
Okay. Now he's the president of the European branch of Infinitum Nihil, right?
I am too, yes, sir.
okay. I never know if I should call people out, but I'm going to do it because I had to block this user. I had a feeling they were being weird in chat. Why were they being weird? What did they say earlier? And I was like, these are weird messages. Oh, you wrote the I love whores message. That's so funny. I hate responding to these types of things. This is what frustrates me about human behavior. This is such inappropriate behavior. If you're still watching, you're being very inappropriate, and you know you are. Get off my chat and don't come back. There's a reason I blocked you on Discord. Don't come back to my chat and harass me in my comments. And then act like you're better because, like, oh, I really care about you. Don't do that. It's crazy. Go to therapy, bro. Don't do that. That person is a streamer that I did a collab with. And I blocked them on Discord and unfriended them because I was ready to move on. I unfriended them, sent them a nice little letter. They came back to me so upset with me. I don't even know this person. I collabed with them once. Then they were like, my animal just died. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I can't believe you would do it. They unloaded on me. Then I blocked them. And now they're on my chat being like, glad you're learning and growing. I'm gonna unsub. Maybe for the same reason you unadded me on Discord. Take care. What, girl? Okay. Don't come back to my chat ever again. And go to therapy and leave me alone. This is what I'm saying. This is inappropriate behavior. And you know who you are. And I'm not gonna name you, girl. But do better. Stop showing up on my chat. I knew this person was acting weird. This is the shit I can't handle as a content creator. Don't come in my chat acting like you're better. When a person blocks you, stay blocked. Don't break consent in my own chat and then act like you're better. Don't even try it, girl. These streamers need to all go to therapy. Stop messaging me, all of you. I unfriended a whole bunch of them for a reason. Fucking unhinged. Leave me alone.
Move for admission of a redacted version of this document with just the bottom text, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, if you could just redact it just to the bottom text.
Thank you, Judge.
Girl, look, did you come back with a new username? Thank you, mods. Thank you. And then they came back with a brand new username. This is what I'm saying. I am being stalked. This is stalker behavior. This is stalker behavior. Leave me alone. Stop messaging me. Stop talking to me. This content creator, I collabed with what? I didn't even know this person. Like, this is what I'm saying. Don't message me. Don't talk to me. Thank you, mods, for blocking their messages. So I blocked them and they came back with a new user, like a new username. This is what I'm saying. You all think content creation so easy? Girl, you gotta deal with crazy. You gotta deal with crazies, girl. This is exactly how I felt. I felt stalker from energy from them the moment I was like, I gotta get this girl out of my life. She's giving me weird energy. She is giving me weird energy. And this is what I get for not researching who I collab with. I'm never doing this again. I'm going to research you so hard before I work with you because that was crazy. That was crazy. I'm upset. That's upsetting. That's really upsetting behavior. That's really upsetting. I don't like that. Don't come back to my chat, bro. That's so violating. And this person would probably say they're so into consent and everything. Stop. That's so violating, bro. All right. Let's get back to Amber.
All right, 435 in evidence as redacted.
And on May 14th, 2015, you blow out that text. Michelle, please.
I'm sorry. What was that?
And on May 14th.
It's my birthday, guys. May 14th. It's a sign. It's okay. We're good. Deep breaths.
2015, you blow out that text. Michelle, please. You texted Mr. Duders, need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
That's, I see that, yes.
And Miss Hard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Let's pull up Exhibit 196, please. This on page 2, please. Are we on page 2? Yeah. So it's, Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to line 24, that you can see in that left-hand column there. And this is a text message from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, on October 31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish or move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit with just that text.
With the phone numbers redacted, we have no objection.
Of course. You could do those redactions, so just be page 2 of Exhibit 196.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to
Then we'll call
to
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
Just makes it easier for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Man, they're paused a lot during
Permission to
Depp's.
publish,
All right, 196A in evidence as redacted.
And in this text message,
You know what's interesting is because they're pausing so much for Depp's question for this one, at least, it gives him time to breathe and rethink. But Amber was like, it was like question after question after question after question after question. And so like a part of me wonders if Amber was like not having time to breathe. They're giving Johnny like so much time to breathe. But then I kind of wonder about that.
message from you to Mr. Duders on October 31st, 2013. You write, thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster.
I think it's interesting that Amber has to snack or drink water. I wonder if she has a health thing or if it's like a tick, like a almost like what's this called? Wow, it's late at night. I'm a little frazzled. Like a stim. Oh my God.
And that I'm ruining the relationship. You see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
The Peruvian period is a reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, you said yes it is?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit 293, please. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you to an unknown number on October 4th, 2014. You see that?
The last one?
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1.
Okay, we can make it A. Let's
Okay.
keep consistent.
All right. I forgot what you said.
No objection.
All right, 293A, we'll get the redactions done. All right, 293, maybe. There we go. All right.
She's really
293A
writing
in
something.
evidence With redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text message on October 4th, 2014, you text someone, it's unclear who, you say, I am going to, quite gracefully, glide into a massage of my broken back and neck. I shall exit in 1 hour, a monster. Shall we each swallow an E each?
Oh, God.
Parentheses, or perhaps it's MDMA, at around 8 p.m., and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother. Let us reward ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day.
Ugh, why do people talk like this? It's autism. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Not everything is autism. But man, the weird, grandiose, oh, whoa. It's so annoying, bro. It's just like a man who smells his own farts annoying. Him and Elon are probably like, hee. Actually, Elon's friends with Amber, so that doesn't make sense. But I could see them being like, how are you, great sir? I'm great knight. Have you slayed any dragons lately? And then Peterson pops up. Does somebody say dragons? Did somebody say dragons?
The Shatter. Did I read that right?
You did.
And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct?
It is.
You can take that down, Michelle, please. You would agree that you found drugs and alcohol at an early stage in your life, right?
Absolutely. Yes, I did.
And you testified a couple days ago that you had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They've always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my youth.
Right. And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Ugh.
Yes, we've we drank together. You
know what's interesting is is he also what's this word? Is he also implicating his friends? Does he have to be careful answering these questions? Because his friends are at home, what the fuck? Not that we didn't know Marilyn Manson did drugs, but you know what I mean?
We've had cocaine together maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much.
I'm going to kill myself.
Sorry.
All right. I get it. You employ a lot of people that work for you, right?
I employ a lot of people.
You employ a lot of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs to you, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
Did Marilyn Manson know he was getting that drug, or was it a surprise drug?
Can you pick up your testimony from the UK trial and turn to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please?
Yes, sir. 11, 12. Yes, sorry. Yes, I've got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you could please take a look at
Great point, chat. Actually, it makes sense that Johnny and Elon are similar. I think Amber has a type that isn't good for her. Amen, girl. Good point. Good point.
page 48, line 15.
Page 48, line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? So it's the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK,
Ooh, his enablers. Is that what a yes man is? Is that the same way he's using it?
you were asked a question. They are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you.
Ooh,
Your answer
that's that
was,
power.
there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question. Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I'm not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could. Answer, at times, yes. Question, despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer, yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we pull up Exhibit 1085, please? You've seen this picture before, Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
He's
And this is
smiling?
a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yes, sir, and it's quite a composition. The composition of the photograph is very interesting.
Oh, yes, the composition. He would have killed on early days on the internet as like some edgy boy. This is why girls loved him. We love toxic boys. I'm going to call my besties up and be like, we liked Johnny Depp as a kid growing up because we were damaged. He always crybaby. He drinks his own tears. Little fucking emo bitch. Oh my God.
I think that's something we can agree on.
Okay, I hate that the lawyer is like sucking his dick. I do. His lawyer was like, "You're cunt, aren't you, Amber? You're cunt, aren't you? You hate Johnny." He's just like, "Oh my God, Johnny, you're so right, Johnny." Her lawyer is sucking his dick. What is happening?
Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 1085 and ask for permission.
No
to publish.
objection, Your Honor. All right, 1085, publish. Name of it.
This picture, you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013, after you had fallen off the wagon, right?
I'm sorry, what date?
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd, I had fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger, when Mr. was with me when I was sober.
Boring
But
fucking
that
movie.
was the whiskey that's on the
Lone Ranger might have been the worst movie I've ever sat through in my life. It was so boring.
table was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
And you would somehow.
Wait, Chad says for me, he really is just a representative of what it means to hate yourself. Bro, this man hate himself so badly. I wonder how many therapy sessions he's been to. Has he tried therapy? Has he helped therapy? You know what I mean? Like, has he gone to therapy? Has it helped? Like, I just, I believe in intervention. I think all people are redeemable, but like my bro.
Sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During the time period.
I mean, isn't happy hour anytime?
And that cocaine, those white lines, that's cocaine, right?
I would assume.
Yeah, and that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah.
Jesus, take the wheel because I'm about to crash this car into a tree.
Yeah, you don't dispute that.
I don't see me in it.
No, but you don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that said property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine in, wasn't it?
The box was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine. Cocaine is, I would, in my experience, normally given in plastic bags. When you put it in a box like that, chances are very good you'll leave a trail of
Yo, is she disassociated? Because I'm about to join her. You know?
long line of cocaine behind you, walking down the street. So
Why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look at page 202.
202. Oh boy. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're going by those things. Pardon me.
It's page 9 of the document.
169. I'm having trouble finding 202.
You're saying page
I can't believe they're laughing at his jokes after they read out those text messages. Put that into perspective for misogyny. They are laughing at his jokes when they had just read those text messages. Whoa. That's misogyny. That's what that is. That is letting a man talk about effing your partner's dead corpse after you burnt and drowned her because she's a witch, and then laughing at his like composition. Ugh.
That's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another picture. So my apologies. We're moving into another day now.
Jesus.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
So this, and I apologize for that, Mr. Depp. This is page 9 of the document, page 202 of the transcript. This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
Yes, I see it. Page 202.
Yep. And on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage. Can you see in the front that there's a little box, about 2 inches by 2 inches, if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That, I suggest, is, this is the question, that, I suggest, is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you had. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
It's not funny, but Bryson in chat's making me laugh. Your Honor, he's rizzing the court, therefore I object. Bro, literally rizzing the court. I just need him to make like a face and I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna fucking die. We should all become lawyers and be like, I object? What? Absolutely not. Oh my God.
And on the morning that this picture was taken, this was during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards. You remember that?
I'm sorry, did you read that?
Yeah, sure. This picture was taken while you were filming a documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
I'm sorry, the date again on this?
Do you remember that? I believe it was March 2013.
Okay, you know what? Chet says, although the messages themselves were vile, given the context of everything else that allegedly happened in the trial, they didn't make that big of an impact. I could see that happening if you thought she cut off his finger and all that other stuff. But these messages were way before they were married or any of those things happened. So that's why that's crazy, is the context should have been shocking leading up to the fact that those text messages existed before they were married. So like, I guess because of the context and the time, it was so hard because at the time we were in the moment, right? Because I don't remember seeing those text messages. Like I should go back and see what part of my stream I even covered the trial, because when I was going back to find videos to watch today, there was so much that I was like, I know I did not watch all of this. There's no way I saw this whole thing. But now I'm wondering in context, what were other people saying? Because now I'm going to go back and talk to people that watched it and be like, do you remember those messages? What were you thinking? Because I swear to God, I don't remember them. And like, that's the thing is like, did I even see them? And then does that mean I came to a conclusion without seeing everything? And then of course that's going to be bad for Amber because we didn't see everything. And then like, that's the problem too, is like, if you don't really research this case, you're going to get given whatever you see at the moment, and it's never going to be the full story. And so that's the other thing is we come to conclusions with such little information, which is the whole framework of my belief around the universe. And like, even the framework of being a 5, funny enough, is around that idea that like, we just don't have enough information, but we're coming to really big conclusions about the universe. And I do think this is the mistake I should have been looking for when reviewing Depp and Heard, is remembering that we don't have all the information. And that's why we're coming to very big conclusions with this, you know? And it's like, okay, what does this mean for how we observe information? Holy shit. Wow. Interesting.
You should know better than I do. Okay. And you see there's a Keith Richards CD, looks like above that cosmetic case?
Perfectly placed, yes.
Yep. And you had an argument that morning in which you accused Amber of cheating on you. Do you remember that?
I believe Amber had an argument with me.
And you were using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning, and as a result of that argument, you were late to the set of that documentary, correct?
Oh.
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance it was Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture the performance. So
I wasn't late, but I was late, but I called my crew, so I wasn't late. Also, okay, fine. Chat says, was there anything in particular that inspired you to come back to the Heard and Johnny Depp trial? Chat, probably. I can't remember what triggered it, but you guys talked to me last month. I don't remember, but chat kept saying, we were talking about Johnny and Amber for some reason. And then chat said, Brittany, we should, like, could you look into it or revisit? Or somebody said something. I don't remember. And I thought, yeah, wait, we should revisit that. Because what if I got it wrong? I don't remember what started it. Does anybody else? I think it was chat, though. And then same thing with even like, we're going to review Frenemies next. Holy shit, Frenemies is going to take forever. We're going to be doing Frenemies for months. Like, there's so many episodes of Frenemies. Like, you know what I mean? But I think it was just you guys. I think my community is the reason that I was like, oh shit, we should revisit that. Because, you know what it was? It was chat. And then it was FD Signifier making his video. We'll watch that tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to watch FD Signifier's video and other videos too, to see the different details, because that's what it was too, where I was like, wait, if FD is coming out with a video, wait, I should come out, like I should revisit this subject too, because what if I was like, so we're going to watch his video tomorrow. But anyways, all of this to say, even Frenemies, who knows what we're going to learn from Frenemies? What if we recontextualize all of it differently? Like, this is all I'm saying is like, it's good to revisit. And that's why we even went back and revisited one of my old videos. Cause I was like, ew, what is this video? And like, I want to debunk myself because I know I'm going to change as a person and I want to change as a person. And I think we should all want to change as a person. And I think it would be great if we all revisited our life. I'm just a YouTuber, so I can do that because I actually documented it. But for most of us, we don't get to go back and revisit our life. I can do it because I'm me. So it's all on the internet. Yes, Kay said like rewatching movies you saw as a kid. Exactly. Only with my strong ass opinions involved in them. Ugh. Oh God. And I private videos constantly because I'm like, ew, cringe, private. So let's see. Let's see what we're going to, what the future holds with Brittany judging herself. And hey, what a point. That actually is a point to my levels, PS, and my work. You never stop introspecting. You never stop growing, but it does get easier to face yourself. Maybe something like this would have put me in a hole before, but now I'm like, oh, damn, I got it wrong. And I am kicking myself, but it's to be expected. I'll probably rewatch this 5 years from now and kick myself again.
I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay, you just said that you were late though, correct?
Oh,
So
I
you
was,
just
yes.
testified. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And due to the argument, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit now. Well, actually, let's not.
Oh my God, this lawyer.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 152? Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received to various people in 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, it seems to go from July to September.
Right, right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time.
Oh.
And then a text from him back to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
What? Why? Why objection? Why? Ugh. Bro, they're killing me, bro. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Forwarding. Wait, chat. When I know who Emily Baker is, what were her thoughts on the Depp and Johnny case? Was she pro Johnny, anti Amber? What happened with Emily Baker? Was she pro Amber? Was she either? Fill me in. Emily was so biased, very pro Johnny, was praising the lawyers. I mean, the lawyers did do a fabulous job. Probably not for the greatest thing ever. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Damn. Yeah, we really all fucking fell for it. Damn. Yeah, everyone was so pro Johnny. I can't believe I fell for it. No, Brittany. Oh! Let's go, bro. Oh my God, the way they're making me sit around.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, we're going to take a look at two text messages here. Three text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Duders, one from you to him and one from him to you. Do you see that midway through the page?
Yes.
And, Michelle, can you blow those up, please? In those text messages, you write to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie? I gave you can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, I know what to do with it, exclamation point." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, "I use marijuana a lot," 3 exclamation points. "I take pot." I read that right, correct?
Yes, you did.
And this is a text that you sent on September 11th, 2012. To just scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that you sent to Brian Warner. Brian Warner's Marilyn Manson, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 145, please.
Oh my God, chat. Wait. Chess is the way I've been watching the stream for nearly my whole 8-hour shift. I didn't even realize it had been 8 hours. Holy fuck, guys. Let's fucking go. Desi with the memberships, gifted 5 memberships. Let's go. Congratulations. May, Joelle, Momo, T, Marley. Congrats. Whoa, guys, I didn't even realize I had been here for 8 hours. I'm so like in it that I know I was tired because it's past my bedtime. I've been going to bed. We've been going to bed and waking up early. Look at us, guys. We've been waking up early. Like we're on this new schedule and it's great. I'm very tired when I go to bed. I wake up. Wow, we've been killing it, girls. We're almost done though. So we're almost out of here. About 10 more minutes. Oh my God, bro, let's go. And yes to the BoJack Horseman series. Thank you, chat. Good recommend, guys. Check it out. Hello?
Mr. Depp, this is a series of text messages from you to and from various people in 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
Didn't we just watch
Your
this?
Honor, the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first 2. And then the...
Oh yeah, good point. He's also rocking to side. I guess it must be exhausting to do this. For court after court after court must be so tired.
Just those first 2.
We have no objection to the admission with proper redactions.
Okay, you redact just those first two.
And I move for the admission of that document as redacted.
Sure, as soon as we get redacted.
Let's go. Hello? Boarding? 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 Oh my
so
God.
This text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, the pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached. And he texted you back, I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug. You see that?
I do, sir.
Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take that down, Michelle, please. And if you could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1089, 1089.
Yo, the fact this is on 1.5, bro. They're really taking their time.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about this photo. This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of marijuana.
Ooh, ooh.
And the coffee cup that's right next to that, that's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitum Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio, okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 1089, Defendant's Exhibit 1089, and
No.
permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor. 1089 evidence. You can publish.
Yo, you know what's funny? Remember that commenter? I had to block them way earlier in the stream because they were just kind of having a moment, and I get it, where they were just like, you guys are gaslighting. Johnny was the victim. Amber's not. I'm just sick of the gaslighting. I wonder if they kept watching stream and had the realization of the bubble pop. Because this is why we sit through and double check. Because even though we're so sure of something, sometimes you really got to double check. And I knew that person was probably in their feelings, and I totally get it. No judgment. But this is why we revisit. And this is why we revisit. And this is why we revisit. Because every time we're so confident of something, we have to make sure that confidence has the data to back it up. And that's why this is why it is so easy for people to vote a certain way or to believe a certain thing, because we're so susceptible. All of us, even the smartest people in the whole room, are susceptible to believing things that just aren't true because it sounds good. You know?
So this picture of these 4 giant bags of pot, at least 4, was taken in your recording studio. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can take that down, Michelle.
This lawyer did nothing to grill this man, but we saw enough. All we needed.
Sure, the break would be fine.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. So we just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can
Oh my God. Dude, it doesn't even matter because the text messages were damning as it was, but I can't believe how hard they went on Amber, and this was the easiest little thing to Johnny Depp. That's crazy. That's so interesting. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to end stream here, but tomorrow I'm going to come back with a part 2. More videos, a video by FD Signifier, his thoughts, examine that. We're going to watch different parts of other, like I have things planned. How about that? I have things planned. I might change things up, so I don't want to overpromise, but I'll come back tomorrow and we're kind of going to go over the same thing. Any last thoughts before we go? Any last thoughts? I think I'm so grateful for this. I'm so grateful that you guys suggested this. I'm so grateful to have this bubble pop. I'm so grateful to have an opportunity to re-examine myself and my thoughts and my beliefs and how I come to conclusions. And I'm just so glad we have more information. You know, wow. Just like a great 8-hour stream. And we really breezed through it, girls. I really feel like we breezed through it, you know? I think it was really nice. It was great. And it seemed like you guys had a nice time, which is really the whole point of this. Thank you so much for spending so much time with me today. Hopefully we spend a lot of time tomorrow, but also hopefully we get through things a little quicker. Who knows? Whatever it takes this week, girl, whatever it takes. All right. I will talk to you guys again tomorrow. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to keep this stream up because I didn't record it. I just think it's like one of those streams. So I'll make a little thumbnail, but I'm going to keep this stream up for everybody so people can rewatch it who haven't caught up or who want to watch it later. Because it's 8 hours, girl. You couldn't clip no 8-hour stream, okay? So I'll keep this one up. But thank you for being here. And thank you for those who was a Desi who gifted memberships. Thank you, Desi. And thank you guys for liking the stream before you go. Like it before you go. All right. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. Dun.